Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find out more about what we do at officehours.global. Our first hour is general discussion about media and virtual production. Our second hour is usually something we want to spend a little bit more time on. Today, we're 2 hours of Q&A. So if you've got questions, we'll try to give you answers. We'll do the best we can. At least we promise to talk about it. So we'll do that for the next 2 hours. And then we're covering NAMM. So NAMM is the National Association of Music Merchandisers. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Music merchants, I think, but it's very close.
Music merchants. And I should have written that down before I tried to say it. Anyway, it has been around forever. When I was looking at something, we were talking about something yesterday about synthesizers, MIDI. There was a question about MIDI yesterday. And they were talking about, 1982, we were having this discussion and trying to figure stuff out. And I was like, wow, that was 40 years ago. And that's not even when it started. Does anyone know what the first year of NAMM was? I don't know, but it's been around for a long time. Anyway, so we're covering that today. So we're going to have people on the ground, people here talking about it. So you definitely want to stay through the morning. It's going to be a couple hours of doing that. So stay tuned for that. Let's go ahead and jump into the questions. Mitch, what do we got?
Thanks, Alex. Our first question comes from me. It's a question that says, now that the hybrid workplace is catching on, what AV gear should we make into an office space upgrade?
Go ahead, John.
An office hour space or a regular office space? Regular office space should have a Brio, an MV7, and a light. Those items.
Yeah, go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I don't know you're going to get the Brio, and you get the Brio. I'm not sure you'll get the MV7. The companies pay for that. So what I would make sure I had was the best headset I could do. And if that had a mic in it that had noise cancelling, even better, because we will all have forgotten how noisy those climates are.
Go ahead, Courtney.
A good directional microphone, possibly the Shure or, any of the dynamics, Heil's a good one, so that it can get the office sounds or the children playing in the background sounds out of your home office connection.
Good guy.
Yeah, I'd love to see a small monitor like that little ICANN that Tony uses, and I think you use it as well, Alex. The teleprompter, the 12-inch from ICANN is something that, it's just a huge game changer if you're going to be doing a lot of meetings, especially if it's saving you on flights and things like that. You could justify it pretty easily if in one flight, just one trip, no hotel, no flight, just being able to look at somebody in the eye, take the Zoom window and make it full screen, pin that person, and then really feels like they're there. That's what I'm doing here, and it's super helpful. When I go to the office and I don't have it, it's like I'm lost.
I think one of the frustrations that I have is that it's a weird problem that Zoom has, which is that I can't put the gallery on the second window. So I want the controls on my first window, and I want the gallery on the second window, and it's like the one thing you can't do with, if only I had people to talk to about that. Anyway, go ahead, Bill.
I would love it if we could put the gallery on the second window. That would be fabulous. I just wanted to reinforce what they said about audio being the big question. In a cubicle world, that's very, very difficult. That's why most of the people who do those telephone call center things have very specific noise canceling mics to get the rest of the room out of the mics. It's a hard thing. So hopefully you'll have an enclosed office to make the audio part of this whole equation much easier.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, it's real interesting where the answers went with the question. I guess I did make it clear enough, there's a big uptick in the AV industry of supplying offices out in the world as hybrid offices. And what are they putting in? Zoom rooms, better conference rooms, improved audio and video and lighting, those things. Because I think that they're embracing the idea that the hybrid office at the workplace is the big thing now, that more and more people are realizing that you're going to have less people in the office and a lot more virtual representation.
Yeah, some of the really forward-thinking ones like Dropbox and some of the other companies are just basically telling their employees, come in if you want. Or don't. There's a great space here for you. We're going to make it great. We're going to give you an incredible space to be in if you choose to come in, and if you don't, keep on going. Now, go ahead, Mark.
So I think a lot of it is audio, and so you're going to start to see new offices get designed with just small rooms with good microphones, good cameras, great acoustics, so that people can communicate better through this method. It's also nice if you have an ATEM and something to be able to draw on, Telestrator or something to clarify your points. So I think those are all things that are going to change in the office space.
Good, Nigel.
Yeah, if we're talking about more particular commercial office space, I feel two thoughts really. First of all, I think most of them haven't even started down this road yet because the people haven't come back in yet. And as they do, they're going to find demand goes absolutely nuts for this type of technology. And demand is going to exceed supply probably on some of the microphones and some of these systems for the next year or so. The other thing is in the really large office blocks where they use a system like Crestron to manage those, you can now integrate Zoom or Teams or those sorts of products into Crestron, into the conference rooms. And that helps with that sort of automation and management too.
Go ahead, Courtney.
I was going to ask Nigel if any of the conference room suppliers have come up with something like, the little stock microphones used in conference rooms, if they have one that has a little stock camera on it as well, and maybe a little LCD panel directly below that so that they can see whoever's talking to them and they can establish eye contact with the stock camera. And so if they don't have their laptop in front of them, they can always use that as a means of communicating over the conference room setup.
You go ahead, Mark.
I know that conference rooms are going to change because people are going to want more personal space after COVID. But one of the things that's helped our conference room tremendously is a Sennheiser array mic that Guy sent us, his crew sent us, and it made a huge difference in echo. Yeah,
I think that soft walls are a big deal. I think that is I think I mentioned early on that we worked with a company that, had really pretty conference rooms, and as people started coming back, they just ran into the executives were on the tail end of they were always in the conference room. They never came in over a phone before, and when they started realizing how bad, they were like, "What happened to the audio?" And I was like, "Oh, it's always been that way." And they were just like aghast that they had built something that was really hard to understand. All mics work really much better if you give them soft walls. So I think that there's some conference rooms that we've worked with, or people that use rooms as conference rooms that have they literally have an air layer so that the conference room looks pretty. It's very flat. You just can't lean on the wall because the wall is literally every 4 feet or every 2 feet or whatever. It's every 4 feet is there is literally diffusion and then air and then a piece of cloth. Like it's literally like a piece of cloth that makes it all look. You're showing some of that, Guy. Is that what you're showing there?
Yeah, sitting behind me. I haven't hung them yet. I have this is part of the London room from Prime Acoustic. So this is like a 1 foot by 4 foot panel.
Yeah.
And it comes with a couple of those and then a couple of these ones here. And so you could do like the checkerboard type pattern. This is like a 1 by 1. But if you look at it, it's like a dense rock wool type material that's just covered with the whatever color you want. Yeah. You just stick them on the wall. They have like plates, and then they're really sharp, and you just stick it right into the wall once you get it lined up. So I need to get one of those laser
little circular lasers.
Aligners. Yeah, I want one. It's an excuse just to buy one of those.
They're not that expensive. We used to have them for putting markers on green screen walls. We'd set it in the middle of the psych and just turn it on, and you see a line go all the way across the psych, and made it very nice and surgical. But what are you showing there, Bill? Oh, that's circular laser.
It's one of the circular lasers. I think I got it for $15 at Home Depot or something like that. They're very inexpensive. They're not a lot, but it's great because it has an internal level. So when you turn it on, it throws a laser line that is truly horizontal around the entire place.
Somehow mine were a lot more expensive. It was not very expensive, but it was still like $200 or $300 or something like that. But mine had a lot of range. But anyway, it depends on how bright it is too, like over distances. So, but those rooms that have this kind of literally a gap, it's a piece of cloth to make it look like, and all you'd see is tiny little seams, every once in a while, but it wasn't like a modular thing. It was like they built it that way, and all mics work really well. I was surprised at how far away you could get from a mic, and it worked well. And I realized how much reflection makes a big difference. The walls make a big difference, but I think fixing the walls in the conference rooms is like 90% of what an office needs to do. Other companies that even before COVID had virtual joining rooms that are there to virtually join for one person. And so they're like little cubicles that are maybe 8 feet deep, 3 feet wide with a camera and a monitor. And that was just so individuals could jump into video conferencing. And I think more of those might make sense. I do think that you could get into a situation where people who want to go back to work get their own office back, and we can get rid of this, insanity called open offices. I mean, the cubicle open, maybe the cubicles you just close up, make them, let people actually, have it so that they can be in virtual meetings. But open offices are, dumb. Nigel.
Yeah, I was just going to add to the wall textures, a company called Art Novian. So the thing behind me is an Art Novian sound diffuser. So if you really got into an office where the people, it is marble and it is wood and they do like the look and feel, there are high-end options as well, which will make them feel like they've done something fancy.
Good, Courtney.
Well, maybe it's fallen out of style, but I see conference room after conference room in modern, especially high-rise buildings, to be the fishbowl style, that they're surrounded on 3 walls by clear glass floor-to-ceiling windows, so that you can see into the conference room, or sometimes they do a coated glass so that's one-way mirror. But that almost never works depending upon how the lighting is outside. And, you can't sound treat those, and they sound like an awful echo chamber once you get inside. But, architects just love them because it has that open feeling, and you can see out the window 3 offices away from the conference room, et cetera. And so they keep building them like that. Maybe if they could figure out a way to make a double-paned glass that isolates the audio and has the inner piece of glass at about a 2 or 3 degree angle down, so it would break up the standing waves between the inside walls of the conference room. That might solve the problem, or at least, ameliorate it somewhat.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
Glass makes a great whiteboard, so that's why a lot of the architects like them, because the clients want to write everywhere.
Mitchell?
Yeah, they are making, Courtney, what you were asking about. They have LCD glass now that they put up in the conference room, and somebody flips the switch and the thing goes white instantly. And they are double paned and make. And the other reason I was asking this question is that the stats on AV industry business, doing consulting work and installation work, is skyrocketing right now in offices. So it was kind of like something was going on, because apparently people are actually responding to the fact that they need a hybrid office.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, is that whatever they were doing before doesn't make any sense, because they have to. They have to be able to figure out how they're going to include remote folks. And they've now realized how bad it was for all of us that were calling in and being in these calls. And now that it actually has to work, rather than just being something that they checked off. Go ahead, Bill.
I think if I had to do a glass conference room, I would just do pocket walls on the sides of it and have a motorized track with nice double fullness curtains. So when you needed to talk, you could bring those out. It would completely dampen things, and then push the button and let them go back in, and you can have your nice, fancy, clean-looking office conference space.
I don't even like windows in a room, let alone in my conference room. Like, the first thing I do when I move into a room is like, let's cover up all of these windows, because I can't control the light. Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, we saw a lot of these orders coming in for this product called Reflect Media. So I'm the U.S. distributor for this, and we're like, what the heck's going on in Pennsylvania? And it was at Penn State. They put in 12 of these one-button studio rooms, and so we saw them. We're like, we should build one. So we built one. We're like, this isn't that great. Like, they were like, go to Best Buy and get a basic camera, and here's the microphone. So we wound up building one that has, pro stuff. So here's a 416. This is what we'll be showing at InfoComm. Has those panels, has a digital light board. This is a Wacom tablet. And then the whole thing ships on a big crate like this that has the Reflect Media Kit with a Panasonic BGH1. And then it's all customized with a Sonnet rack with 2 Mac Minis driving the thing. One is a presentation machine, and then that big display, you can see your Zoom gallery view up there. And then it's got the Reflect Media light on it, so you can put whatever you want behind you. It's got a cool touchpad, so you can record. And then
What did you build
back.
the touchpad with?
We built the touchpad with Mimo Live. So we worked with Oliver. This is Mimo Live running this whole thing, a customized version of Mimo. We worked with Oliver for 3 years to get this thing to where we wanted it. So that's basically an iPhone inside of that case.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making, so we're really proud of it.
How much do they cost?
It starts at about $25,000 for the whole kit, with the cameras, the lights, the mics, everything that you see there. And the panels, awesome. It even has the panels on the wall and the lights. And then this is a really simple telestration software, but it's on a 20-inch tablet.
Yeah.
And it's also just running It's Mimo Live, but you can load your PowerPoint on the left side, and then you see the composite on the right side. And it's all an all-in-one kit. Comes on a pallet, and it's ready to just drop in. It's 90% put together.
That's awesome. Really cool. So you're showing that off at InfoComm?
Yeah.
You're going to have like a little room like that? It's going to be like
it'll be a little 10 by 10 booth that was really expensive that after watching the guys from New Tech show behind the scenes, I got a dose of that, how much the internet cost. And I don't think we're going to have internet in our booth because it's super expensive. I was hoping that I'd be able to throw a tear deck, like maybe be able to blast to the Blackmagic booth, because we're pretty close to the Blackmagic booth. So I was like, maybe I could just, get a 1,000-foot tear deck and beam over there, and then we would have really solid connectivity. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, it was thousands of dollars for internet for a stable connection. So I don't think we'll be doing it.
Yeah.
It would have been nice. Maybe next year.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks great. Next question.
Speaking of Guy, here's Guy with a question from Seattle, Washington. What's been your biggest learning moment from your time here in office hours?
It's Slavok.
So for me, it all had to do with color space. I had been working with video and lighting but mostly I've been working for the eye. And when it came to color space, the eye has a lot larger color space than a lot of video. And so understanding the differences between, full spectrum color space and, Rec 709 and all of that. And then like getting to be in the same room as Charles, those things were just world changing for me. So that was the big thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom?
Well, it wasn't as much office hours as after hours. I discovered that we have amazing technical support without a long time on hold.
Yeah, it is good. Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I think there are two or three things. First of all, other than everything I'm looking at in front of me comes probably out of listening to people on office hours. The first thing I think is learning about LUTs and how LUTs work and what impact they have. And that was a huge jump for me. The second big jump, I think, was getting my brain around Dante. I'm not quite there yet, but the fact that, I'm trying it and playing with it, and every time I get stuck, Discord or After Hours is there. But I often find the best things are little bits that you're not thinking about. So Liberty was doing the YouTube marketing one on Monday, and she talked about a way to start typing it on Google, the most popular question you can ask, which is how do you, or what is, or something like that. Then going to the bottom of the page and seeing all of the things that might be asked like that, and then using that to provide keywords and other drivers. And I thought that I'd never thought of that. No one never told me that. And that was like a moment of wow.
Yeah, it's that was a big one for this week anyway. Go ahead, John.
After 802 days, you feel like you get a PhD in media sciences. I'm waiting for my diploma from Alex. I haven't come in the mail yet. Two things that I've learned. Jeff Francis wrote the audio assessment exam, and it only 2 people out of the 50 people that took it passed this exam. But my audio skills have, including Dante, have appreciated tremendously. And the other thing was the after hours class. What's his name? Just flew right out of my head. Did on crossing the line, and it's absolutely amazing. Once you learn that, you can unsee it every time you watch TV. So amazing stuff. Thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Mitchell.
Roscoe Jones.
Mitchell.
In a word, for me, it's been collaboration. I've kind of done most things in my own little head. And there's a world outside of it that exists, and here it is. It's called office hours. There's a lot of people that are very, very intelligent, know what they're doing, and it's not just a U.S.-based idea and thinking process. It's a world conversation, as your mission statement states. For example, I did some collaboration yesterday with Dennis. Sorry, Dennis. To do some graphics for NAMM, and we just zoomed right through it. and he anticipated so many things that I was doing, and I was sort of anticipating him. It went well together. So I like the fact that we're introducing ourselves to other people that we respect and know their way around things, and then it expands my head even bigger, makes it bigger. Collaboration.
Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I'd have to say the cloud stuff at AWS and seeing Jeff Keithley for the first time share Sienna and seeing how we can bring footage up. At the time, I didn't know how. I just saw the light bulb moment was when I saw what looked like an ATEM interface in the cloud. And I was like, okay, how do I get my video up there? And so it just led me on this path. And now I'm learning about cloud formation and making scripts and auto scaling and things that, I mean, businesses use them every day, but I would have never thought that that's something I'd geek out on. And now I love it. I mean, the cloud is just amazing. There's so many possibilities.
Yeah, Mark.
Well, who would have thought that an architect dabbling in radio would learn anything from this show? But I found myself out at a job site yesterday using a Ricoh to take the 360 pictures and then do Polycam on my iPhone to get the 3D model in. And
how'd it
all
work?
Things that I've learned from here. So
Did it work?
It worked pretty well.
That's awesome. Go ahead, Bill.
I had one word for it, curation. There's so much that I didn't know that I didn't know. And I've been working even during the change from traditional to IP-based media out there. I've been around that for 4 or 5 years. There were still 30 things that I didn't know I should be paying attention to. And Office Hours has been able to curate those into my understanding. And then the more I get to know from the incredibly intelligent people I talk to here and listen to here, even more than talk to, it's been a process of they hint at what is really important, particularly behind the scenes on what's going to really change things and what I better start coming up to speed on.
Yeah, I think that it's the drip of learning that really works for me, is that it's not any one thing. It's that I feel like I learn something every single day. You know, like every day that I'm here with the panel and we're answering people's questions and talking through them, I'm like, oh, that's, you know. And I also learn how to spend a lot of money based on Tom's recommendations. Tom's becoming an expensive friend for me. So anyway, but I think that overall, though, the constant drip of learning something new every day is not something that happens in the real world. Oftentimes, usually it's just, so being able to have a moment where we're thinking through things is pretty cool. Next question.
And I've got a question. It's now that IP is affecting almost every aspect of our business, what technology seems to be left behind during this transition?
Go ahead, John.
You know, a couple of years ago when I installed all my DMX lights here, I thought, well, I can't believe, maybe Talak can add some color to this, that there wasn't Ethernet on these fixtures. And all the lighting guys would say, well, it's too hot. And all the old fixtures that big halogen lights in it, those have a lot of heat in them. But the new LEDs aren't as hot. I can't believe that there's not Ethernet built into these new fixtures yet.
Yeah, go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I took this more maybe from a technology point of view, and I thought, you know, IP, the thing that really didn't survive IP was a networking strategy called SNA, which is something the rest of the world used and was the de facto networking for big businesses, and then IP really killed that off. When I think about maybe hardware devices, everything from mainframes to other types of servers, the mainframes are still there, the PCs are still there, but there's been a huge hollow out in the middle of that business, and so some of the mid-range servers have disappeared.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Much to the glee of the media moguls out there, the optically based distribution of movies and audio over CDs and DVDs. That's disappearing quickly. However, with the recent resurgence of vinyl as a valid media to distribute music on, I'm wondering if we're going to go back to the old Laserdisc, if we're going to see a resurgence of those coming up next. Who knows?
The videos still look better from the Laserdisc.
Yeah.
That's Tlaloc.
Yeah, exactly, John. DMX, you know, it's 90s technology that we've held on to tightly because, well, I guess because it worked for the most part. But one of the biggest problems with DMX and with ArtNet and with some of the IP protocols of DMX is that it's 8-bit. So we fake 16-bit by using 2 channels. And I think if we could start to go the way of some of the other protocols, sound and video, we could do a lot better.
And how does 8-bit limit what you can do?
So if you're fading something out very, very, very slowly, or moving a moving head very, 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 very slowly, you're going to see the steps. And so what they've done is because in the 90s or I guess in the early 2000s, we started to see this problem. And so we needed to step those 255 steps between each one step of the other 8-bit. So that's how we faked having 16-bit. But not all instruments even do that.
And the difference is for those listening, there's basically you're basically a stair step of 1, 2, 3 of what the value can be. And with 8-bit, you're 256 values, which seems like a lot. But what if you're going from very slowly from 240 to 255? That means it jumps a big jump as you're going down, where 16-bit is, I think, something like 65,000, 65,500 or something like that. So you have a lot more gradations to work with. Yeah, absolutely. So that's yeah. And yeah, it'd be nice. I think the only thing that scares me with, as always, with a lot of these things is, they say that, to err is human, but to really screw things up requires a computer. And there's, by putting IP into it, we've seen this with Dante, Maddie, all these other things, MIDI it sometimes, where they just kind of fall apart. And that's something that probably happens a little less in analog, where, you may have issues, but you don't have the whole thing just decide to reset, or to drop out, or very often, maybe Tlala can correct me, but that's always the thing I worry about, putting Ethernet into everything, although it is very convenient.
Yeah, I think they started to add feedback on DMX.
Right.
It's called RDM, and it is my nightmare. It breaks everything.
Right.
So the minute you add features, you run into issues.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Next question.
Daniel Ferguson from Thousand Oaks, California. I've had gear over the years with a soft touch rubber coating. What causes those coatings to turn to sticky mush after a few years? And what can be done to rescue those pieces from the trash?
Go ahead, Carl.
So there's 3 major causes to rubber degrading, and this is all kinds of rubber generally. So number 1 would generally be oxidation. Number 2 would generally be light, UV, but also just regular light will break down the polymers in rubber. And the third one, which will do it really fast, is heat. So if you apply heat, so that'll also break down. What I'll do is in the Mukana Chat, I'll put down a little recipe that you can do to solve this problem, because I have a lot of instruments that have rubber things. So I actually got this list already written down. So I'll paste that in there. Essentially, it's just water, detergent, and baking soda. And that'll help you. You may lose anything that's printed on top of the rubber, but these are the least harmful ones that will do this. You don't want to use alcohols and stuff, because they will definitely clean the rubber completely. So of anything that's printed on there, but I'll put the list into Mukana, into the chat.
Hey, go ahead, Mitchell.
That's good advice, Carl. I bought a bunch of Logitech keyboards that are lighted, and I love them. And then all of a sudden, I'm looking at my one over here to my left, that rubberized padding that's right before the actual keys started to deteriorate. And then I made a big mistake, and this is maybe a safety tip. Don't use alcohol to clean it, because it just gets worse. So I'm going to be interested in trying your formula there, Carl.
Go ahead, Courtney.
I found another problem is that even plastics have a positive charge on them. They collect a positive static charge on them. And if there's any kind of particulate oil in the air, like if they're anywhere near your kitchen where you're cooking with olive oil or any type of oil, it atomizes, floats through the air, and then immediately precipitates out onto the surface of those plastic materials. So anything exposed to the air will gather this layer of oil and become sticky and gummy. And in that case, and maybe it may also work in the case where there's a degradation of a soft touch rubber or vinyl that's on the top of it, is to use trisodium phosphate, which is a bit carcinogenic, so you have to be careful with it. You dissolve it in water. You can get it at your paint store, TSP it's called, and it dissolves the oil and breaks it up. It's like a fairly strong detergent without the soap in it.
This is a wear gloves, masks
Only, you just don't want to breathe it in. So 'cause
Right.
it comes in a powder. And so, wear a mask and gloves when you mix it with water. But once it's within water, don't drink it or spray it into your nose.
Drink it. Yeah, that would be bad. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael has a question. One of the secrets of the Lord Alge Brothers' efficient workflow is having outboard gear on a fixed setting for a specific task. Could dedicating one synth for a specific role in a DAW, template, bass pads, lead, etc., reduce option paralysis?
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So generally, you'll find that composers who work in television and commercials, that kind of stuff, they'll have a similar template where they'll have outboard gear they like to use, and they'll have it MIDI'd out on their door. And so they'll have one particular synth or machine or rompler that just handles bass lines, one that does pads, and they'll make a template very quickly using that normal, that's what they call it, a template. It's not just the template actually in the door, it's also a template of which instruments do which parts, and then they'll add and change as they go ahead. But a lot of composers kind of want to try to break free of that template because that's how they work every day. They break free and they spend a week doing everything weird, and then they come back and use the exact same things anyway. So it's hard to break free of the template that works for them, because that's why they're being hired. They're being hired because they did something in the past, and the person who's hiring them says, we want something like what you did in the past. So they kind of just keep that template. So you do find that.
Next question.
Douglas Carmichael again. Could creating a resume as an iOS app be a unique way to stand out from the crowd when seeking an iOS development or related position?
Go ahead, Nigel.
So I think the answer is maybe. So if you're going for a job in a very small team where you're going to have to do multiple different jobs, that might be impressive, assuming it looks good. If it looks good and doesn't work well, then that's going to have the opposite effect. If you're going for a job in a much larger team, then you're probably going for a job in a specific area of development, maybe the UI, maybe the back end or something. And they'll be more interested in knowing about those specific skills, not ones that you're not going for the job for.
Go ahead, Carl.
So if you're a beginner and you want to show like a potential employer that you can do what it is that's required, Flappy Bird is like the best example of this. So you want a very basic app that has very basic mechanics, very basic graphics, but is very addictive. So if you can come up with Flappy Bird or something similar and show that it actually works, and you have a lot of people downloading it, even if it's just for free and, use ads, whatever, that's what you want to get to. So you want to show that you can actually create an app that doesn't crash, that has basic mechanics that everyone can understand very quickly, and looks good. So Flappy Bird is very basic looking, but it does look good as well.
Go ahead, Bill.
Just also understand that anytime that a big company does a hiring thing, it's a very reductive process. I was lucky enough to get put on a team that was working with one big bank as it was absorbing a slightly smaller bank. And our handling of thousands of people and reducing the number constantly down to a candidate pool was very harsh and very if you didn't have the right keyword in your resume, and if it wasn't in the first two paragraphs, you probably got kicked out because they had so many applicants for these positions. So just remember to try to play by the rules as much as possible. Definitely put your strengths up front, but the form and function of it only works if it gets into those later stages. And in some of those things where they're looking at thousands of people for 5 jobs, you're never going to get through if you do anything too far outside the norm. So just understand that. If it's a smaller team you're going for, then definitely be as creative as you want and the rest of that. But sometimes the big numbers thing, it's just a matter of numbers in the first 10 stages.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, creating an app that employers could use as a standardized employment application that they could, it'd have to be cross-platform, work on iOS for the user, iOS or Android. They would just say, the employer would just say, okay, go to this site and download this app and fill in all the boxes. And they would customize their schema for their particular company to have all the boxes and all the areas of interest that they're looking for people in. And that way it can link into a larger database, and then they could search all the applicants based on a certain trait or a certain application. If they're looking for programmers, they could search for those that have strong programming skills, etc. So I think it would be a very valuable thing to have as an iOS app or a Android app, but something that the corporation would invest in to build into a larger system. It would only be the front end for the applicants.
Good, Mark.
I think it's a great idea, but where you run the risk is what Bill said, where you've got a company that's reviewing thousands of resumes, and all of a sudden they have to stop doing what they've been doing and go over and look at an app. And do they have the right device? And so you run the risk of just being overlooked.
Yeah, if you're going to write iOS apps, I would write 4 or 5 iOS apps and publish them to the App Store, and just go through the process. You can take them down if they don't work or if they're not popular or whatever. But just building apps, like that tells you that someone knows how to do it and they understand. I mean, getting it onto the App Store is a big deal because Apple has it's a bit of a gauntlet. So proving that you can write an app that's going to get onto the App Store is probably step one of showing you're an iOS developer. And then having apps that do different things that are technical. So they're not just like a new photo app, but something that does something interesting that took a little bit of time to think about, like, how would you do that? That you can, because what's going to happen is you're going to eventually get an interview and they're going to ask you about the apps that you wrote, and you're going to want to explain the thought process of what it took to produce that and what you worked on. And you want those apps eventually. The first ones can be trivial, but eventually you want ones that are non-trivial solutions that are elegant for the user but hard for the programmer are things that are really interesting to developers. That you went through the work to make it easy for the user, but that took time. Like I worked on an app that I didn't write it, but I worked on the development of how we were going to implement it, and we slowly got rid of all the buttons. We started off with 60 buttons or sliders. And by the time we were done, we had something that did almost the same thing with 0. And it was the hardest development we ever did, so, to figure out how to optimize for the user experience in a really elegant way. So, but that's a valuable trait. Next question.
Simon Ray from Shrewsbury, UK. Is there a way to make use of noise assist in a mix pre to clean up the audio from a Bluetooth headset mic like the Aftershok's OpenCom?
Go ahead, Tom.
Wow, you could jury-rig this into a Bluetooth receiver and put that into your mix pre, but before the rest of the panel beats me up, these are not high-fidelity mics. They're good for phone conversations or perhaps Unity comms, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes this is a matter of, is there something there to work with? If you start with something like a Bluetooth mic, you are going to find holes in frequency response. Maybe it doesn't have a lot of low end, or maybe the high end is too crunchy or whatever. No matter what you try to do to pull that out, it may not be possible. If you're starting with a brilliant audio signal from a Neumann, in a soundproof booth, you can do all sorts of processing to that and reduce all sorts of problems. But if the opposite is the case, where the microphone did not record something that you want, it's really hard to put that back in.
Yeah. Next question.
Andre Dole from Berlin. I downloaded the 60-day trial of vMix on a decent laptop. Any recommendations what to explore first and how to get used to all the possibilities of vMix?
Good guy.
All right, tell me when to stop, because according to the chart here, we have 18 more questions with, 4 minutes a question. So here's vMix. The first thing I would do is add an input, which would be, for you, I would probably say camera, and you would just pull up one of your webcams. So that's how you add a camera. Next thing would be, if you want to run something like Stream Voodoo, you can do a web browser, and you would open up that URL. That'll give you your inputs. So now you have your inputs here. You can play around with cutting and checking the different inputs. I would also work on adding titles. So that would be a fun thing to do. Maybe do some of these picture-in-picture 2-up type things, explore audio. And then the big thing is, how do you kick it back out? So right now I have external on, and that's kicking out my NDI and my SRT, but you can also click the stream button and you can stream to one of these places. So those are a few things that I would play with to begin with. How do you get it in? How do you add titles? How do you swap around sources? And then how do you get it out? So those are some of the things that I'd be looking at.
Tlaloc.
So, Andre, you should come and cut conversations with Tony Mobley, because you have the opportunity to use it, to see what things you can do with it, and to get the kind of the lay of the land a little bit. And so I say that to you, and I say that to everyone else who might want to learn a little bit more about vMix.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Guy, can you share kind of the specs that you're running there and what would run well on a vMix PC?
This is an older machine. This is about a 2, maybe 3-year-old gaming laptop. It's it's got a good graphics card. And so typically you want like a 3060 minimum. If you're running a laptop, you want something that's not an integrated graphics card. You can get away with a couple things, but really a lot of the stuff gets passed off from CPU to GPU. And so you definitely want an NVIDIA graphics card. So like in the cloud, we run vMix, and you got to run it on a G4DN to really get the thing to scoot. Otherwise, because the machines up there are low CPU, and you can really bog that machine down. So if we're doing a low CPU, we have to pass other things off. But yeah, this is, again, a 3-year-old computer, and it's a Razer. I think it's a 2.3 i7, but it's got the 3070 graphics card in it with 8 gigs of RAM. So I wouldn't do anything less than that. You got to have at least the 8 gigs of RAM, of video RAM.
Next question.
Tom Ferguson from Phoenix, Arizona. With more network devices all the time, what is your default subnet mask for setting up home networks?
Good, Tom.
Well, now it's /22. Gives me 1,022 hosts. And previously, all the routers ship with this 192.168 network, and they do a /24 with 254 hosts. And while I do not have 254 items yet, it's so much easier to organize and decide where your DHCP pool is and so forth. So I won't do anything less than a /22.
My good, John.
So I'm an old LAN guy, Tom, like you, and so I'm upgrading my network to 10 gig, and so I'm segmenting off. So I'm running Class C right now. I'm going to move over to Class B network and using Ubiquity stuff and 10G fiber out to all my important machines and switches. And then Guy has this lovely video of the 8K HyperDeck Extreme that's got 10 gig network on it. And you can record to that in ProRes and then feed that into any of the machines on the LAN. I've got 61 devices. I just ran iScanner Pro right now. It's an interesting question, and you got to plan for it. Yes.
Yeah, I think we need another second hour just on a Q&A on IP. People understand what these are. So, stay tuned. Next question.
From Todd Weiser from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. How is Unity being used for audio to produce these office hours events?
Good, Slavak.
So a big part of it is just comms. So how do all of the people that are working back behind the scenes talking to each other and getting the information that they need at any given point? The other thing is that Mickey Macchor is routing different things to different people in terms of programs. So as we go forward, we may be hearing some packages from the NAMM producers, and we may be looking at different things that we need to hear as panelists that in a particular kind of way, whereas they would be heard by you on YouTube in a different kind of way. So that is a really deeply important part of what Unity does for us in terms of audio. There's another product called Unity Connect, and that would allow many individual audio, low latency audio connections to happen over the WAN. And I don't know that we are using that in this particular instance, but that may be coming.
Yeah, we use Unity Connect to pass, like we might have someone remotely mixing something, and we might send up to 64 channels, to them, and then they can send them back to us. And with that connection, I mean, that latency can be, fairly low, 100 milliseconds, 150 milliseconds, and get a kind of a stable connection there where you have a high quality, something. It's not perfect, but it, from a music perspective, but it's pretty close. And so it's a great way to do it. One of the things that Unity Comms does is basically what I will say is the limit of limited comms. As someone who's done a lot of online comms, is just that there's only 6 PLs, and that the individual users that you might want to talk to are on a separate selector. And so it works pretty well. It is cost effective, to do what we do. The hardware solution is a ClearComm with Agent IC, and it's 10 times better than Unity. it's not, but it's also probably 60 times the cost. So it's at least 20 times the cost to put it together. So if you put an Eclipse frame in, now I have I can have as many PLs as I want. I can treat users and PLs as the same thing. And so it's Unity Comms, I think, is there because it's cost effective for us. and we don't have an Eclipse frame to use. But I think that it's nice because we can replicate it, and you can put lots and lots of users on without a huge overhead. So at a budget, it's a great solution. And without budget constraints, I'd probably use a ClearComm hardware solution. Go ahead, Tlaloc.
I just wanted to follow up because I got a correction about what I said on Unity comms. We are using Unity Connect to connect between the 2.0 mechanism and where our comms live, which is in Detroit. And so we can pull a bunch of different channels over in the appropriate way to route all the different things that we need to route. The other thing I will point out is that when you run into the limitations of the 6 PLs, you have people like Tucker and Mickey who can build multiple groups and build out sort of a tree of usage, right? And I know it's not as great as being able to have a full 20 by 20 matrix like you can on ClearComms, but that's a way to push past some of those limitations.
Yeah, you can definitely push past them. It's a little bit of a, you're just it's a little bit of a hack, all the time to make that work. And I only mention that because, again, we use Unity every day for lots of things. It's scalable. It is cost effective. But we also want to know that we're not, I think sometimes when I talk to Unity folks, they think of Unity as equal to the ClearComm solution, and it's less expensive. Like it's not equal to the hardware solution. As someone who had one for both of them now for almost the equal amount of time. And so anyway, next question.
Simon Ray from Shrewsbury, UK. Will Monday's WWDC roundtable with the crew be recorded? Being in the UK, I'm not looking forward to staying up past 3 a.m. to watch live.
It is being recorded. And by the way, I just want to say one thing about the last question. I know I usually don't go backwards, but the one thing is the reason I hammer on Unity for it is because I know that they could fix it and they won't. They fundamentally believe that this is the way it should work, and I think so I will just keep hammering on them because they're wrong. So anyway, then if they fixed it, they would be competitive, and they have all the infrastructure to do it. All they have to do is, anyway, I'm not going to say the thing. It's a clean show. Anyway, next question. Next question.
Fred Eric Eckert. I didn't hear an answer to the question. I'm sorry, I was waiting for it. Fred Eric Eckert from
did I
Bad
skip over?
Herdnape.
Yeah, I did. I said we're recording it. That's all.
Okay.
That's fine.
From Bad Herdnape, Germany. The glass for teleprompters comes with a 60/40 or 70/30 coating. What will the difference look like?
Go ahead, Courtney.
The main difference will look like to the person reading. Normally we use 60/40 in an outdoor situation or for presidential style where you don't have a camera behind the glass, where the glass is sitting up on the 2 panels besides the podium, because then the person speaking has to look through that reflection and see the audience, and a lot of times the audience is lit. And so you need a higher reflectivity value, which is the second number there, to make sure that they can have enough contrast between the text and the audience that they're seeing behind the glass. If you're using it on camera, if you're using it indoors, I'd go with 70/30. It's about a third of a stop difference, third to a half of a stop difference between the two. And we have...
And by that, you're saying it's a little lighter. It's 70% transmissive.
It gets more transmission. And a lot of times the cameraman will want to put a ND filter in if they're shooting outside so they can get a better bokeh, so they can open up a little more. And this way it helps them out because it reflects more light to the person. And also outdoors, if you're using a 60/40, the person reading can see the reflected image. Remember, only 40% of the light coming out of that LCD monitor is reflected out of that glass back to the eyeballs of the person reading it. So if you're outdoors, your eyes tend to close down in your pupils, and so it's much harder to see a low contrast. You have to have a much brighter LCD monitor to be seen outdoors, and using a 60/40 helps that out by quite a bit.
Go ahead. Next question.
Jonas Dattel from Stuttgart. So 1 week in, who is still using the tally? How does it work for you?
Go ahead, Guy. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Guy? I can't hear you.
Sorry, the best way for me to show it is just from behind. I'm kind of blanking out some of the back end so you don't see all of it. But basically I have my prompter up here, and then I have this web browser down here, which is normally the whole Mukana, but I'm just letting you see the bottom of the red. So for those of you watching at home, this will be green when we're in preview. It'll be red when we're hot, and it'll be black when there's nothing. So if my head's turned, it's nice to be able to see out of the corner of my eye. If I get queued up green, I'm like, better pay back attention, you know? So it's been super handy for me to be able to know when I'm coming up or when I'm on. And so for some people, it doesn't matter. But for me, I like to be looking at the screen and not taking a drink of, Celsius.
Go ahead, Tlaloc.
I'm getting to use it for the first time today, and I'm really, really liking it. It's working quite well, and I really appreciate it. And I'm excited to say that, we worked hard to make this happen. It's a long time coming, and we've even got it so that the field reporters for NAMM will have the ability to see tally if they want it.
And John?
Jonas, I'm using it right now, but I don't know how effective it is for me. What I need is when we go, I have program out running on a couple of monitors here. When we go to gallery view on the live program, it'd be nice to have a ding or something to let everybody know. I'm not drinking Celsius, but something else more advanced than that. When we're all on the screen together, would be nice to know that we're not doing something we shouldn't be doing.
Yep, Nigel?
I have no idea what we're talking about. Which show was it, so I can go back and watch it again and work out what to do?
There is a in the back end. There's you can jump to. Jonas has a version of the panel view that has a tally in it, so you get color. So it turns red when you're live and green when you're in preview. Go ahead, Tlaloc.
You should be getting a Discord message from Chad very shortly.
Next question.
Jacob Goodnight from Indianapolis, Indiana. To those panelists using Blackmagic cameras, no continuous autofocus, as webcams, do you need to adjust focus or press the autofocus button each time you sit down? Afterwards, do you try to limit movement to ensure you stay in focus?
Tlaloc.
Okay, so we all love bokeh. And so if we have our depth of field super short, then we're going to run into that issue, right, as we move in and out. And so, I try to stay incredibly still. Sometimes if I'm feeling like I'm having a fidgety day, then I try to close down the iris a little bit and open up that depth of field. But it is a thing to consider when you don't have autofocus.
Nigel?
Yeah, we have a framing guide that we use to make sure our heads are roughly in the right place. And I find if I stick within that framing guide, it's mostly in focus throughout the day. But it's one of the first things I do after I try to get the color right is I check the focus. And then I always have QuickTime running on one of my monitors with the feed to see whether I look in focus. And if not, I just hit the focus button and it does it in a second.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
I know everybody's going to start groaning when I mention Sony, but you should try Sony. The autofocus on it is amazing. It just does it all automatically. You don't have to worry about where you are. You'll be in focus wherever you go.
Go ahead, Mark.
I think that if you're in a position where you're usually in the same place every time you're on the show, then you don't have to touch the focus that much. If you do want to touch the focus or make sure that you're in focus, the Bluetooth Plus app for the iPhone allows you to do that.
The next question.
It's from Todd Weezer in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Any thoughts on the new Rodecaster? It's a Rodecaster 2 Pro.
Go ahead, Courtney.
I think it's Rodecaster Pro 2, but hey, let's not quibble. I have one on order from Guy, waiting anxiously for it. I watched several of the people that have the advanced units. The firmware was not finalized yet, and I think that's the thing that's holding them up. They probably won't be shipping for another couple of weeks, maybe. But from everything they said, they've greatly improved the quality of the preamps. They say the noise is so low it's almost unmeasurable, and if you're using a cloud lifter or something with a dynamic mic, that you will actually add noise by adding the cloud lifter because the Rode Pro 2 has enough gain in it to bring those mics up without adding self-noise to your chain. It also has a lot more, the little pads on the right, which are used to play little lead-ins or pre-composed audio files, have been increased to be kind of like a macro button so that you can build kind of like macros and execute them off of that. So it can even, I don't know if it's going to tie into the Stream Deck Companion, but it sounds like it has some commands that can operate on the back end that can operate other equipment that it sends down the line. So it sounds very interesting, and they've improved it immensely, increased the processor capability a lot so that it can do a lot more processing. And then, of course, it adds Aphex microphone, all of their magic in there for processing the microphones that are in there. So I'm looking forward to testing it, and I'll have more once I get my hands on one.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, Courtney covered most of it there. I like it for the blinky, flashy Fisher-Price look.
There you go. I really think it's really well thought out. This is something that, while my kit is a little bit more complicated now, and I think I'm kind of attached to some of the things that I have with it, I think that when I got started doing podcasting, this would definitely be something I think pretty seriously about and probably buy. 4 is about the right number of people for a standard podcast, even though we've pushed it a little further here. The nice thing is the multiple headphone jacks that match the microphone inputs, so that you really can have something that you can just all sit around and figure out. Now, the big thing for me that for a lot of these things is noise assist, but you don't really need that. If you're using this for live, that would be a problem. But if you're doing it in post, you can always pull those tracks, and you can definitely do as good as noise assist in post. So I don't think as a recorder that's as necessary. But it looks like a really great, kind of all-in-one solution. I'm really looking forward to Courtney getting it and giving us the true, feedback. Go ahead, John. I can't hear you, John.
Didn't click. I'd like to see a comparison between the Rodecaster Pro 2 and the Flow 8. I think they're pretty close.
They are. The thing that the Flow 8 doesn't have, I think, is those headphone jacks. So having individual headphone jacks for each person that's kind of set up to give you your mix minus, I think is a pretty slick setup, for specifically. I mean, I think that what they really did right was they said, this is for podcasting. This is a Podcaster Pro. It's not a mixer. It's not something you could use it for other things, but they very clearly managed expectations of what it's there to produce. And so I think that was a pretty good idea. Go ahead, Courtney.
And one other thing I forgot to mention is they made the interface a lot more flexible. Before you had, input 1 was on the leftmost channel slider, and 2 and 3 and 4, and you could change them, and then Bluetooth and so on. Now all of the inputs, all of the input channels, all of the sliders are programmable. You can put them in any order. You can put Bluetooth as number 1. You can put USB feed as number 2. Put your microphones on the right side, so you can rearrange them at will and then save your setup. So that's another interesting thing. You do have one less slider, I think, than before, because they were all dedicated before, but now they're programmable. So it's a little bit smaller, takes up a little bit less desk space than the original Rodecaster Pro.
I do find it fascinating that there are so many Australian companies that build so much good stuff. You have Rode, Blackmagic, Atomos, Decimator, like all of these companies are coming out of there. I have a theory that it's all because there are so many J cars in Australia. There's just a lot. Carl, do you think that my theory might be correct? That people can what is the deal? Why is
the real deal is we used to specialize in large manufacturing, so white goods and cars. They've all gone now, so they've all moved to Southeast Asia. So now we're specializing in high-end electronics and defense. So that's why.
And so that is it. It just seems like trying to figure out how that connects to just this explosion of people who are. So
after the Second World War, Australia invested heavily into defense technology, high-end defense technology. So we don't launch satellites, but we develop a lot of the stuff that goes into satellites. And so that's been supported by the government and by industry in Australia.
Right.
And we push heavily towards that because we have a customer that, lives between Mexico and Canada. So because of that, So,
There's a lot of electronics. A lot of people are working on electronics because it's large. You have a large customer that's
so because of that,
and
there's
the phrase
people that
mutton,
they'll
it's
spin
what
out.
America eats didn't take off.
So there's people that will spin out of these defense companies, and they'll spin out and make their own, and they because they want to make their own money rather than work for a big contractor, and so you'll get the Grants of the world out there who in Melbourne working in post production, and then he decided I think I could do this better. And he just started to produce the small things. As you saw, as Blackmagic started, they had just small things that were dedicated to fix problems for Grant that he had in post-production. And then they've branched out, made other products, and then consumed other companies, and off they go.
I'm sure it's pretty convenient that Australia might be partnered with 4 other countries to work on some of those satellite distribution processes. Anyway, so that's the secret. But there is a lot of, I will say that I am amazed at how many electronics, like we Radio Shack died because all they wanted to sell us was cell phones. And just to go back to it is every time I think about all these companies, all I think about is JCar. It's like Radio Shack on steroids. Like it's the old Radio Shack that if you took the old Radio Shack that we grew up with and then you made it 10 times cooler and then you put 250 in a country, that you got to the equivalent in the United States for population would be like 2,500 or 3,000 stores of just super, just the most awesome electronic store. Anyway, next question.
It's all fair dinkum. The next question is coming in from Douglas Carmichael. Guy, what was behind the decision to use Mimo Live for the one-button studio despite OBS being primarily not designed for streaming?
Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I believe it was because Oliver's just a cool dude. One of our techs had a relationship with him, and he found that the buttons that they have, they look like this on an iPad, we were using them with the ATEM. They had a plug-in a while back that used to cost a fee, but we figured out how to add graphics and whatnot, and we made some videos that were showing how to utilize this. And so when we got the one-button studio, the original one in, and we started putting 2 and 2 together, we're like, it needs more buttons than just one button. So we tried to figure out how to make it easy and simple. So this type of interface on a Mac is easy to program with Mimo Live, just for anything, just off-the-shelf Mimo Live. But then we needed other things like a splash screen and some other things to be able to make it do what we want. Because what happens is a student walks in, they put the USB stick in, it turns on the lights, turns on the camera, turns on the green screen light, which is the reflect media, and then turns on the mixer and the microphone. So like 5 things happen once you put that USB stick in. And so a lot of that's running off of Mimo Live and some special scripts that we had to make. So that's the reason why we chose it.
Next question.
Todd Weezer from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Anyone use any of the Loud Lab tools like Sound Desk and others? What are your thoughts?
So I use Sonic Atom. So Sonic Atom is this is the a lot of us in the past had used a Spectre, which gave us a lot of tools that allowed us to kind of see what's going on with our audio. And Spectre went, they disappeared, and it's still kind of in some kind of in between state. So while we have it, it hasn't really been updated. And so the most updated one that is cost effective, runs on the Mac, is Sonic Atom, and I think they've recently come out with a new version of it, which I haven't really looked at what the changes have been. But I will admit that it still doesn't have some of the features that Spectre had 10 years ago. And we have told them. so that we're like, hey, if you just add this one thing. So, but overall, I think it's a pretty powerful app, and it is what we use to look at a lot of our look at audio coming through. The real power of Sonic Atom or any audio scopes, is that especially when you're managing multiple streams, I can visually look over at something and know that there's something wrong. So I can, I can look over at levels, but not only that, I can look at the spectrogram and spectrograph. If I see in a spectrogram, if I see a little line going across my thing, I've got a buzz, and I've got, if I can see the color of it and understand that I've got noise in my signal. And so when you know what you're looking at, these scopes become super powerful. There's I don't know what they call it, something different for Sonic Atom, but a leisure zoom meter. It is, what it does is, they call it a goniometer, but it basically, they call it a stereo image visualizer. But what we use it for is if that signal goes 90 degrees, it means that we have a polarity issue somewhere. So that's so those are the kind of things that we put up, and you can visually see that and get to the bottom of it. I am kind of interested. I haven't been back to their site for a little while. I've also used Fluctus is a pretty good the audio editor for like loops. So it's really built for loops. And then your question drove me back to reminding me that SoundDesk, which is a virtual audio mixer for the Mac, I forgot about it, and I may now go see if I can download a copy and play with it a little bit. It looks actually pretty promising. Oops, now I got the wrong window. Yeah, next question.
Douglas Carmichael back again. The Yamaha Mod-X synthesizer has its keys on the key bed in groups, as shown here, and I have a link, instead of as individual keys. Is this a cost-cutting move, weight reduction move, or both?
Carl?
So it's got to do with injection molding. So this is how they're manufactured. Many moons ago, I used to work a 9 to 5. That included injection. Well, it was actually a 6 to 6. It was a 12-hour shift. That included injection molding. So I'm actually very familiar with how these kind of processes get done and the dies that have to be made to make these kind of parts. As far as the actual mechanism for how it works, so that's pretty straightforward. So you'll see here that the mechanism is itself, it's a spring loaded generally. So what you're not seeing here is a spring, and you're not actually seeing the actual electronics underneath. So the electronics underneath are what actually control it. And then what I've got circled here is what actually measures velocity and what measures aftertouch. So the red would be velocity and the blue would be aftertouch.
Injection molding, by the way, there's a second hour that we should do about that because it's so cool. Go ahead, Courtney.
Also, they manufacture keyboards with different numbers of keys, so and they usually expand by an octave or more. So producing a group that's an octave wide lets them, service multiple different keyboards for different synths with the same module.
Next question.
And it's from Nigel DeSalle from Austin, Texas. Audio app Clubhouse lays off staff as they say their strategy is shifting. They say they want to move away from news and sports. Does anyone have Clubhouse left in their strategy?
Good, John.
Answer is no. This is interesting. I've been watching media social networks for about 10 years now, and the attrition rate on Clubhouse was absolutely gigantic. And I've seen this happen over the last decade where there's huge adoption and the attrition rate goes to zero. This is a whole second hour conversation. And you'll know that 90% of media is consumed asynchronously. So people just don't consume stuff live.
Yeah. So I think the Clubhouse had a couple issues. No, the reason they spread that they grew so quickly is because their venture capital firms did a pump. Like they all, what they did is they jumped on something that they had invested in and started, creating a stir and pushing the value up artificially. And the problem is that, man, do you have to have if you're going to do something like that, you better have a great product. Like it has to be, because you no longer get to error correct because you suddenly are out. Here's the challenge with product launches is you only get to make that first impression once. So if someone jumps on and goes, wow, this is weird or whatever, getting them back is super hard. And so you want to have that organic growth and be able to figure out what's going to make it work and not work before you start trying. But so they just went out to prime time. They had fundamental issues. The way that they did the sharing of, you have to share people and text them and all this other stuff was super weird, like super. And it just, even though some of us did it to some degree, it was gooey. It's just very, very gooey. And you just felt like there was something wrong, like with what they were doing. And so I think that was really problematic. And then I also, on audio, you're lacking cues. So what you ended up with is lots of uncomfortable spaces as well. So you had lots of uncomfortable spaces, and you also had people talking over each other all the time. And then you had people bombing it. And then you had, the problem, there's a fundamental problem with people asking questions, which is that they're asking questions in a very long, drawn out way. And so it just made it not a great experience, and I think that's, they had a bunch of fundamental problems, with the way they designed that system. And I will say that it could be done better someday in the future. Next question.
Chris Widener from Lafayette, Indiana. I drool about the Panasonic box cameras, but my wallet says, look at the Zcam E2C. Has anyone here used the Zcam and any downsides?
Good guy.
Yeah, you're looking at one right now. This is the Zcam E2. It's a pretty nice camera. The things that I do like about it are the IP controls, so you can actually dig into everything from ISO, shutter speed, picture profile, sharpness, all of that through the LAN. So it shows up as an IP address. So it's got an Ethernet port. So Blackmagic, take note. I mean, it's nice to be able to just tap right into a camera and control everything and have a real-time preview. So the preview's nice. And it'll actually stream out SRT. I'm using the E2, not the E2C. So the E2 has more dynamic range. It does come with a bigger price tag. So the nice thing about these things is that dynamic range, and also that you can record raw over the HDMI. I did just, while we were talking, just popped open the other model that you're talking about, the Lumix box cam. The thing about these is they don't have a screen. So, you need to have an external screen. So the one that I use with the E2 is called the port keys. And with the port keys, you can actually control. So you'd have a big monitor on top, and you can touch the screen with the port keys. So that's the other interesting thing, is that these cameras have remote on the side. So you have good old length. So the reason why I have this is to be able to control it with the data video pan tilt head. So I'll be able to control iris and zoom through that remote. And so that's one of the cool things about these box style cameras.
Which data video pan tilt head do you use?
It's the PTR10. I have it, it's around the corner. It's heavy. It's a beast.
And how much is it?
It's $2,100. And so that's, when I started reading the instructions, everything referenced this camera, and it's because of that remote port. So a lot of cameras just don't have that remote port anymore. That length's like a thing of the past. So this one having it makes it interesting. And this is probably what I'll take to Infocom. Well, I'm definitely taking it as a backup, because this is what our OBS system uses at the high end. And that's a Micro Four Thirds. So this is the little brother. There's a BSH1 that is a full frame. So this is just a Micro Four Thirds.
Next question.
Daniel Ferguson from Thousand Oaks, California. Has anyone used the new Waves Clarity VX Pro AI noise suppression plugin for live use or post-production on recorded projects? Your thoughts on its quality and performance?
Good, Mitchell.
I'm sorry I have not gotten it yet. I'm waiting for the inevitable Waves deal going from $100 to $29. So when it goes there, I'm generally speaking, Waves makes really good quality plugins, and they're well designed, well built, well thought out. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But in actual use, I admit I have not gotten it yet because I'm greedy.
I really think I'm fascinated by their business model, and I don't know if they get anything out of it. Like, I don't know if they just made the things $29 all the time or whatever. I think they have this idea that they make it $129 all the you see these things at $129.99, and then they drop it to $29 for a limited amount of time, and so then you buy it. But you get very quickly, you understand with Waves, you should never buy anything from them other than the packages, the big bundles. But you should never buy anything from them that costs more than about $40. Like, you just wait them out, and eventually it'll show up. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Well, that's the business model, is that they're forcing you to wait because I don't want to buy it. I mean, I would spend $129 for a good quality noise suppression system, but the fact that I'd be a fool to do that when it costs $100.
But that's the problem,
more.
is it creates this by creating an artificial up and down of this process, it creates this stress. And then I literally went to buy something on Waves, and I just was like so frustrated by the fact that I need it right now. And I know that you just feel like not a smart consumer if you buy it from them at $129. So I went and spent a bunch more money on the new RX. I'm just going to go buy it there because I couldn't, because the business model made me feel like I can't buy it right now from them because it's $129. Like, I just couldn't I felt like I couldn't purchase it because I was going to pay 3 times more than it's going 4 times more than it was going to be for. So I just been thinking about it. Next question.
And it's from Chris Widener in Lafayette, Indiana. Other than Bluetooth, is there any way to force iOS to a particular set of audio settings? Last device detached can get a bit frustrating. Is this a likely improvement in the next iOS?
I sure hope so. It is really frustrating that you can't change the system. You can't easily change the system connection, especially within, Bluetooth still doesn't work. I mean, even the AirPod Pros don't. don't connect correctly half the time now. So it's still that process is still complicated. Next question.
John Nichols from Concord, California. For the office workspace, does anyone on the panel have experience with the oblong mezzanine systems? And there's a link there if you need to see it.
Has anyone looked at these? I don't. The oblong mezzanine. Wow. Well, are these a mezzanine online? Is that what we're looking at here? I that URL didn't get me. Let's see here, hold on.
Looks like a Cisco-driven big conference room system. It's got a camera below a set of widescreen monitors.
All I know is I accidentally, when looking for it, I accidentally ended up in Mezzanines Online, which is an equally cool website.
Ooh,
I was like, I opened it up and I was like, oh my goodness, this looks amazing. I thought they were talking about mezzanines. So this is so it's a kind of a screen system. So it's kind of a Cisco-y. Is it Cisco?
Driven by Cisco. It says that's one of their partners.
Yeah. Yeah, looks good. I think that it looks reasonable. I will say that I find, as a participant in it, I find conference rooms to be incredibly frustrating. Like I think that they're going to slowly die away because it's so frustrating to be in meetings. I think as we move to more and more online, I think that the numbers are really high. When companies say you have to come back to work, the rumors are the numbers are, high. People just deciding to get ready to go, and I think that they're just not going to be able to sustain this pressure to bring everybody back into offices, and we've seen them start and then stop when they realize they're going to lose a whole bunch of people that they've been there for a long time and engineering staffs. I just don't think they can do it. And so I think that we're going to keep on moving more and more towards people having individual spaces that they get to jump into. But these conference rooms are just, when you're on the outside of the conference room, it's just, there's no way to put enough lipstick on that pig to make it actually work. Go ahead, Bill. In
support of your assertion, it was interesting to me that Apple very famously and very publicly had hired somebody really high up in the chain, one of their big tech directors, and he left to go back to Google after saying, I won't do it, period. And what scares me is that the people below the line, all the workers won't have the option to be able to say that, but the people at the top who have truly unique skills will not accept going back and sitting in whatever office you want to put them in. And so there may be a further pressure to divide classes of people along that way. That's scary to me, and I hope not.
I think that the issue, though, is that as we move into an online world, I think that there's lots of jobs that are going to be not necessary to be in one location. A retail job you can't get around, but I think that when you talk about a lot of these jobs, you could do them anywhere in the world, and people will immediately say, "Well, that means that all those jobs will get outsourced," and it's not necessarily the truth because a lot of people sent call centers, like to do custom help. They sent it overseas, and many of those call centers have not been successful, and they came back to the United States, or they came back to, especially for higher end products, they came back to the United States because cultural differences. Just the person doesn't understand what you're talking. They don't understand the idioms. They don't understand what you're trying to actually get done. And so I think that there's still, but I will say that it's never been more important for people to constantly train themselves. So things like this, office hours, you have to keep learning all the time. If you're going to be in a country that has a average, if the average income is over about $20,000 a year, you have to consider yourself in a place where you have to keep churning on knowledge, or you will get replaced, by a machine or by another person somewhere else in the world. So as the online builds up, the pressure to constantly educate and constantly improve yourself, if you're in an area where you have more expensive cost of living, you can't. People grew up with jobs where they could just do the same thing for their whole lifetime. And that's been fading for a long time, but it's going to start accelerating a lot. Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, when you outsource for cost, you always insource back again because it never works out. When you outsource for flexibility, it changes the model you're looking at. Yeah. And that's an important differentiation that everybody ends up going through. I'll tell you, what's interesting to me is the building to the right of where I live is a brand new 35-story building that Google has built. The building just slightly to the left of where I live, which is going to be the tallest building in Austin, Facebook just took the first 33 floors. And you got to wonder, they did that, and Facebook did that in January, so it wasn't any surprise in terms of they didn't know this back to work thing was going to happen. And my guess is the local authorities gave them tax breaks because they will be bringing people into the economy. And I have to tell you, if those people don't come into the economy, some of those tax breaks aren't going to work. And that's going to get very interesting for some municipalities.
Yeah. And I think that the real thing is that I don't think you need to give people tax breaks. You just need to make sure that in your municipality, you can get cost-effective 1 gig connections, 1 gig symmetrical connections. All of my friends that have been moving out of the Bay Area, I have lots of friends that are moving out, are like the first thing that they figure out when they're looking at a community in Kansas, in North Carolina. They want to see 2 ISPs, so they don't feel like they're boxed in with a 1 gig symmetrical under $150 a month. And that is like, and there's plenty of them out there. And there's like databases now, people figuring that out. And they want to see, where is Google Fiber? Where are where's FiOS? Where are these things? And I think that municipalities really need to focus on, getting their fiber sorted out, because I know that Starlink is great and I have one, but it's not a replacement for fiber. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, to Nigel's point, Insight just built a building right outside my window, and it's a purpose-built facility that has all kinds of experimentation. So it's one of those few office buildings that also has a need that you can't do remotely because they've got electron microscopes and laboratory equipment and things like that. So it's really interesting to see how it's been built to be different than other typical buildings.
But I just will keep on reiterating that for small towns, dig into ISP. Like dig into making sure that you can provide that and figure out how you're going to make it an attractive place. There's never been a bigger opportunity for small, rural, small towns. I grew up in a small town. We did have a stoplight though, one that we mostly listened to, and 1,100 people or whatever. And I've been thinking about this for a long time of how, and they have an ISP right downtown, so it's $90 for a 1 gig connection. So anyway, next question. Freeport, Pennsylvania. If you're looking
Roscoe
for a good place,
Jones from Brea, California, which is a relatively good-sized town. He wants to know, where should the NAMM field crew have breakfast?
Carl?
So Galaxy's Edge would be my first choice in Anaheim, but that's if you're going to start if you're going to Disneyland. But the original Pancake House. So we have something very similar here in Adelaide that's open 24 hours a day. So if you just look up the original Pancake House, there we go. So it's in Anaheim. It opens from 6 till 2. Yep. So you can get sweet and get savory. It's right across the road.
Go ahead, John.
My vote is France. I would say get it in a rocket, go to France, and have breakfast there.
Get some excellent croissants. Go ahead, Mitchell.
John, where can you get the all-you-can-eat lobster breakfast? I'm telling you, you've got to know.
Go ahead, Bill.
It must be 5 a.m. assembly at the closest Waffle House, because you will see the people that actually make the world function there at 5 a.m. every morning.
Courtney?
Well, you're missing the obvious one, Roscoe. Obviously, you ought to go to Roscoe's House of Chicken and Waffles, and it's close by there on Harbor Boulevard. And they have great chicken and great waffles so you can have breakfast and or lunch right there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Next question.
Goxel in Plano, Texas. I'm looking for a video player that can play very high-resolution content on a limited-resolution display. Zoom should crop out of the original content, not interpolate up from a display resolution. What is what Chromium does? Which is what Chromium does.
Go ahead, Carl.
So VLC. So I'm able to get VLC to play 8K, and then I can have that 8K either show up pixel for pixel on a 1080 monitor, so you're only seeing a tiny fraction of the 8K, or you can scale down. But VLC, if you go into the advanced settings, you've got some pretty good hooks there to be able to go out to whatever display you want. But you do have to go into the advanced settings to get these things to kind of work.
Next question.
Chris Sabato from Albany, Oregon. Has anyone used the Punctum Q110 digital belt pack? It seems like a pretty simple and basic IP-based comms system that's fairly plug and play. It's a Rydell product, so it has a big name behind it.
I think the only question I have is mostly, is it Rydell or Riedel? Or Rydell?
Riedel.
I'm pretty sure it's Riedel. Yes, that's
Oh,
what he
you
would
guys.
say. No, we all, everyone seems to say it differently. There are certain names that come up, but so this is a new, it does, are they going for a lower cost solution that is not their main? So the belt packs that Riedel make are the Bolero is their big wireless system. It looks like maybe they're looking for a cost-effective or a more cost-effective solution. Riedel is kind of known for being the most expensive solution, and usually the most complicated solution and the best solution. I mean, here's what I'll say is that Riedel is really good at what it does. It's a very clean, but it is very, it's much more difficult to manage. And so, you never do Riedel on a large venue without having someone that's going to manage your comms, because it's a thing. But this one looks like relatively cost effective. I don't quite understand it. Does it need a base station, or is it just connecting to a bunch of other things? I don't know. It's interesting. We'll have to do some more research on that. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael is here with the question. Celemony is offering 50% off on upgrades to Melodyne Studio. There's a link there for it. I haven't used Melodyne, but the audio to MIDI feature looks appealing. How well does it work?
Go ahead, Carl.
It works pretty well. So MIDI is a pretty basic system. So all Melodyne is doing is because Melodyne's an auto-tune software essentially. So all it's doing is it's looking for the closest note to whatever you're playing in audio, and it just assigns a MIDI note to that. So that's how it's doing it. It's kind of doing auto-tune in reverse. So regardless of what you play, so you can play it even on a recorder or a guitar. But there are many instruments and many software that can do this. I believe Logic has a way of doing this. It knows what note you're playing. So very basic system. But Melodyne is kind of good. But if you're only using it for that kind of function, there are other free plugins into Logic and other things that are much better.
Oh, they actually work better than it?
Well, if you're only using audio to MIDI is a very simple thing that someone could write in Python, to be honest. So
right.
It's usually something free. If you're buying Melodyne just for that, then you're spending a lot of money on something that's generally a very cheap or free plugin.
Right. Yeah, and Melodyne it is very popular, a very popular plugin to do auto tuning. So auto tuning is obviously correcting for someone's inability to hit the notes quite right. I have some friends that do a lot of work using Melodyne to subtly correct folks that couldn't quite get it right on the performance that they had. A lot of it's like it's not so much studio work. I mean, sometimes it's studio work, but a lot of it is they did a live performance that didn't quite hit it, and they're going to put it out for reissue, and they go in and tune it just a little bit. So Melodyne's but it's a very powerful tool, and of course you can turn the knobs all the way up and get something entirely different. Next question.
Chris Widener from Lafayette, Indiana. So now that Alex has seen the mezzanines online, are you thinking about more changes to your home studio due to high ceilings?
Oh, yeah. Like it looks amazing. I was like, what is this? Like I had the wrong thing and ended up with just these incredible, I don't even know. I got to think about all the options here. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, just taking the question a little bit seriously about ceilings and how it affects audio in any space, it is a serious consideration, and sometimes little changes make a big difference. I know that I've worked in spaces that have high ceilings that has helped, particularly if there's a lot of equipment and if the ceiling has any kind of treatment on it, you will not get those bounce reflections off the ceiling. I've also worked in places where a high ceiling, particularly like a home that has been clear storied or something like that can be an absolute nightmare for audio, because it takes what would be an acceptable bounce delay and turns it into one where it's coming really late, 300-400 milliseconds, your first order reflections coming back, and it's just ugly. So just understand that ceiling height and ceiling reflectivity is going to have a big deal to do with your audio, and pay attention to that. Even the popcorn kind of ceilings of the 50s and 60s. I actually, in my old studio, had flat ceilings, and I had to put absorbers on my auto poles to kill some of those reflections. When I came over here, it has that older style gnarled popcorn ceiling, and I didn't have to put them up at all. It made that much of a difference, even in a standard size room.
Yeah, yes, I am thinking about a second floor for my studio now. So it would be really cool. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael, after Chris Huget, chief designer of the Novation Peak Summit, died of cancer in 2020, it took Novation 2 years to fix major bugs in the firmware. With Dave Smith's passing, do you think we'll see similar issues with sequential products?
Go ahead, Carl.
So Chris Huggett, of course, he's been making since the 70s. I own the Summit, so I own pretty much Novation's flagship.
And Carl, I got to ask you something before we go a little further. You have a lot of noise. Is that something that's behind you? What is
torrential rainfall on the roof?
Oh, got it. Okay, sorry.
It's middle of winter here, so
yeah. No, I was wondering what that was.
I'll speak a little bit closer to the microphone.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, so Novation. So with Novation, of course, Chris Huggett was involved in the making of the Summit, which is Douglas has the Peak, which is the 8-voice version, desktop version. So I bought the synth before Chris Huggett passed away, so I had the synth pretty much version 1.2, I believe it was, or maybe 1.1. There's no major bugs. It worked perfectly. What it was is the way some companies work is they'll get feedback from artists saying, hey, I wish it could do this. And because these analog synths are digitally controlled, you can actually kind of do that. It's kind of, they want to control, synths like this, they're usually hardwired into what they can do. But people like me, we want to do what a modular synth can do. So I want this to actually affect that. Can you do that in firmware? And so I get this long laundry list in firmware, a long laundry list the company gets from feedback from people like me, and they just say what can be done, what can't be done, or what has to be done later on. Because it's got 2 FPGAs in there, it's actually got multiple FPGAs in there, they can do this. So when they did 2.0, they did an enormous update. It wasn't a bug fix. It was all these features they were adding in from customers. And this is the really cool thing about modern synths that are analog signal path, but digitally controlled with FPGAs. So you can actually upgrade the synths. And it does look like they've changed the firmware completely. And it's not a complete change. It's all these added features that are being put in. Roland has just done, in the last week, Roland has done the exact same thing with the Jupiter as well. They're not at NAMM. So Roland have just done their release minus NAMM, essentially.
Next question.
Next question from Nigel DeSalle in Austin, Texas. Looking for lower price studio monitors. I'm not mixing for professional use. Is there a good Dante option?
I don't know about Dante speakers. Go ahead, Carl.
Dante would be a little bit of can be done, but Ultranet is done as well. So Turbo Sound have Ultranet. So Turbo Sound is in the family of Behringer, and Clark Technic technically is Ultranet. It's Clark Technic technology. But I would always go with the Yamahas. It depends how cheap we're talking. So the Yamahas are maybe $400 US per speaker for their 5 inches. You do have the Behringer version of the Yamahas, which you're only saving a couple of $100. I personally would go with the Yamahas and then get the Behringer copies of them, because the Behringer ones are actually very good, but they're actually very close to the Yamaha price because they're very good. So they're not saving too much with the Behringer ones. But yeah, so I would suggest the Yamaha series, which is their H series, which is a 5, a 6, and an 8. So that's the size of the speakers. But that's what I'll choose if you're at the lower end, and they will have a lot of punch. You can buy the subwoofer that goes with them as well. You don't have to. But that's what I would suggest for under $1,000 for monitors.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, more and more speakers now are self-powered, so it is possible to drive them with a Dante network, and kind of a novel way to get the audio there, because it gives you so many more options to put it on that router matrix that Dante provides. So I think that's a reasonable suggestion, Dante into a powered speaker like Carl was saying.
Good, John.
Nigel, for you, anything? I guess I presume the 100,000 is medium price, the lower price. Then you should go with Genelex.
Yeah, the Genelex are great. I mean, they're very good. I am part of my system right now is at the office, but I bought speakers that I'm slowly going to put together for a 714. And because there were so many speakers, I didn't want to spend a ton of money on them. I just needed something that I can review things on. And I went with the JBL 305s. So these are they're not super expensive. They're about $300 a pair. And they've been pretty good. Like they're good for what I use them for, so if I want to listen to stuff and hear where it's coming from, I wouldn't mix a album in them, so, but they let me work on some directional stuff that has been useful for me so far. Go ahead, Mitchell. And they're not Dante. You would just use an Avio and just just stick it in there and then you just have Ethernet to each one. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Well, now that John has mentioned Genelec, which is my favorite speakers in the world, I have a pair of near field, but the minute I get that bug in my head for 5.1 or 7.4 like Alex has, it's going to be a lot of money going out of my pocket.
Yeah, and I just wasn't ready to do that for my own personal use. Go ahead, Bill.
I have the 305s too. I have a pair of JBL 305s. I had moved down from, oh gosh, why am I forgetting the name? The 805s. Mackie 805s. They were too big for my meter bridge here. But the funny thing was, I was a little unhappy with them for the first couple of months I was in here. And I realized it was probably the nature of this square room and the fact that I had relatively hard walls. The ceiling was fine, but I elevated them 18 inches on stands and tilted them down, and every problem that I had just disappeared. So often you can take a decent speaker that isn't the highest of high ends, and just with the geometry of how the sound comes out of the speakers and rolls around the room, make vast improvements in what you get.
Go ahead, Nigel.
Thanks for the suggestions. I just wanted to add something to what John said, which is happy to sell. We've sold recently a set of Sonos Faber speakers are about 7 or 8 feet high with Macintosh amps for our home theater, $250,000.
That's great. Yeah, and the ones that we've had in the office in the past, so when we were doing some other work, was the JBL 705Ps, which were great. And those are about $1,100 each. Next question.
And Douglas Carmichael returns with a question: is Melodyne worth purchasing for someone that doesn't deal much, if at all, with vocal tracks?
Go ahead, Carl.
No.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Next question.
Ryan Rademan from Chicago, Illinois. What are your opinions on the AirPods third generation compared with AirPods Pro?
Go ahead, John.
This is interesting because I have the original ones, and then the Pros came out, but then they've been talking about the new version of the Pros too, which are going to have AR capabilities. So as you're walking around, it will be telling you where to go inside the mall or to the train station. So I'm waiting for the next generation of AR-based AirPod Pro 2s to come out very soon.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
There can be issues with them, but I got to tell you, they have changed my life in a couple of ways, much for the better. And it's not entirely about their sound. If you are looking to chase the absolute best sound, this is probably not the right solution for you. There are plenty of headphones and expensive in-ear monitors that are more accurate. But the ability to use them easily. I mean, I go out and do a mile or two, sometimes 3 every day of just walking. I tend to listen to audiobooks while I do that. And the way it just works, flipping open the top, putting it in your ear, and then forgetting about it, because everything else auto attaches and it knows that it should be pairing with my watch, and it does that. It's literally about a 4-second process to put it in, get right back to where I was, my audiobook, listen to it, and walk with so few interruptions in that process. That magic that Apple has put together in terms of making the user interface flawless. Now, I'm not saying it's flawless, and I found myself in issues when, I've decided to watch a movie in the living room and I'm going to repair them with that. Then I have to come back and I have to get a few little things solved. But if you use them for one kind of thing over and over again, like exercise, the system is just so transparent and so easy that it encourages you to do that more often, which is what I'm looking for. And the sound is pretty dang good for that.
Yeah, I think there's a huge jump between the AirPods Pro and the and the AirPods themselves. I mean, there's definitely a huge jump in audio quality and mic quality. They sound better when you're talking to somebody. I think that the Ultimate Ear, these little fits that that both Nigel and I we formed on one after hours, I think they sound better. And they're more comfortable. I'm less worried about them falling out, and they sound better all at one time. The only downside of them is that the microphone is not as good as the AirPod Pros. And so if I'm going to primarily be listening to something, I might go out if I'm working out. I've now kind of moved to the fits because I'm not talking to anyone while I'm working out. So they especially working out, they feel like they're going to stay there a lot more. I'm getting better audio quality. So those are things that I really like to use these with. And then, but the main thing though is that it's the mic quality was problematic. Like I thought that the Ultimate Ears were going to become my day-to-day. That's all I'm going to use. But I was corrected by my producer saying, what happened to your mic? Like, this doesn't sound good. Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, so they are replacing the floors on the apartment above us at this point, and those are wood floors stuck to concrete. And so that's what my Friday was like. And so I got a chance to try all the headsets I have to see if I could hear anything. I have to tell you, the Ultimate Ears did the best job of allowing me to listen to my calls. No microphone under the sun, noise assist turned up to 7,506, can do anything to get rid of the noise of the jackhammer. But if you really want the isolation of sound, I found the Ultimate Ears of the AirPods and the AirPod Maxes, of all of them, was the most effective.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I will just also add a +1 for Apple's Find My thing, because I came back from walking one day and I realized I only had one of my earphones in, and I went, oh no, I've got to go find it. So I was all ready to go invoke Find My and drive around the neighborhood my entire walking route until I found it. And it turned out that when I took my shirt off, it knocked it into the hamper and it was below all the clothes. But that turned a 15-minute search for my lost AirPod into a 30-second, oh, there it is. I made it beep and I found it. That was worth its weight in gold, just in terms of the lowering of anxiety.
Yeah. My only thing about the Find My is that at least once a day, it tells me I left my AirPod Pros behind when they're in my pocket. Like, yeah. I just like, I don't understand. Like, you've left them behind. And I'm like, they're right here. Next question.
Todd Weezer from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. What are the must-have audio insert and effect plugins for ensuring audio is properly shaped and handled for production?
Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, for production recording, the most important thing that I find an outboard piece of equipment or a plug-in must have is a bypass button, because I don't like to record with anything in the line other than perhaps a roll-off, a low-frequency roll-off for recording voice. And the only reason you do that is to eliminate things like boom handling noise if you're recording production for film or television, or wind noise that can cause distortion in the upper frequencies or can overload the mic preamp's inputs. So the only time I would use that is to roll off the low frequency to get rid of the below 80 hertz noise that could interfere with the ability to capture the full spectrum of sound. And I'd save all of those inserts and modifications for post-production, where you have the ability to sit there and tune them to your heart's content.
Good, Carl.
So I'm going to suggest Finalizer. So this used to be hardware, now it's software. It's pretty hard to explain exactly what it does. It does a lot of things. Watch some YouTube videos based on it. But essentially this we found in most people's kits as far as production, as in music production, and it always used to be found, the hardware version was found in every TV truck. So it's essentially was used in compression, and it was a multi-layered compression that they were doing in TV trucks and stuff. But I'll take a look at this software and just some short YouTube videos based on this software. You'll understand its value as far as the end part of production.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, Carl, I have the hardware version right behind me, and it works great. But if I was starting out and I just needed an all-around good package, I'd go to Isotope and buy the Nectar or the RX-7, I think, or 9 that they have, which is great for post-production work. And if you have the patience, you could wait for Waves to drop it down to $29 and buy something from them.
Yeah, the RX, I would say from a post-production perspective, the isotope are just must-haves in your pipeline. As far as just inserts and effect plugins, I don't know about plugins, but the things that I probably add the most are some kind of expander and compressor. Just to push a couple things out, pull a couple things together. Those are the things that I used to use it very aggressively, and I now use it pretty softly, like a 1.5 to 2 or to 2x compressor, digging down into like -18, -20, depending on what I have there after it's been normalized, and just kind of pull the conversation together a little bit without going crazy. Next question.
Chris Widener from Lafayette, Indiana. What iOS dock would you recommend for an iPad Pro with USB-C to be able to have Ethernet power and HDMI at a fixed desk?
Good, Mark.
So I don't have one of these, but OWC makes some great products, and they have a USB-C travel port that has HDMI, Ethernet, and USB. So it should work really well, and it should also charge the iPad.
Good, John.
That's a great answer, Mark. I ran into the same issue where I came out of my iPad and tried to connect it into my interface for a soundboard, and I bought a USB 2-to-1 so I could power it and run the USB over into my soundboard. So my soundboard is now operational.
Go ahead, Nigel.
What? Yeah, so I'm a fan of the Hitachi products. So my iPad sits on one of those. It doesn't have an Ethernet, but they do say on the website that you can use some of their dongles with iPads, and they have 100 ways to do this. And I found the products I've had from them worked well.
I just, from an accent perspective, I just want to make sure it's in the United States, we would normally call it Hitachi, or are we talking about the same? Are we saying
No,
it's Hitachi. Sadichi. Am I probably pronouncing wrong?
Sadichi. Oh, okay, got it. Okay. I thought, because I was like, Hitachi makes a thing. So I was confused. All right. Next question.
Chris Widener from Lafayette, Indiana. When looking up company names for a project, where do you search so as not to run into problems conflicting names like Worldwide Pants Inc.?
Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, the best place to search to be safe if you're going to be publishing or setting up a company and that you're going to have a public exposure is the USPTO, which is the United States Patent and Trademark Office, and you can search trademarks there. So you can search for, it has a very good search engine, and so you can search for any word or combination of words to see if there are live trademarks already registered for that particular name. Now, of course, this will only show you the registered trademarks. There may be people using that trademark in business that haven't registered it yet. And a good place to search for that is there are databases you can find for searching for corporate names. So if you just search for whatever name you're thinking about using and plug it into a corporate name database search, you can see if there's corporations that are registered using that particular name. And so you might look at where they are and how they're using that name and what business they're in to see if you're going to come up with a conflicting name. There can be different companies using the same name as long as they're not in the same type of business. So you can register a trademark with the same name as long as you're not selling or offering for sale the same type of business as the trademark holder.
Good, John.
Defer to the gentleman from California. TESS, TESS is the name of the USPTO database search.
Nigel?
Yeah, I agree with John. I defer to the other thing. If you think of a really good name for your product, make sure, as was said, it's in a different. You check the business segment you're in. I have to tell you that every Greek god, every Latin god, everything you can think of that is just the best idea for your product or your service has gone, unless you can put together two words that don't fit together. Worldwide Pants is a really good example of that. And either concatenate them or use them. Don't get married to your name too hard, because the chances are if it's a great name, somebody else owns it.
Mitchell?
I don't think David Letterman is giving up Worldwide Pants anytime soon. The other consideration is that if you have a name, you got to make sure you can get a domain for it. And it's hard to get an exact domain match because most word combinations out there have been scooped up by other people that have businesses. I've got a company called Secret Agency, And I get calls at least 2-3 times a week where people want that domain. So domain is the other half of the equation there for you.
Don't search GoDaddy. Like, don't search GoDaddy or any major one. If you're thinking of a name, Hover is actually pretty safe. But if you search GoDaddy, there's a high probability that they'll buy it and then try to sell it back to you at a much higher rate. So they are shysters. Don't use GoDaddy for anything. Go ahead, Courtney.
And here's a tip on registering a domain. Even if somebody else already has that domain, if you and they don't have that registered as a trademark, if you've been using that name in business, let's say you registered a corporation in that name several years ago and have been using it in business but never registered the trademark, if you can apply for and receive trademark registration, you can actually take back that domain from anyone who's using it if they're using it in the same business that you're in, because that happened to me. I was able to get the trademark for my prompting company from some guy in Chicago that had been using it. And when I had been operating a company under that name registered in California for 15 years. So by registering it, I was able to force him to turn the domain name over to me. Otherwise, he could be sued for trademark violation.
I worked for a company that had a lot of sci-fi names, and someone had bought all of them, bought all of them and came to them and said, "Hey, I did a service. I bought all the names that are connected to your series, and I'm willing to sell them back to you." And they said, "Yeah, sure, we'll pay you what you paid for them." And he said, "Oh no, I want." And they were like, "Okay, well, talk to our lawyers." and it took about a couple of weeks, and he sold them for what he paid for them. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael is back with a question. With the passing of Dave Smith, I'm thinking of adding a sequential synth to my setup. Would an OB6 be a solid choice as a contrast to the Novation Peak and Roland Phantom?
Go ahead, Carl.
It is a Novation Peak. So you got to understand that the company that owns Novation owns Sequential. So they're all the same company, owns Oberheim. This is Focusrite. So Focusrite is a parent company of all these synth companies. And the reason why these are actually, so when these companies sold to Focusrite, they did so, it was single operators. So Chris Huggett owned Novation essentially. He was controlling asset of Novation. Tom Oberheim owns Oberheim, the name, and Dave Smith kind of owns a name. Dave Smith Instruments, which got brought back into Sequential. All three of these giants in the synth industry each did the contracts to go sell their companies back to Focusrite because they were in retirement age. These guys, they were at the peak in the 70s and the 80s, so they now want to retire and cash in on that. But if you got the gas and you want to buy stuff, I wouldn't do the OB6. So as far as value in the future, I would go, with the Prophet 5. So you're paying an extra $100, but the Prophet 5, the modern version of Prophet 5, there's Prophet 10 as well, will hold its price for a lot longer. I know that the OB6 is not going to hold its price because Behringer's about to release theirs in a couple of weeks. So just to let you know.
Behringer's doing one that's very similar, but half the cost.
They are. Oh yeah. So they have said theirs is $1,500 US maximum price. Yeah. So they've announced that this is their next synth. They're just waiting on chips to come in. Apparently it's the MIDI chips. So the MIDI control chips are what they're waiting on.
I didn't know until you said that. Yeah, Focusrite owns Focusrite, Focusrite Pro, Martin Audio, Atom Audio, Novation, Amplify Music, Optimal Audio, and Sequential. And it was created by Rupert Neve.
That's right.
I didn't.
Rupert Neve created that when he
Yeah. I didn't put all those pieces together until just now. So anyway, when we talk about what we learned, there we go. I have some random data that'll be useful at some dinner someday. All right, next question.
Chris Widener from Lafayette, Indiana. When looking at kits, what would you consider a simple medium kit versus a starter kit?
Go ahead, Bill.
I'm not sure we can easily figure out what area you're thinking about because there are video kits, audio kits, lighting kits, presence on the internet kits. So without a few more further details, I'm not sure if I know how to. Maybe the other guys have figured it out.
Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, I had pinged him, and it's a live stream kit. So this would be a pretty cool kit as it's sitting on my desk now, camera with SDI out. So that's the BGH1. And if you look at the back, it's got SDI and Genlock and timecode. MixPre 10 with, well, I would take that wireless out. That Mickey's not going to approve, so let me take that. Get that out of there. Oh, I can't get it out with one hand. And then this is the Epiphone Pearl, which takes in SDI, and it's power over Ethernet. And this gives you H.265 at 1.5 megabit up. So if you want to get out of somewhere, this will give you, a way of getting out. And then you got your XLR in. So XLR out of the MixPre into here, SDI to here, into there, and off you go. So pretty nice kit.
Go, John.
Chris, I'll hit you up in Discord. We have a bronze, a silver, and a gold package. In addition to those, Roscoe Jones has his gold list, and it's really good, laid out with tons of information.
Go ahead, Carl.
So the Blackmagic Broadcast G2, you can now, the USB, it essentially has a web presenter built into it. So from the camera itself, you can stream directly to an ATEM streaming bridge anywhere in the world. So pretty much that camera now with the firmware update is pretty much a turnkey solution for anyone who has a phone or, a Nighthawk. Pretty much you just need a USB to the internet, and that camera will do everything. There are similar cameras, and they're updating it so it can do some other protocols as well, hopefully. But at the moment, it's just doing to the streaming bridge. But that's a pretty much a turnkey solution. It's Super 35 if you want it. You can put the B4 on there and get 4K via B4. So EF mount via 6K Super 35. So it kind of does a bit of everything, that camera. And you got $250. Focus demand, $250 zoom demand, which is kind of ridiculous compared to, so that can also be used as well if you want to go down that road.
So those demands work with the G2?
Yep. Not only that, they work with $100,000 box lenses from Canon and Fuji. So they will actually run those box lenses, which you're going to print most likely.
They're not running it. The camera's running it because you have the data port out of the front of the camera that goes into it, which is standardized.
Right. So the Hirosi's coming out of the front. Yeah. So that Hirosi's coming out, but this is actually something that Canon don't do. So Canon requires you to hook up your focus demand and zoom demands directly to the lens. So they've got ports in that actually, the cable from the focus demand, the Canon ones that are $2,000 each, they go directly to the ports in the lens. So that's how they work. So they'd actually never go through a camera. They never go through the Sony camera. Let's say you put it on a Sony or, Grass Valley. They just go directly to the lens from your controls. With Blackmagic, you actually use the Blackmagic controls. They go into the camera. Then the Hiroshi from the camera goes to any lens, any model lens, technically digitally controlled, that via the Hiroshi. And they can do iris, zoom, and focus. As long as it's fully servo. If it's part servo, you can only do the servo part.
What's the connection between those demands and the camera? How are they attaching?
For the Blackmagic?
Yeah.
USB-C.
And does that work with the 12K as well as the...
No. So big one there, no. So the Broadcast, I believe, was the first one to have it. The reason why is because the protocol input. So as far as I'm aware, the 12K, now they could do it in firmware, but the 12K has USB out only.
Right.
Whereas, so if it makes sense, because you're recording out. With the Broadcast G2, its USB is technically bi-directional. Well, they're always bi-directional, but it supports it. Now, they could do a firmware upgrade on the 12K to allow focus, but they're thinking the 12K is more of a cinema camera, not a live production camera. The main reason for that is the 12K can't accept B4 lenses. Right. So that's the other thing. 12K, in no way, there's no mount, there's nothing you can do to do B4 lenses. You put B4 lenses on the G2, the old G2, with the 15 stops of dynamic range, or the Broadcast G2, that can do it as well. But it can't do it on the 12K because the 12K can't accept B4 lenses, so therefore it's redundant.
And the 12K also can't be colored. You can't paint the 12K remotely, just in case you're wondering. Not that I'm bitter. Go ahead, Bill.
I'm going to gently push back on my dear friend Mickey, who it may be that he doesn't like the AVX system, but I've used one for about 4 years now, and I've never had a circumstance where it's failed me, and I've never had a client push back on the audio quality. Is it as good as the higher end Sennheisers and Sonys and everything else? Probably not. But again, I've just never gotten any pushback on it, and the pairing is so simple, and it works in a band that's outside of the really confusing 2.5 megahertz and the rest of the things that are really used up. So to me, it's been a real godsend.
Next question.
Douglas Carmichael, how do you streamline the programming processes when working with large-scale lighting and video systems? Do you define groups of instruments and apply actions to those groups?
For the lighting, I would say we need Tlaloc here, and he's working on the next hour right now. So he's in the background doing that. For me, it's a lot of it is really thinking it out, drawing it out, making sure that you know how it's going to work. Next question.
And it's from Ryan Rademan from Chicago. Looking for a high-quality wireless keyboard. Has anyone purchased or gotten to use the Logitech MX Keys or MX Mech?
I've looked at them. I have to admit that I'm not a wireless keyboard person. Like I find that eventually the battery dies when I need it, right in the middle of when I need it, and so I generally won't use them. so that's kind of my that's kind of my so I haven't played with these ones. Next question.
And it's from Douglas Carmichael again. The U.S. Department of Defense has been a fan of using Star Wars references, Jedi, Kessel Run, etc., for defense projects. Why could that be, and wouldn't those trademarks be owned by Disney, Lucasfilm, and thus need a hefty licensing fee?
Very good, Carl.
So I'd suggest looking up, you could probably Google it, the news articles about George Lucas not happy with the Reagan administration using Star Wars. So you can look that up and find out George Lucas's own opinion on that.
And most of those, I think, are internal references. Like and a lot of companies use a lot of things that are copywritten for internal purposes as opposed to external. They're not trying to release a product with them. Go ahead, Bill.
And also don't forget how long ago that original Star Wars movie came out. I'm sure the 10-year-olds then are often the engineers and the people working in mid-level positions in those things. And it resonates with them. That works.
And last question for this hour.
Michael Fosbein from Woodstock, Georgia. What are the price points on those low, medium, and high-end streaming kits?
Go, John.
So we posted these, I don't know, a year and a half ago in Discord. Probably need to be updated. The bronze package was like $300. That included lights. Silver was like 15, 17, and the gold was 20 grand.
There you go. All right. We are moving on to our next hour. I think we've got a couple hours in front of us. We have a team on the ground, and I am not hosting it. I'm going to be watching. So we're going to hand it off. Carl, you're taking over for this
right.
hour.
So,
is that right?
So it looks like we're going to roll credits for this particular show.
Okay.
And then we're going to have a 5-minute countdown. So the people in the back end can do their thing.
Okay.
And then we'll come back.
Excellent. Let's do it. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the
the latest which is happening in the world of music and music instruments and the music industry and professional audio. So I'd like to go around and just introduce the panel. So these will be the panelists with us for the time being, and then we will get out to the field and we'll actually get to see the guys out that are on the floor out there at Anaheim in the convention center. So we've got here with Bill Davis. He's going to be helping us read the questions today. We've got Mitch Hill. He's going to be with us giving his expert advice. We've got Courtney, who's got a long history in audio. We've got Tom Ferguson, again, another expert in audio in the background. John Preto, who's got audio equipment all around him, so that's a big tick. We got Nigel, who's got a lot of audio equipment. That's good for listening. We got Danny, and he's showing off his guitar at the moment. We got Talak. Talak is actually one of our interested people in lighting and staging, which we do have a whole section there at NAMM that concentrates on this, and I'm sure he's used to audio equipment as well in the industry he's in. We got Jeff Francis, an educator and a veteran from Sony Music in the past as well. Todd Reynolds, our fiddle player, one of the maestros of office hours, and TJ Asher, one of our great minds as well in the audio field. So we'll be with you for the next few hours live. And as I said, you can use Mukana to ask questions. Now you can ask questions to the field team, and you can also ask questions to the panel as well. So feel free to put in your questions into Mukana, and we'll make sure they go to the right people at the right time. So essentially, if you want to ask a question about a particular product, you can say, hey, look, when you get to Yamaha, we'll be able to see if we can get those questions to the people at Yamaha, but that question may not be answered by the panel. It may be answered by the field team when they get to the Yamaha booth. So also, there's no problem as well to use the Mukana Chat, and use the Mukana Chat to tell us what kind of area you'd like to see in there. So we do want to be really interactive with you. So if you're a Mukana producer and you'd really want to see a particular company, get into the Mukana Chat. We've got people in the back end who will see that as well, and we can generate tags in Mukana as well for you to ask questions specifically for that manufacturer. So what I'll do first, I'll open up to just a panel discussion with our panelists here, so they can just have any first thoughts on what they hope to see at NAMM and what they may have already seen at NAMM already from the particular videos that have come out in the last 24 hours. So I guess I'll go first. So essentially what I've seen from our friends, especially at Sonic State and maybe at Sweetwater, the videos that we've already seen coming out, I'm seeing a lot of updates to current equipment and not necessarily a lot of new hardware that requires a lot of chips. So this may not be a surprise to a lot of us on office hours, that there are certain basic chipsets which are just hard to come by. So I'm seeing a lot of the larger manufacturers doing large firmware updates to current equipment, and doing smaller releases or hoping to get limited releases out by the end of the year. So that's one thing we are noticing from manufacturers at the moment as well. So what I'll do is I'll pass it over to, the first one I'll actually pass it over to. I'm going to pass it over to Courtney to see what his ideas and reactions are from the stuff we've heard already. Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, I've been looking online at a lot of the stuff that's available from other people that have, the show floor has been opened since Thursday afternoon, and looked at some of the coverage that other people have been doing, and I've noticed a lot of them said that the show is only about 50% the size of what it has been previously. So I'm wondering, I think some people said Roland is not there, and a lot of the major manufacturers are actually not there. So I'm curious to know what the panelists think, or what the show floor people our boots on the ground people think as to the size of the event itself and the number of people attending, and how the attendance is for this first in-person show that they've had in 3 years. I think since 2019 they've been closed down, and they also have moved the date. So I'd like to find out. It used to be earlier in the year, in January, I think. And so now they've moved it to mid-year, and because of the release cycles of the manufacturers, it doesn't necessarily jive well with their manufacturing release cycles. So a lot of manufacturers saw this as a problematic thing as far as the timing goes. So I'd like to see what the other people think of that.
Thanks, Courtney. So we'll go to John Preto next.
I would really like to see the Neuralink input into my brain so I could bypass these very poor bandpass filters on our head. That's what I'm waiting on.
Excellent. Mitch Hill?
I'm kind of an oddball here for NAMM because I'm not a musician and I'm not in the synths, but there's a lot of other things that show up at the event. Microphones, mic processors, those are things that are near and dear to my heart. So I'm going to be looking out to see what the latest processors, checking for availability, and any new designs in microphones. I love the Shure MV7, but I'm willing to be impressed by something else.
Bill Davis.
I'm curious as to the crowd sizes and what kinds of crowds they are. Has the nature of the show changed at all in terms of who's attending this year? Are people still holding back because of the COVID issues and the rest of that? Or are we seeing a renewed interest in people going out to live events to see something as tactile as musical instruments and to see the performances that have always been part of the heart of NAMM? It's that one place where you can maybe rub shoulders or at least pass by a Stevie Wonder or somebody else who's a major icon in the business. That's been always a part of the draw of the show. So how the crowds change nature is one of my top thoughts.
Talalok.
I'm interested in finding out if anything has changed in the mentality of moving lights and whether or not we're getting any ArtNet direct kind of connection points, which some of the Elation lights and some of the Robies are starting to do that. But I'm wondering if that's going to filter into the mainstream and the slightly less expensive units as well. We'll see. But as you said, we have a chip shortage, and that has actually, I think, affected some of the DMX to analog chips as well. So we shall see.
So hopefully we can get up to Elation, which are part of the ADJ family. Hopefully we can get up to that booth as well. So while we're there, go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, on the chip shortage things, there's all sorts of chip shortages, audio chips in particular. And what we're starting to see, it'll be interesting to see whether it's reflected here, is that people are re-engineering products to use chips they can get rather than maybe some of the designs they were hoping to do. So it'd be interesting to see if we start to see new models come out where you go, well, isn't that just the same thing repackaged? Is that a step back? Have you changed the form factor? Because the chips you can get don't fit in the form factor that you originally did. I think that also aligns with the other interesting trend, which is the growth of the YouTube generation that want to do more and more of this in their home. And it'll be interesting to watch the high-end manufacturers try and work out how they bridge some of that function into the home studio world for the people who don't have tens of thousands to spend, and whether they can start leveraging some of their IP down there.
Go ahead, Tom.
Well, these shows are always an opportunity for new ideas and products to be presented. It's always fun. I'm looking specifically at lighting this year.
Yeah, lighting is one of the things I actually look at as well. So as a photographer, I actually have to bring lighting to my settings. And I don't mean just flashes or strobes. So I'm actually talking about lighting that I put in the background. So if I want a particular photo shoot to look like there's actually like a party going on in the background, I've just got 4 very powerful lights from ADJ. And I actually just put those lights on, just point them towards the ceiling, point them in a direction. Sometimes have a little bit of a smoke machine going, and just have those lights just going on auto. And just, they're out of focus, everything's out of focus, but regardless of what I'm shooting, the background now just looks like there's a party going on in the background. Just makes it much easier when you get some functions that I'll go to, and they'll have a very plain Jane, some 21st birthday that I'll photograph, and they'll just have a very plain Jane kind of background. So I just bring these lights, turn them on, and it's just like there's a party happening now. So it works quite well. So Talak, you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to jump back in after what you just said about that. It's not always complete soft boxes that we need, even for the kind of work that we're doing on office hours. We might want something interesting for the background. We might want to pick out a Macintosh like Bill Davis does, or we might want to, have some sort of interesting pattern on the background. So you might need, you might just want to have even colored light on your background, and that. There's a lot to think about when it comes to that. And you can find that in the more theatrical world, which is actually what probably we'll see at NAMM versus Cinegear. So, we should take a look at that with a lot of that in mind and realize that you can make more specular lighting softer if you need to get it if you need to light somebody in an isolated way from far away, but still not have it feel harsh. So there's a lot of questions to be asked about that when it comes to some of these moving lights as well.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm hoping to see kind of two worlds, the audio recording world, some Dante gear, Atmos gear, like monitor controllers. But I know a lot of that, we may see it introduced, but it's the question is, when is it actually going to arrive for purchase? And then the other thing I'm really looking forward to is just all the different kinds of small boutique guitar, bass. I'm a bass player, seeing what they have in the way of pedals and amps and instruments.
Yeah, I definitely believe that as well. The small boutiques are quite interesting, especially if you're like me. I've got Eurorack, and so nearly, the vast majority of Eurorack is all boutique. There's a handful of large manufacturers, but the most creative stuff for Eurorack comes out of that. Now, we just had two booth in Berlin, of course, which is predominantly boutique synthesizers, but NAMM is actually where some of the bigger guys can show off their stuff as well. Go ahead, Todd.
I'm looking for. First of all, I have somebody who is performing at NAMM who's going to be there, and they'll be on the air there much later than we will be, so we can't watch them. But they're accessible to us. So I've reached out to Richard, and perhaps we can get my friend Rob Flax on camera at some sort of boutique pedal station with his new electric Volta violin. And I'm also looking for to see what DPA is bringing this time. I'm always looking to see if there's development in the instrument mic sector. It's always super interesting for me. But yeah, I'll jump on the boutique train any day of the week.
Yes, it sounds excellent. So we can actually see if we can actually get to our field team. So I'll wait for an update to see if they're actually available to come into us. We're hoping they will be soon. The doors actually open. So the doors actually open at 10 a.m. Pacific time. But what we can do now is we can actually throw live over to our field team and get an update from them on the ground. So go ahead, field team.
Here we go, field team. Hey, everybody. George the Tech. We're for office hours. We're kicking off our live feed from NAMM show here. This is the National Association of Music Merchants. And I wanted to grab someone to interview right out of the gate because the show gets so busy and it gets noisy. And we had this unique opportunity to just sit down while it's still calm, but calm before the storm, and chat. And right, conveniently located right outside our media
just next
tent.
door.
This next door is Audient, and I have from Audient today, it's Harry.
Yes.
Hi,
yes.
Harry. How you doing?
Nice to see you. Yeah, it's
Thanks
really
for
good.
being
It is. You're right. It's nice and quiet. We can have a nice conversation about what's happening.
We can breathe. We can breathe. So I wanted to bring you guys in because I've known your equipment for years. I know about your lineup, but you have something new that takes a piece of gear that was innovated a few years ago and expands on the idea.
Yes.
So show us what you brought along to show us today.
So we are releasing Evo 16. Thank you very much. So this is our newest audio interface offering. It is a 8-channel audio interface, but it's got some lovely...
I'll hold it with you.
There we go. Some lovely features on it, which is super useful for both musicians and content creators and just general, production of all sorts. So
what's that green button do?
So the green button, that's the special secret sauce there. So it has 8 mic preamps built into it. They're all Evo preamps, 58 dB of gain, super clean preamps, so you can whack it up full and crank it even further in software and you'll get a nice clean signal, so you've got no worries there audio quality wise. However, what the green button does is will let you automatically set your inputs for one or all of the mic channels at the same time. So you could be doing a podcast, or you could be a drummer, or you could be someone who's just doing some creation at home and you have multiple inputs. You can press that button and then
everybody
all of them...
Talks.
Yeah, everyone just
say,
talks.
okay, everybody talk normally. Let's just get level.
Talk normally, and then after about 15 seconds, it's done. And you're ready to record, ready to stream, ready to do whatever it is you're doing. No more like sitting there like, hold on, no, you shush. Like, I need you to talk, right, a bit more. It's just done.
So cool.
So easy.
That is so cool. I can mean for a self-recorded, self-produced musician, like a drummer.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, exactly.
You just like sit down at the kit, hit the button, and start playing, and just get the levels.
Yeah, and if you have the unit, off from where you're actually, if you have like a podcast, let's say, and you're filming it as well, and you have the unit off from camera, you don't want it near you on the table. Yeah, you just quickly lean over, press the button, and then you guys can do it all. You don't need someone off to the side actually manually doing it for you. So.
Nice. Can any of these features be controlled remotely in any way, like a software or a control panel or anything?
They can't. The mic gains can all be controlled through the software that comes with it. So it comes with quite a comprehensive software app which you can control routing and all the settings on it. Currently, smart gain isn't controlled by that, but it's something we're looking at for the future. But the manual gain of each of the channels can be set through the software. So if you did want to just tweak it a little bit, you can do it quite subtly on your computer while you're in the middle of doing your thing.
Guys, we're getting a little audio breakup. Is that coming from his rig? Maybe it's because I put the wireless in a really dumb location.
Am I backing into it?
It could be it. Let's just relocate this.
Yours, George, I believe.
Check this connection.
Replug yours, George. I think
Is it mine? Yeah, we've lost this one completely.
Actually, hold on. I'll just a few more bits about this. So
just give us a couple more minutes.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
mic
all
you
good.
up with my handheld.
Cool.
Put your mic down and I'll mic you.
Lovely.
How's that, guys? We good with that? All right.
All good.
Pick it up.
Yeah. So obviously you've got that smart feature and lots of mic reads. I mean, this has tons of other connections on it, so it's actually quite a complicated piece of kit. But we wanted to make sure it was very simple to use, so we integrated this screen and what we call Motion UI, which is basically a user interface that gives you everything you could possibly need to look at on screen on the unit itself. So you can very quickly mute individual mic channels, you can mute outputs, you can turn on and off the phantom power, set gains, all that kind of stuff, and it will display it on the screen for you without you needing to go into the computer menu dive. It just makes the whole experience a lot easier. So this is basically a continuation of the Evo line. So this is obviously for potentially a much bigger setup, 4-8 mics.
Well, I'm familiar with its little brother, which Roscoe's holding over there. So when he handed it to me and I felt how heavy it was, I was like, that's a whole different class. Even though it's an Evo line, it's a very beefy, heavy, well-built feeling. This is a portable device.
Yeah, so this one's Evo 4. It's effectively the same internals, like it's the same Evo mic pre.
Same brain, the same processing, all that.
And you've still got smart gain on it. It's 2 channels in and out. It's a much more simple product. So this is the sort of thing you can throw in a bag and do sort of remote podcasts, content creation, music, whatever you're doing. Again, the mic pre's and the converters sound amazing. The headphone outputs on all of the Evo products are super powerful, so they're great if you need to monitor exactly what you're doing.
You can drive like a higher ohm headphone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so basically whatever sort of headphones you throw in, you'll get a good result. You'll get plenty of volume. Great sound quality, great functionality, basically. And our main ethos behind the Evo brand is to make recording easy, and obviously that can extend to every other area as well.
One of my clients right now is in Hawaii on vacation, and this is his portable kit. He's doing voiceover for, Ralph's grocery store and movie trailers, and you might hear Scott Rummel's voice and record it through an Evo 4.
That's very cool. That's really cool. Yeah.
So what's the next level up from the Evo series? I know I've known about the ID line for a while.
Yeah. So next is the this is brand new out as well, which is ID44. Which is the Mark II version of our original ID44, which was our flagship interface from the Audient ID range. So it's a four-channel interface. It's got digital expansion, all that kind of stuff, headphone outputs. We've added an extra mini jack on the headphone connector, so you can have 3 sets of headphones plugged in at the same time, which will be very useful for running with multiple people. In terms of what's different between Mark 1, we've upgraded the converters. So the Mark 1 already sounded amazing. We were super happy with the way it's sounding, but it's like, let's just squeeze that little bit extra out of it. So it sounds even better now. But one of the other things we've added onto this, which makes it super useful for more of a content point of view, which is also available on both the Evo, or the whole Evo range as well, I should have said, is the audio loopback feature. So now you can record or stream, or you can use all 4 mics, but also be recording your computer audio, whether it's a digital audio workstation, Spotify, or just music beds or anything like that, and you have control over that through the mixer that comes with it as well. The thing that also sets this apart maybe from something like the Evo is the fact that you've got the inserts on it. So it has sends and returns, so whether you're wanting to use the preamps built in, run it through a compressor or like a vocal chain if you're doing like voiceover, or even if you have an external like preamp or vocal chain, you can run it straight into the returns, which will bypass the preamps and give you like the ultimate clean signal and make sure you're getting the best quality you possibly can.
You know, in the world of that I work in voiceover, there's a few features I look for in an interface that most don't have, and I'm seeing one of them on this unit, a high pass filter. That may not seem like that big a deal, but in voiceover, being able to capture a large diaphragm condenser, a TLM103, and filter out that ever-present rumble that mic can hear right on the interface is huge. And I know a lot of voice actors love physical controls. Just to not think about a menu and just grab a knob in a live production scenario is nice. So some people may like the ID because of those physical controls.
Exactly, it's quite a different way of working, and it might suit different people better, like depending on preferences. I mean, but at the end of the day, you still have access to all of the controls in a slightly different way, perhaps.
What do the soft buttons do? ID and F1 and 2 and 3. And then we have a question from the audience I'm going to try to pull in somehow in a second.
So the ID button activates scroll control, which is a really cool feature we've added where it basically turns this knob into a mouse control wheel. So if you have a parameter in software or something that you need to control, you can basically use a hardware control to control that. So instead of having to use software or a mouse, you can just get a nice tactile kind of feel to it. The F buttons basically control some of the monitoring control functions. So you can, if you're wanting to listen to whatever you're recording in mono, you can do polarity and polarity and mono, which will cut out the center of your signal and let you listen to the edges if you're doing things with reverbs and stuff like that. And also alt speakers. So if you have two sets of monitors or headphones and you want to quickly toggle between them, you can basically do that. So this is coming from our console heritage, basically console-style monitor control, where it's all hands-on on the unit without needing to go into the software.
Awesome. Well, I think this question is referring actually to the Evo 8 in this case, asking, does it have additional inputs beyond those 8 mic preamps, the Evo 8?
The Evo 16?
Or the Evo 16, my apologies.
Yeah, so Evo 16, you've got the 8 built-in mic pre's, but you have 2 sets of digital optical connectors, so you can actually expand it to a total of 24 inputs if you'd like.
Yeah, let's put it on camera one more time. And then we got to let you go. We know you're out of time. Yeah, we've got optical ins, optical outs. Those are ADAT, right? Each 8 channels. Awesome. Well, I love seeing the lineup. Congratulations on just continuing the expansion of that Evo system. It's brilliant. I think that's going to be a killer tool, and people are it's going to change their life. They're going to be able to work so much more quickly.
Of course, yeah, and we've had a very good reception. We're really excited to see what people end up doing with it. For sure.
Congratulations. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for being here on Office Hours Global. If you guys you guys are watching it live, but for everybody else in the world, it's officehours.global. I'm George the Tech. Let's go back to the studio.
Thanks a lot, George. So now that we're back in the studio, it's a good idea now that we can actually have a little talk about how the tags are going to work in Mukana for our Mukana producers. So as you can see, we've actually got show floor questions, so you can actually ask a question directly to the show floor that may not be related directly to a manufacturer. We've also got, you can actually ask questions to the panel, but then you'll actually notice we've actually got names of manufacturers there. So if you actually go through, so we've just had ordnance, we got the ordnance tag with AKG as well. We've got a lighting one, so any particular questions about lighting, any live hybrid online bridge, so that kind of questions. Rack mounted RF receivers, that's another tag we've got in there. Saxophone mouthpieces, so that's a very niche tag, but if you want to ask questions about saxophone mouthpieces, not a problem. I know there's one particular panelist that would be really interested in that. Taylor guitars, now we're actually going to be able to get over to Taylor Guitar and actually have a conversation with a representative from Taylor Guitar later on today, so that'll be really cool. Then the other one, we will actually see other ones that will come up as we get closer and closer to getting to a booth. We'll bring those tags in. So do keep an eye on the tags that are available to our Mukana producers, because when we know we're going to a particular booth, we're going to put that manufacturer's tag in, so you can ask questions, just like Jeff did there, directly to the manufacturer about the product, and we can actually get an answer straight away. So please use the tags correctly, and please ask your questions. As soon as you think of an idea that you want to ask them, put it in, and that way our team in the field can ask the manufacturer straight away. As you can see, they can read your questions in the field in a real time. So that's a very, very cool feature that we're able to do here, is our Mukana producers can ask questions direct to the field. They don't have to come through us. They'll go straight to them. So make sure you fill out your questions. So what I'll also do now is I'll throw to the floor as well. So are there any particular booths that that anyone here in the actual panel is hoping to actually get to in the next 2 days, or any particular manufacturers that our panelists here would be really interested in getting to? I'll go ahead with you first, Jeffrey.
So I'm looking to get to Dingwall basses. May not be quite as niche as saxophone mouthpieces, or maybe even more niche, but Dingwall, I believe, is a Canadian producer that makes what are called multi-scale, or some people term them fanned frets. So rather than all the frets on the electric bass being parallel, they're actually, they fan out, and that actually makes the lowest string a longer scale than the highest string. So I have a Bryce multi-scale bass, but I'd love to see some stuff from Dingwall.
That's great to hear. So I'll go to the next panel question. Well, actually, maybe we'll get Bill Davis. Bill Davis is actually our reader for this question. So, Bill, if you want to ask the next studio panel question in the list there.
I would absolutely love to, because it is probably the single most important question we will detail for the next 2 weeks. And it is, what fuel did the on-site team get? Chicken and waffles or pancakes? Inquiring minds want to know.
So that's a question we'll need to ask, the show floor question there. So that's right. So hopefully we'll actually, when we link up with them again, and we can actually ask them that question as well. So that'll be really cool. So let's see. We go down the next kind of question there. Let's see. It'd be the one from Chad. So how many of the panel have actually attended NAMM Live, and what was it like for them? Go ahead, Jeff.
So I've never been to the Anaheim Big NAMM show, but I did get a chance to go to Summer NAMM, which was usually held around this time. And I went to Summer NAMM in Nashville, actually spent the first day as a part of CMS, the College Music Society, and then spent the rest of the days on the floor and investigating things. It was a great time. Got to talk to people, got to see equipment right there. Again, I love the little niche booths. I got to talk directly to hand-built microphone manufacturers, got to talk to people building effects pedals for guitars, got to audition some high-end loudspeakers. So it was a great time.
That's excellent. Go ahead, Todd.
This is back on your question of what booths we would like to see. I've been going through the PDF of all the vendors, because that's kind of the only way I can see on the website to really navigate things. So I downloaded the PDF to look for my favorite vendors, lots of whom are not there this year, actually. But this one I would love to go visit. This is Game Changer Audio, and this is a plus pedal. You'll hear this on any show that I do, and it basically captures audio, granulates it, and gives you an instant drone. But I would love to meet those folks. They are also Latvian, so I believe they are in Yes, I'm pretty sure that they are in Latvia. So they're pretty close to Ukraine. It's like that whole region there is like full of music, of great music pedal producers and technology producers. So I'd love to meet them and have them take us through whatever their new pedal offerings are and synth offerings.
So I actually know that Game Changer has just released the Bixby pedal. So if anyone knows the Bixby tremolo bar on the guitar, they've actually put it into a pedal form now, which is very cool. So hopefully we can get over to that booth and see the Bixby pedal. Go ahead, Courtney.
I have been to NAMM several times in the past. It is quite a cacophony and a collection of. It's interesting as you walk the aisles. You'll just see a small 10 by 10 booth somewhere with, like Stevie Wonder playing the synthesizer or John Sebastian playing a guitar. People you haven't seen in the rock and roll world, excuse me, for many years, hanging out there promoting some product or fronting for one of the manufacturers. One of the booths I'd like to see them cover, and I don't know if they'll get to it, is Kurzweil. Being a Kurzweil synth owner, they're in they're in booth 11110. So just think binary with a 0 in the end, and that's their booth number in Hall A for Kurzweil. So I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Yeah, Kurzweil makes some of the best keyboards, especially keyboard controllers too. So they're some of the best they make. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, in this crowded world of wireless channels, I'm searching for more wireless options. And I don't know which companies are there, Sennheiser, Shure, but they could probably go to Sweetwater and probably see a good aggregation wireless mics and systems that are available. I guess the real treat nowadays is to get one that will play nice with other systems, and NAMM probably is a good place to test it out.
That is true. Go ahead, Talak.
I'm sure everybody knows what I want to say. You know, the ADJ booth and any other lighting booths that we can find down there. I think that it would be great to see what controller, what controller vendors are there, and see if we can talk to them as well.
That'll be great. Yeah. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, I know everybody said you want to see somebody famous, but I have seen a couple of YouTube videos. I haven't been fortunate enough to be able to go to the actual show floor myself, but I was surprised in a couple of years that people who were not on my radar, because the music industry professionals, and particularly the equipment manufacturers, really keep an eye on who's coming up. I found artists like Corey Henry was one who I was not aware of first. I originally saw him as part of Snarky Puppy's YouTube presence, and I realized how brilliant a musician he was. And then as I looked through, there sure enough was a piece on YouTube from him doing a booth demo at NAMM, and it revealed an entirely different part as opposed to a performance piece. He was just noodling, and watching somebody with that much skill just noodle is a whole new thing for me. So it's not just the big names, it's also the individuals who are coming up that the manufacturers understand have particular skill and talent, and they can bring them into something like NAMM and expose them to a wider audience.
Yeah, that's true. Go ahead, TJ.
I'm kind of interested in the educational and learning aspect of this. I believe Donner has announced a new, what they call a smart guitar, which actually lights up the fretboard with where your fingers are supposed to go, which I find really fascinating. And I wonder if any technology like that could also be applied to other instruments, especially more of a fretless instrument like a violin, where you don't have that constant reference to go to.
That's right. Go ahead, Jeff.
I remember when I was first scheduled to go to NAMM, and I looked at the acronym National Association of Music Merchants, and I was worried that this was going to be, just a marketing and a sales organization. And it is. I mean, this is where small music stores make their purchases for the entire year. But what I came out of NAMM with is this love of music and encouraging people of all skill levels and all ages to enjoy music and to just promote that. And like the Association of NAMM believes that if they can foster music playing and music enjoyment, that all of their businesses will grow. So it's the rising tide lifts all boats. And that was a great thing to come away with.
Yes. I'd like to welcome Victor. So go ahead, Victor. You muted, Victor.
The bleeding edge of what's happening in the world of synthesis and mixing and outboard gear and all of that. But then it has also the other side for me acoustically of my instrument, the saxophone or woodwinds, and what's happening in that space, because there are exciting things happening both in the world of mouthpieces and design and materials that are being used to get more resonance out of saxophones, and also in the manufacture of horns that have gotten so good from places like Taiwan, who are competing with, old-time favorites like Selmers and so on. So I kind of keep an eye on those two horizons, and it works out pretty well for me for now.
That's great. So we've actually just heard we're going to cross back to George on the floor. So let's cross back to George on the NAMM 2022 floor.
And we're good. Hey, everybody. We're back at the NAMM show floor. This is, by the way, the NAMM show. I'm George the Tech, and we are in Anaheim, California, and that's where this show happens pretty much every year. But I got a special guest, rarely seen on camera, because he's usually behind the camera, unless you watch Office Hours all the time, and this is Noah Sargent. Noah built the rig we're using to do the show today. So here to tell us a little bit about it. Go for it, Noah. Tell us what we're doing, and let's get into a little bit of geekery.
Oh, this is going to be fun. So this is such a cool setup here. We have some graphics that Dennis is going to show us, but basically we have two FS5s on a double header, and this double header allows you to split off from a baby pin. And so we have a stand that's on wheels, and this whole setup is our mobile kit. So at the bottom of the stand, we do have some weights to help kind of ground the system. That way it doesn't topple over. It is a little bit top heavy. And then we do have 2 clear backpacks, which also help us support all the miscellaneous things that we need to carry along with us, like batteries, like chargers, like the Mr. Net device, which is what we're using for internet. So it's kind of a cool system. I will say that it was something we integrated on and worked on, and something I wish I had more time to prep, but we just kind of made it all come together. So hopefully you'll see some fun pictures of that right now.
Yeah, it was just when I showed up at your house yesterday morning, I didn't know I didn't know the state of the system, right? Here I'm thinking, I'm talent. I just walk up and the camera's ready, And here I walk up and Noah's like, hey, let's workshop this thing, essentially, Which was fun because we all have different specialties. My specialty is audio. So my job was solving all the little audio problems, which there were a number. But the thing that really in the end made us pivot, we decided that maybe this rig was too much to move, and we were going to go iPhone, we were going to go light, but in the end it was audio that was the reason we changed. So what was the challenge there with using an iPhone?
Yeah, we were really trying to get the iPhones working at first, and really what, like George just said, the problem was our interface and getting into the iPhone. So we had an adapter. It was a 3-way adapter with charging with USB-C, and then an Ethernet adapter because we were doing a hardline connection to the Mr. Net device. So those were all requirements. We needed all 3 to make it work. So when we set up the MixPre 3s and we got those up and going, we basically we're not getting signal. And so we did have a couple of people like Carl on the panel right now mentioned that we might have been in 32-bit float, which we should have been in 24-bit, and we should have been in 41 kilohertz recording, if I'm remembering all these details correctly. And so maybe that would have made the difference, but in the moment we decided to just pivot and move. And so I honestly was just going to have one of the FS5s going, and then I realized the double header was already set up because I was going to put the MixPre on one side and the iPhone on the other side. And so since it was already built and ready to go, we were like, you know what, it wouldn't be that much harder to throw up the a second FS5 so we can do a wide and a tight, which is what you're seeing now.
And an A10.
And then the A10 came in. Yeah. So I didn't have a hardware encoder. I know Keith Lee recommended one to me, an SRT encoder, but I did not end up purchasing it because we were hoping for Plan A. So the A10 that I use every morning on the show when I join is what we're using now. So I pulled that from my office. And so Roscoe's in the background here switching between the close-up and the wide shot, as you can see. And so that's how we're getting 2 cameras on this rig. And we're getting lots of eyeballs for sure.
No kidding. We got a lot of eyeballs because we have this big rig. We're rolling around with stuff hanging off of it. We have a big platform that Noah fabricated last minute so we'd have a proper stable place for the laptop. And even more, the back of the laptop, what's going on there? This is a double-headed laptop. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, so we were hoping to see some sort of confidence monitor just so we know what camera we're on, what we're doing there, maybe even see a return of the panelist at some point. So we're kind of prepping and workshopping and iterating for the future. But basically, I have a mobile display that we Velcroed to the back of the laptop. And so that's being used as a second monitor. So we can actually look up at it now and see that going on. And then just under the laptop is an iPad. And Roscoe, if you're listening, we might need to turn that on. I'm not sure if we're getting any questions in, but we have that rig as well, ready to go. But it's kind of, another part of the puzzle there.
Yeah, we're finding out that the iPad, we don't know if it's gone to sleep or there just is nothing to display. Right. So Mukana isn't showing anything, it's just black. So we're like, is the iPad on? We have no idea. So we're learning a lot about the way these systems work. So knowing what you've put together, you've pieced together, we've made this work very quickly. Other than some obvious stuff like just rigging, like cable management, stuff like that, is there anything else that you think could be done significantly better or just little tweaks?
That's a good question. I like this footprint because it's only like 2 feet wide by 2 feet wide by 5 feet tall. Improvements, there's always something to iterate on and improve. I think the Mr. Net device, if we were able to get that up higher, just like if you know anything about RF or relay signals, you hit a lot of bodies, right, which can interfere with the signal. So the higher you get that, the better that's going to be. Obviously, we're at a disadvantage in a hall like this where there's metal structures and metal buildings, right? So we're competing with that. But getting that up would be helpful. We did add a little mobile light today, which was actually George's light, which is great. So we'll see if that helps brighten the subjects up a little bit as we're going. But I think we're actually maybe batteries would be the next thing that I would probably look at upgrading. I do have 3 mobile batteries, but we basically, those last about half a day. So we'll definitely need more. And when we hit Cinegear in a few weeks, or I'm sorry, not weeks, next weekend, hopefully we'll have some more battery support there. So
It's coming really fast. We're running on shore power here because we're in this really cool media area that's been put together by AKG, Harman, JBL. And they've got beautiful light panels for us too. So we've got beautiful lighting. We're not using my little tiny light panel right now. You're seeing some. What kind of light panels are these, Roscoe?
Oh, I know. They're sky panels.
Sky panels we have lighting us up right now. So a question from the peanut gallery is, how heavy do we think this whole rig actually is?
All right, that's a good question. So 10 pounds of weights on the bottom, probably 15 pounds of batteries. The FS5s are only like 3 pounds plus lenses, 4 pounds. So I would say probably 40, 45 pounds. So not too bad with the wheels. I mean, you're gliding. My back, I actually have a bad back, and I felt like my back was fine most of the day. And I don't know about you guys. We only had to lift it once or twice to get it in and out of, like doorways or steps and that kind of stuff. Lots of ramps, which is great, and then getting in and out of the truck, of course. So.
Yeah, it's pretty lean and mean. If we had bigger wheels, we would be happy with that because the outdoor area, while beautiful here, is all pavers. So it's like all the way across, which has been tough. And we always break down the cameras when we move this rig because the ball heads start moving. Or it's scary watching the cameras wobble around, right?
Oh, yeah. And the ball heads are rated for like 20 pounds, so I'm sure we could tighten them, but for safety, it's better to keep your expensive equipment, compact the best you can when you're traveling.
Yeah, there's only one tether going to each camera, and that's a single HDMI, which is really amazing. I remember doing shows from years past, and you'd have several cables coming off the cameras. Everything's felt like we can unplug a cable and pull the camera off the quick shoe or whatever you call it, mount, and we can hand carry those as we move. But in the halls, when it's on these smooth carpet floors, we just walk it around like we're just walking another friend around, and it gets a lot of attention.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool. I mean, this whole system definitely it seems like it's well built, and this is maybe Gen 1 or 2 of this, and hopefully we'll keep iterating and making it better over time. Like you're saying, another thing with the iPhones is we were a little bit worried about battery life and how that would work. But even in my M1 Mac, StreamVoodoo is our streaming client that we're using to transfer data live, and it does eat into the battery on the M1, so I'm sure on the phone it's the same. So I'm happy we have this bigger system for now, at least. So.
Yeah, and the last hidden benefit of having a rig like this, and this may be obvious to some of you, is that you get a little more respect. So yesterday we showed up to the Otherworld Computing booth, which is right here, the first one, and when we rolled up, if we had had a little portable iPhone rig, they might have given us a rep to talk to. They're like, hang on, we're going to get the CEO. And we talked directly to the CEO. So sometimes a rig like this has a little more respect. It's time to head back to the studio. Let's see what you guys have to say about what we've seen so far at NAMM.
So if you guys can hear us down there, so we've actually got some questions if you haven't got Mukana running at your end. So one of the questions we actually have from Chad Lafarge is, how would you harden this kit to make it even more transportable and easier to set up in the future events?
Carl might want a question.
Oh, okay.
So, ready with your mic?
We're ready. Throw to us. We don't have any question on screen. Throw to us.
So I'll ask the question again. So this is from Chad. How would you harden this kit to make it transportable and easy to set up for future events?
So the question about portability and getting it condensed, that's a great question. We got to make sure the batteries are weighted correctly for flight, right? So far the biggest battery that I could look up, I think it's 164 kilowatt hours that you can fly with. So we might bump up to a few of those, and I would have 4 in that kit. To have a solid, 1650 Pelican case, something like that, or a couple of those might be nice. To have gear storage either at a hotel if we're traveling or on location here, that we talked to the media booth here and they're actually pretty cool about us leaving stuff here. That way we're not carrying extra weight on the floor, but we have a base camp to go back to. That could be helpful. Now the rolling stand will be a little bit tougher because I don't know if you can necessarily fly with that. Maybe we could put that in like a tripod case and pull the wheels off and then reassemble the wheels on the other side. But to me, you got to have wheels. I mean, that's When you're on a show floor like this, you're going to be walking, 8, 10, 12 miles in a day. So to get that weight off your body and on the wheels would be super crucial. And then the final thing that takes up a little bit of bulk would be the tray that we made. And that's, if you saw any pictures of me working in the shop, that was me building that tray so we could put the laptop on top and the baby double header. But those should fit in a standard 30-inch suitcase because I believe it's 24 inches wide for that.
There you have it. Yeah, it came together nicely, and it feels stable. We don't feel scared to roll it around, but getting it to pack down to actually air travel, for example, that would be a bit of a building process to get that all dialed in, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of loose ends here and there and cables that we have to manage, and so obviously that can come packed. The thing is about setting up this kind of stuff is when you're going day to day, show day 1, 2, 3, you want to have as much stuff built as you can, but at the same time, there's that portability factor of it. You got to have Velcro ties in all your ties. You got to have stuff labeled so you know what goes where, and you cannot forget to charge batteries.
Yeah, you need AirPod Pros that also last more than 3 hours. My AirPod Pro just went beep, 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 beep. Have you ever heard that sound? It happened right now. So I'm going to be rotating AirPods into the case and going to my other ear in just a few minutes. It's the little things. But so I think another thing that really would extend our life through the day, because we have all these great power banks, is a power bank that has 100-watt USB-C charging. I have one of these at home. It's just pretty bulky. It looks like a big lunchbox. But something like that can run our Mac, any MacBook, and extend its day to like a full day without having to go through the conversion to 110 in an inverter, then from 110 back down to 19 volts, whatever it is, to the char. If we can eliminate that conversion, the battery lasts so much longer. So that's an Amazon click, to get one of those. So otherwise, I think we're in great shape. Noah, anything else before we send it back to the studio?
No, we're excited for your questions, so please put those in and look for us throughout the day. Thanks, y'all.
Back to you.
Okay, guys, if the field team can still hear us, I'll let Bill Davis ask you the next question so you can get your iPad up and running in the field so you can see the Mukana questions. But Bill will ferry you the questions for now.
It looks like the first one up here is from Mitchell Hill in Wilmington, Delaware. And Mitchell says, your image looks good and the sound is excellent. Great job. So it's really more a comment than a question. I guess we should go on to the next one, which is more, here we go, from Courtney Gooden in Hollywood, California. Did you put a 12-volt lead-acid battery and a battery distribution system on the bottom of the cart?
No, we didn't. We did not. We do not have a big, bulky, heavy 12-volt acid battery. Not that we couldn't. We could have actually used that as ballast, right? But that's just not something that you happen to have in your kit, right?
No, I don't. And that's a good point. I know for larger film sets and that kind of stuff, they do use those boxes, those little lunch boxes that go around. It would be cool to build a little platform for that and have a few of those on there. At the same time, I want to think about flight and mobile travel too. So I would probably buy one at 146 watt hours of power. That way those can fly with us as well. But that's a good idea, Courtney. Yeah, absolutely.
And our Mukana show display now is actually online. It is working. The problem we're having is the iPad keeps going to sleep. So I need to set the settings to stay. Is there a caffeine app for the iPad?
Energy
so
saver.
Go to sleep?
Pull up the energy saver in
fix that.
control
fix
panel.
That. We got
put it to
another
never
question
sleep.
From Chris Widner. What fuel did the on-site team get? Chicken waffles or pancakes?
Breakfast. You got to have food throughout the day. We haven't seen the vendors around here yet. I would love to see if we have some food trucks. That would be fun. But for breakfast, we hate to admit this, but what was the Burger King this morning? Yeah, so just a grab and go with some breakfast sandwiches from Burger King, and just to get us throughout the day, in the door and get us going.
If you can't tell, I had a very big cup of coffee. I'm still buzzing from coffee.
Well, thanks to the field team. We'll let them catch up with what they need to do next, and then we'll go. Bill Davis, you want to do the next question? That's going to be for the panel.
Okay, it looks like for the panel, are we expecting... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Here we go. Chris Widener, Lafayette, Indiana. What fuel... Nope, that's the one we just answered, so that came up wrong. Let's see. What's the next question? Somebody want to pop through them? Looks like... Chris Widener, Lafayette, Indiana, says, are we expecting with the chip shortage to see products get heavier with additional PCBs and circuits as workarounds?
So this is actually something I'm noticing myself from all the updates from Yamaha. So Yamaha have no new hardware that requires a lot of A to D converters and a lot of MIDI chipsets. So there's nothing large and new, nothing that's requiring new chipsets as well. So we are noticing this. They're doing a lot of firmware updates, good firmware updates, which is great for the customers who already have the products, or maybe that will make their current products more sellable to other customers. So this is great to see. So go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, we were talking about this on Office Hours earlier, and I think one of the panelists mentioned that some of the manufacturers may be trying to incorporate stuff that they do have availability on and incorporate that into design. So there may be some redesigning going on. And the question is whether or not they did it quick enough to get it out here at the NAMM so we can see it.
Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I think to follow on from that, I think you're going to see two or three things. First of all, you're going to see exactly what Carl said, which is, hey, we've got a great system. Let me show you what we can do with software. And that's going to be a major feature. That's okay if you can get the parts. If you can't get the parts, you have to redesign your PCBs. You have to see what parts you can get. Whether they're heavy or not is a difficult question. What they may be is a different shape, because you may have designed your product for a certain size and heat dissipation that you now can't have because you've gone to older products that were on a different process that are more heat problem. The other thing you might see, and you can see this in, for instance, in the car market, where Ford, I think, is shipping F-150s, and they say, hey, you ordered the air conditioning in the back. You didn't get it. So you may find that some of the products, as they get shipped, people will decommit from features.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Go ahead, Courtney.
And if they're deep enough in their inventory on FPGAs, and if their hardware is based on FPGAs and system on chips, they might be able to just reprogram the FPGAs and come up with an entirely new product and use their off-the-shelf silicon that they have in the back and come up with a completely new product.
That's true. Go ahead, Talak.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing in the lighting world is not that they will drop features due to the chip shortage, but just turnaround times. One of the companies that I work for just did a purchase of 12 new moving lights, and I think the turnaround was 9 months. So it's just not what it used to be. So you have to plan ahead and plan into the future a lot right now.
That's true. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, this is just a general overall comment, but I just noticed that the show is going to open in about 1 minute now. So I'm assuming that our team is going to be changing locations. And so it may be a little bit before they get back to us established show floor, but that's going to be one of the most exciting things if we can get a signal off the show floor live while the show's underway. So I'm just in very much anticipation of the next 15 or 20 minutes and how things go.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty cool once those doors open. They're going to go in. So while they go in, we're actually going to go one of our first video packages. So we'll roll our first video package now.
In 1985, the MMA, MIDI Manufacturers Association, was established as a nonprofit trade organization to expand, promote, and protect MIDI technology for the benefit of artists and musicians around the world. However, because there was no official place for individuals to gather and learn more about MIDI, in 2016 the MMA launched the MIDI Association. 4 years later, this public-facing, free, global, web-based community for people who create music and art with MIDI now has over 30,000 registered individuals and continues to grow. The MIDI.org website is the central information source about all aspects of MIDI technology, from vintage gear to next-generation protocols. In May 2020, the United States Library of Congress selected MIDI.org for inclusion in their Web Archives collection of Internet materials related to professional organizations for performing arts. It's an honor that they consider the MIDI website such an important part of this historical record. Due to the growing recognition of the MIDI Association, the MMA has decided to unify the two brands under the MIDI Association name. The MMA will remain the legal entity with no changes to the MMA bylaws, but the organization will do business as the MIDI Association. The MIDI Association has two types of members. Individual membership is free to musicians, artists, educators, retail salespeople, DIY Arduino enthusiasts, DJs, game developers, and sound designers. MIDI Association individual members can download adopted MIDI specifications, receive the MIDI message newsletter, access MIDI Association tutorials and webinars, participate in forums, and enjoy all MIDI Association benefits other than those reserved for corporate members. Corporate membership is open to any commercial entity that designs, develops, or produces products that use MIDI technology, and they pay annual dues based on revenue. Members include platform developers like Apple and Microsoft, and musical instrument and software companies such as Ableton, Make Music, Motu, Native Instruments, Nectar, Roland, Roly, Steinberg, Yamaha, and many others. Corporate members develop and vote on new MIDI specifications, initiate new MIDI features, can access software tools for MIDI 2.0 product development, and apply for logo licenses trademarked by the MIDI Association. The MIDI Association corporate members continue to work closely with the Japanese MIDI Standards Committee, and all MIDI specifications must be voted on and adopted by both organizations. Once they're adopted, they're available for download on MIDI.org. The MIDI Association's new logo was designed by acclaimed performance artist Yuri Suzuki and graphic designer Sasha Loeb of Pentagram. A version of this logo and pictogram will be available for licensing by corporate members of the MIDI Association and Japan's Association of Musical Electronics Industry to clearly identify products that incorporate MIDI 2.0 features. MIDI has been connecting products and people for over 37 years, and the new MIDI 2.0 specification is once again poised to drive innovation in music and the arts, just as MIDI 1.0 did in 1984.
Welcome back to our NAMM coverage for 2022. Our field team are in Anaheim at the moment, and our studio team here in office hours are located all around the world. So we'd like to make sure that our Mukana producers are adding questions. You can add questions to our team here in the studio, or you can add questions to our field team, or you can add questions specific to particular manufacturers that we have listed in the tags as well in Mukana. So make sure you get your questions in so we can get them to the field team as well while we're out there. As far as MIDI, as someone who owns a lot of synths, I find MIDI to be the most valuable thing I actually use. So as far as having my synths talk to each other, I own something that's actually called Polychain, do it yourself. And so what this does, this actually allows me to actually send out MIDI information from one keyboard to like 8 different synthesizers simultaneously, which is pretty cool. So anyone else here on the panel have any other issues or any other things they've found that are quite amazing when it comes to actually MIDI and using those kind of MIDI information, maybe even outside of music? Go ahead, Talak.
So yeah, MIDI is used in lighting and in show control all the time. So as a matter of fact, I'm running 2 shows right now with MIDI show control, and what we do is we connect different types of consoles together. Like maybe we have a audio playback on QLab and we have a video playback on Isadora or on Watch Out, and we can essentially decide who the console is that starts all cues, and then that sends a go command, and it's a very, very small packet, so it can get there in under 50 milliseconds or even less than that, depending on how you're connected. And so we can lock in all of these different components of a show and make it really sing. And the other thing we can do is we can control with MIDI notes and do different lighting and projection and sound effects that come from perhaps a musician playing a keyboard on stage. So there's just a wide variety of things that I do with MIDI a lot, and I'm just curious to know about MIDI 2.0 if that's going to adjust any of the workflows that we've already got in place.
Yeah, so MIDI 2.0 is something that actually popped up, I think, about 2 or 3 years ago at NAMM. It was actually a Roland 88 key MIDI controller was the first product to actually be on sale with MIDI 2.0 specification. it can't talk to anything when it was released, of course, because there was nothing else that actually it could talk to. But essentially, it can handle quite a lot of things as far as resolution, because as most people know who know MIDI, you get like up to from 0 to 127 steps with a single channel of CC control, let's say. But yeah, with this MIDI 2.0, that resolution goes way up, so to thousands as far as resolution put on there. But it is pretty cool spec. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm a non-music guy, so I'll just point it out, but I am a production guy, and I've seen MIDI almost as long as I've had a career. So based on the video you just saw and what's going on, it's interesting to see how old it is, and also to see how relevant it is today, because people are adding MIDI capabilities to all kinds of things. And it's just such a great, specification that's lasted.
That's true. It has lasted. So yeah, so as we saw, there was a picture right at the end of that video of Kakahashi, the CEO of Roland, the founder of Roland, and Dave Smith, the founder of Sequential. And yeah, those two actually sat down at a NAMM, and then it was a year later they announced their first two products, which was it was a Prophet, no, it was an OB Overheim, and it was a Jupiter 6. So these two particular instruments talk to each other, and both the CEOs were there when this demonstration happened at the following NAMMs only a year later. Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, for me, MIDI has been just a wonderful thing. I'm a hacky keyboard player at best, but I'm able to take something like this, which is an Aerophone AE30 Pro, and I'm able now to control any MIDI device, including lighting. I could theoretically switch light with fingerings for the saxophone, so every time I play a middle D, it would be a red light. So the possibilities are endless, and having interfaces like this for guitarists, they've had them for years, and it just makes us non-professional keyboard players have the ability to reach out and touch and play these external units. Now this one has internal sounds as well, but I can play any MIDI device all the way from the 1980s until today. It's magical in its simplicity, I would say.
So I would like to see that. That's a Roland one, isn't it? Is that right, Victor? That's it. Yeah, it's the Roland. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'd like to see that.
The Roland AE30 Pro.
So there may be an after hours project coming in the future where Victor at home there in South Dakota will control one of my synths here in Adelaide via his, he'll blow into one of my synths here in Adelaide. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, this unit has a MIDI through USB, or as you can see over here, it's got the traditional DIN plugs as well. So I can interface with absolutely anything through this.
Does that one, Victor, have Bluetooth as well for MIDI? Do you know if it supports it? It does give Bluetooth out?
I don't know if it has Bluetooth for MIDI. It has Bluetooth for audio, but I don't know if MIDI travels through Bluetooth, but certainly USB it does. Wonderful unit. I got this thing last December. It replaced my Akai Iwi. The sounds are better, and the MIDI control is 1,000%. It's ready for MIDI 2.0. I know that for a fact.
Excellent. Yes, it's Roland. That's right. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, MIDI, because it's just a very, very small amount of data, travels lightning speed, unlike audio. With zero latency, data is just fantastically fast. The other thing that has come up over the past few years, which has been really lovely to see, is with guitar pedals, you can actually send MIDI from just a simple adapter, a 5-pin adapter, to a mini jack, and then send tempo to boutique pedals, which I've been using a little bit with my Chase Bliss pedal. So that's just kind of another growth in the industry, which is just like putting this into 1/8-inch cables. Kind of an awesome thing.
Go ahead, Talak.
I think it should not be forgotten that you can also send it on an IP protocol, and so that's what I've started to do instead of actually having a MIDI interface and connecting it with the DIN connectors. So that can be really, really useful as well.
Go ahead, Andy.
To Todd's point, I have one of those little boutique guitar pedals right here that has MIDI jacks on the end here. This is a Walrus Audio M1. It's a modulation pedal. It's a wonderful pedal because it's small. It's great for guitar players and other players who have pedal boards because its form factor is very small. It packs an enormous amount of control into all these little knobs, which is both good and bad because it can be a little bit cumbersome to program. But once you learn it, it's not too bad. And then the other thing I'll say about all of this too is that for guitar players, we've been able to do this for a while, where you have some switcher, you hit one button and you've programmed it to change the channel on your amp, to change the effects on this, to turn on and off, distortion pedals or whatever in your line. We've been able to do that for a while now. But the trend that I've seen in the last couple of years is combining that controller. It also has some sounds. Bose, for example, came out with something 2 or 3 years ago where it is both a looper. You can have your own pedals, and it also has its own sounds. So I expect that to continue as a trend as well, because it is a very useful way to build a rig, even on the low end, because this was more in the range of very expensive custom build things. Now you can do it yourself.
Go ahead, Courtney.
It's been a while, a number of decades since I've done a deep dive on MIDI, but has MIDI 2.0 worked out the problems between SMPTE timecode and MIDI timecode? Because I know there was a problem originally with non-integer frame rates versus integer frame rates, and a lot of confusion in the conversion between the two. Have they finally nailed that down so that there's no confusion if you're using MIDI-triggered stuff for film work where you may not be at an integer frame rate?
That's a good question. We have to take a look at the MIDI 2.0 white paper to find out. So go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, Andy, I noticed yours had actual real MIDI jacks in the end of that pedal. Check this out. If I can get this to focus well enough. Let's see if I can. There we go. Yeah. Check out that small little thing. That's kind of what I was talking about. I'm kind of amazed that it ever happened. So color me excited and amazed. This is the Zoya Empress pedal for anybody who's interested. A little dusty, sorry.
So for those of you playing along at home, so this is the cable we're talking about that Todd was talking about. So this is 5-pin at one end and 1/8 inch at the other. So it allows you to use MIDI into much more compatible things. So I have a lot of equipment that actually uses this kind of equipment as well. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, two things. First of all, hi, Greg. Hi, Daria. Hi, Andy.
Hi.
Second, these shots from the show floor have been fabulous. I just wanted the thumbs up to the team on the floor who are giving us a live connection from NAB into this live show. It is working. We don't know where it's going from here, but it's super cool to have everybody here for the NAMM coverage. I'm just stoked.
Yeah, it's great to see it. As you can see, we've got our live coverage there on the floor. So what we'll do is we'll go to our next studio question there, Bill, from Chris.
Absolutely. Chris Widener in Lafayette, Indiana has noted, iPads have made such a huge change for musicians. Has it affected your MIDI workflows as well?
It definitely has for me. So the fact that the iPad acts as a MIDI device, and this is what I was talking about with MIDI Bluetooth. So I actually have 2 Roland MIDI Bluetooth receivers, and so they actually receive and can send MIDI commands via Bluetooth into this box, and then you can send it out via 5-pin to something else, or it can actually send it out via CV and gate. So this is control voltage for Eurorack. So I can actually use the iPad to control Eurorack wirelessly. So these are the kind of things you can actually do quite amazingly with an iPad or any other device that supports MIDI over Bluetooth, which iPad does. You will need a receiver that actually receives it as well. There are a handful of receivers that do this, and there are a handful of hardware instruments. We can actually play the hardware instruments remotely as well. Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, for me, it definitely has improved it as well. I use something on the iPad called FOR Score, in order to, document in PDFs and all my music. And now I've gotten it so I have a set list, and when song X comes up, I can have MIDI control change the patches on the synthesizer or on my WinSynth that I showed you so that it's ready to play. It'll also do things like talk to my board, the X32 through MIDI show control, and I can mute things. Literally, that can be done from the iPad every time a new song comes up on my list. So it's wonderful for show control in a one-man situation. Live is what I'm talking about now.
Go ahead, Talak.
So I know that this is not quite on the question, but iPads for musicians have been a really exciting thing for me as a lighting designer, because it means that they're playing without music stand lights. So I'm all for that, because they're starting to play off those scores on their iPads. I don't know if that's going to be comfortable for every musician, but I'm really liking it. And I was doing a show in a catacomb in a cemetery, and it was really dark, and having some really low light music reading was awesome.
Tell me it wasn't the Grateful Dead.
It sounds actually quite amazing, but go ahead, Todd.
There is no question that that the move to the iPad for score reading has become the standard. There are very few folks who still want to mess around with paper, and as Trollope just eloquently put, it's just any situation. It doesn't even matter. In fact, you can even change the color of what is showing up on the screen in the iPad, such that the light that it projects on you color matches the other lights that are upon you as well. So it's kind of, I also want to mention that AirTurn is a vendor who makes some of the pedals that we use for Bluetoothing to our iPads to change pages with music. So they're on the floor. So we might go to see them to see what they have that is new. They've been doing the same product for many, many years. I'm not sure if they have anything new this year or not.
Wait a minute, Talak, let me get this straight. So does that mean that if you turn to page 5 of the music and there's a lighting change, that page could be a different color, and you as a lighting designer could build that in to get some light on the musicians?
I don't often admit this, but I just got chills.
Because you can have different colors for each musician and have a rainbow effect.
That is a geek. That is absolutely a geek.
So, Todd, just a quick follow-up question. As far as the iPad, do you ever put the iPad into like a negative mode where the screen is black and the notes are white?
I have not. That's a really interesting thing. I'll go get my iPad and I'll see how to do that and see if that looks like it would be useful for me or not. Is that something that's built into Fourscore? Do you know or not? Or maybe Victor knows.
You can invert in the iPad itself.
Yeah, in the
Dark
iPad
mode.
itself, you can, of course. Yeah, we could do dark mode. I'm going to go find out right now if the iPad will allow you to force that. If Fourscore will allow you to force that, because it might not allow that.
Go ahead, Greg.
No, it clearly does. I haven't had paper score in years, 2 years at least, and I have dark mode on all the scores, and it's just genius. There's nothing blowing my mind with the light in the face. And I apologize for my delayed video. I can't do anything about it. I'm really sorry.
Hey, we're just glad you're here, Greg. It's awesome to see you.
And I just got life experience on the iPad dark mode. So now I will go look at it. Wow.
Yeah. Fourscore is pretty genius. It's a little complicated for, when you start. It's a fairly strong learning curve, and it's not very intuitive. But once you get the hang of it, it's really pretty good.
And the shortcuts as well, Greg. Right, all the amazing shortcuts with the Apple Pencil and just with the fingers as well. You can really make it your own quickly.
Go ahead, Daria.
Oh, I just think that is so funny. The idea of having the reverse notes. I'm going to have to get my mom, who's a classical flutist, Juilliard trained flutist, and put that in front of her and make you guys a video, because I'm sure she will laugh her head off trying to read white notes on black page. That will absolutely freak her out of a lifetime of training. That'll be really funny.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Shouldn't it be possible to have AI in the iPad automatically monitor through the microphone what's being played and turn the pages automatically?
That's true.
There is some of that in Fourscore. It can do somewhat of following, and there's actually some systems that will do that, where one band leader will turn everyone's music so that you can actually synchronize several of those. I think the big holdouts for iPad music are pianists and especially conductors. Trying to look at a full orchestral score on even iPad Pro is pretty impossible. So when we get the iPad Pro, Ultra, Max, Mega screen size, maybe conductors will come along.
That's true. And just a reminder to our panelists, remember to raise your hand in the Mukana question. Whatever the top Mukana question is, just raise your hand in that so we know who to come to. So it doesn't matter which the question is. If you just want to talk, just raise your hand on whatever the top question is and we'll get to you. It keeps the flow of show. So it's really cool. We're seeing these little snippets from the floor as the guys are walking around the show floor. And it looks like that it's very interesting seeing that cart get pushed along. So we're seeing, so we're actually seeing the rig get pushed along on the NAMM floor. I can understand why it's getting a lot of attention out there as well. So this is looking pretty cool how these guys are doing this. Let's go ahead to luck.
I mean, I don't know. This is probably a really bad idea, but since the super title operator is always right along in the score on an opera, I wonder if you could do it so that that's what it's following is each cue of the super title hit. But I guess it wouldn't work if there wasn't any words.
That's probably true. That's true. Okay, Bill, go to the next question.
Dennis, looks like Wotech in New Kensington, Pennsylvania asks, what are the biggest challenges in covering a show of this size? And we may be seeing some of them. How long have they been walking across the show just to get to our first setup?
So I can tell you one of the challenges. So these kind of shows happen usually around 9 a.m., 10 a.m. in the morning in the west coast of America. That doesn't happen to line up with time where I am. So there are challenges with our crew being all over the world that all my meetings and the live show itself are happening around 2, 3 a.m. every day for me. So that's one of the challenges as far as having our crew around the world. Another challenge is, so we're all volunteers here. So everyone's volunteering their time to actually put these together. And it is actually quite a large commitment to actually get all these things put together, to get everyone in. We have a lot of meetings. Like we have 2 or 3 weekly meetings leading up to this for the last month. So there is a lot of back end stuff. There is a lot of logistics as well that we're putting into the software system to help us actually run the show smoothly and to help us communicate with the team in real time. So even our Mukana producers can ask a question and their question is seen in real time by our team in the field when they're ready to go. So when we do cross to them and they've got their rolling rig set up with their iPad to see your Mukana questions. So this is all done in real time. We don't have to relay it to them. They just see your questions in real time, which is very cool. So go ahead, Courtney.
I've noticed they've popped the cameras off those bald heads while they're rolling that rig around to avoid shaking the heck out of the cameras or them breaking loose. So quick releases, I guess, are pretty important to have on those camera mounts.
I wonder if those are the same cameras they're using to get the B-roll shots of them walking through. So they may have detached the cameras, but still have them hooked into the broadcast system.
Is that a separate, I think they're using it looks like a phone or something that they're streaming to us from the behind-the-scenes stuff. Is that the case?
They just went into the lift and it froze.
Yeah, they went in an elevator. That's awesome. That cut off.
Yeah, so it's actually really cool that we're actually seeing them go into a lift in real time. So I'm finding that quite amazing that we can actually just follow them around the show floor as they get to the next booth to do the next talk, which is really cool. So it looks like they're making their way along the concourse there it looks like it's nice that it's carpeted. Makes it a lot smoother on the cameras, I guess, if they're on the carpet as well. Go ahead, Talok.
They mentioned in the breakdown of the setup, Courtney, that they can just pull those off and use them for handheld and then drop them back on. So that's the same cameras that they were using to come to us before, in my understanding.
And these are the most compelling shots to give you an idea of the scale of a show like NAMM. I mean, they're on multiple floors, it looks like, and giving us an overview of what it might be like to be on the ground yourself, which is very cool for the people who've never been able to get to a show like the big NAMM.
It looks like the guys have arrived at Taylor Guitars, so we'll be crossing to them shortly when they get set up. That'd be great. Go ahead, Jeff.
I think the one thing we don't think about is the sheer sensory overload that you go through in a show like this. Besides the 8 halls and walking long distances and just the din of everything going on and seeing so many things, I think something they're going to need to factor in is taking breaks, just a moment to get someplace quiet and calm and sort of reset themselves, because otherwise you will burn out very quickly. And so, a lot of people get sick because they go to these shows and they're just like their body is exhausted after 3 days of running around a show.
That's true. So we do want to make sure we actually Don't run them too hard into the ground. And this is why we're not going to be running for 8 hours today. We're only going to run for 3 or 4 hours as far as our live show is concerned. But we'll do again the same tomorrow. So any questions that you didn't get covered today, make sure you can keep them in mind. You can actually put them into Mukana notes, and you can pump them in tomorrow to our field team as well. So if you didn't get your question answered today, go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, let me follow up on what Jeff said. NAMM is an incredibly noisy show. So whether you're an attendee or you're a participant or you're a crew, please bring yourself some earplugs. Do yourself a favor. It is incredibly intense, and that kind of noise level, like Jeff said, will tire you right out.
I'm betting they have an iPhone here that they're shooting this with, since we see both of our Sony cameras on camera right there. So maybe they have it connected via Wi-Fi. Oh,
yep, got a thumbs up there, right. So it sounds like it is the iPhone. Thanks, Roscoe. So it looks like it looks quite amazing that we're actually getting this. Yeah, so there we go. We've got the phone coming in, and so it actually looks quite a good quality considering we're at a convention floor. So coming in from a phone. So this is good to know. So another thing we're actually looking at if we're going to be doing a lot more of these kind of events in the future, and it's good to know we can actually get this pretty good live stream unless we're actually trying to do the show from inside an elevator. We know now that you can actually do quite well from these show floors, and knowing that there's a lot of other people on the show floor using phone and Wi-Fi as well. So this is kind of good to know for our second and third kind of rigs that we may have floating around, where we can have the heavier rig, but we can actually have smaller groups, maybe 1 or 2 man teams out there, getting stuff as well on a phone. So this lets us know for Cine Gears that's coming up next weekend. This is kind of a good idea that we can actually do these kind of things where a phone looks like it's actually getting pretty good quality. As the guy said in their little spiel they gave us before 10 o'clock, it was about audio into the phone. So that's something that we'll look at here at office hours, and we'll do some labs in after hours and try to figure out the best way to get a wireless microphone, a good quality microphone like a Shure or Sennheiser, into one of the iPhones, and just have the iPhone itself streaming back to us with quality audio. So that is one thing we'll try and do. Bill, let's go to the next question while we wait for the guys to set up.
Absolutely. Douglas Carmichael's up next. He says, total innovation makes the E-Flip, and he's got a link there to it, which enables marching musicians to mount a phone or small tablet to their instrument. Do you think this negatively affects the traditions of the marching arts?
Go ahead, Jeff.
I don't think it would negatively affect the traditions because you're still looking at notes on a score. It may make it easier for some that have trouble sight, could make larger print things. But I think the biggest problem with this is probably sunlight. Marching is an outside activity, and glare on a screen is going to be the biggest problem.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. That was one of the things I was going to bring up. I think it'll be infinitely easier than trying to flip pages. But the other thing is, in Norway here, the marching bands are quite popular, and we have quite a lot of them. And they basically don't have music. They've memorized all this stuff already. So they're working on the steps and all that other stuff. So, but I don't think it would negatively affect the tradition. Just probably the logistics in terms of the sunlight thing.
That's true. That's true. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, so you've traded the problem of wind for the problem of sun, because wind would always, as a marching band member, the wind would always blow the flip type score over in the middle at exactly the wrong moment, and you would have to let go of your instrument with one hand to flip it back and find the right page. It was always a problem.
That's true. Yeah, it's always. I remember the Sydney Olympics. Year 2000 had, at the time, the world's largest marching band, was actually made up of pretty much marching band members from all over the world. So a lot of Americans flew in for this. There was a handful of Australians, of course. And Yamaha gave all the instruments to the marching band. And then those instruments actually went out to schools after they were used in the actual group. But they, of course, this was back in the year 2000, and they had cards. And you actually see them, in the middle of the arena, the middle of the stadium, changing their cards. And some of them were dropping their cards and just had to do it from memory, I guess, because you could see the cards are sitting on the floor. So that was always quite interesting to see them change their little cards with the little holders. Go ahead, Jeff.
And while there's a great tradition in marching, part of that great tradition is being innovative with new music, and pop songs are constantly being arranged for marching bands. So they're on the forefront of things as well. So I think technology is part of that.
True. Go ahead, Todd.
Just imagine me with a violin in one hand and a bow in the other trying to manage music. I mean, the iPad's just a lifesaver for me in a marching band.
That would be true. That would be true. Go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, let me add on to that, that more than marching bands, drum and bugle corps have become this massive productions of shows that use MIDI, that use lighting. And so drum and bugle corps are really at the bleeding edge of technology and where this meets up with traditional wind instrument versus putting on a show, a glamour, a big show. And they're really integrating the technology more than ever today to electronics as well as wind instruments. So look out for the drum and bugle corps. If you haven't seen one in years, they've changed quite a bit.
I believe they probably have. All right, Bill, we'll go to the next question.
Douglas Carmichael's up next again here. In this case, he says, Carl, you mentioned that Yamaha has brought a lot of firmware updates to the show. I'm surprised that they haven't updated their flagship synth platforms, Montage and Mod X. Why could that be?
So I've seen a few videos from the show opening of yesterday, going up to the Yamaha booth, and they asked Yamaha about the synths, and all the synths they had on display were synths that have already been out for some time. Roland, about a week ago, Roland are not at NAMM, but about a week ago, they actually did a massive update to their flagship synths, which is the Jupiter X, and they've actually released a brand new synth, the Juno X. So they've got a new synth, and they've got a massive update for their current Jupiter. So this isn't because there's chip shortages. This is something that the big synths do. They actually update their flagships. That's why they're flagships. If Yamaha haven't got one out, they will have one out because Yamaha always, keep up with the Joneses when it comes to their big synths. They do actually, it's not just bug improvements, they actually do provide new features, but it depending on the chipset, how powerful the chipset is in the Montage and the Mod X, because they have been out for quite some time now, how much more they can push them before they need to actually get new hardware. So that may be the thing. So Yamaha may need new hardware to do new things. So that may be something they have to do. Next question, Bill.
Next one comes from Douglas Carmichael again, and this time he says, even with PreSonus being acquired by Fender, I'm surprised that PreSonus isn't exhibiting at the show. I'm eagerly awaiting, he says, Studio 1.6. Why could that be?
Well, another question is, why isn't Roland at the show? So Roland would have had one of the biggest booths in past years. They always did. So that's always one of the things that it's kind of shocking, but it's actually, we're living in the after times now, and some people in the after times may be giving out their content. They're doing their releases. As I said, Roland just announced the Juno X like 2 weeks ago. So right around the NAMM time, they came out just before the NAMM news cycle would hit. So maybe they're figuring out a new way of doing it. Maybe they're using a way of doing it the same as Behringer. You won't see Behringer at NAMM, so they won't be there because they just have their own cycle and they push stuff out when they want to do it as well. So that can be one of the issues why we don't see these things. As far as PreSonus being owned by Fender, Fender's a large company, but Fender used to be owned by CBS back in the day. So these companies do keep on buying each other. It doesn't usually change much. Usually you'll see PreSonus as just a division within Fender. PreSonus just runs itself. They have to account for what they're doing to Fender, because Fender will be underwriting everything they do. But generally, if Fender buys PreSonus, it means PreSonus is doing something right. So you don't go playing around with something that's doing something right straight away. You'll let it run its course. And if they want to think about doing new things, they'll do these kind of new things. Next question, Bill.
Chris Widener in Lafayette, Indiana is up with this one. Did Google Glass miss a step with not marketing to marching bands?
That could be the case, actually, if you think about it. That would have actually quite worked. They may have hit into each other because Google Glass will actually cause you to look at a screen. So they may have bumped into each other a little bit more. Would have brought up the comedy on YouTube, definitely, with these marching bands. I'd like to see Ohio State, all of them just with, just wearing Google Glass and see how they do. But I think the more important thing with that would be directions. So rather than the notes, it would be more the directions for marching bands, where you could actually give each person a different direction. So you could do these kind of crazy, Ohio State kind of marching bands that they actually do as far as doing graphics via marching bands. It's pretty cool. That would be very interesting to see that kind of happen as well.
You got to watch your instructions for marching go by in Google Glass.
Yeah,
3 more steps,
now,
turn right.
45 degrees. Yeah, it's like a rally driver. You got a navigator for a rally driver. Turn left now, turn right now. Because I understand why it happens on American football, because you've got those nice lines on the field. It makes it a lot easier for them. If you came to do this in Australia, we have no lines like that. So they may get lost a little bit. So that may be one of the issues. Go ahead, Courtney.
And I can just imagine the chaos on the field when their battery goes dead and about 30% of the people marching on the field, that
would be an issue. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. So just remember to our Mukana producers, you can ask questions directly to us, or you can ask questions directly to the people on the show floor. They're setting up right now to do an interview. It looks like they're at Taylor Guitars. So as soon as we hear that they're ready to go, we'll cross over to them. For now, if there's any other questions or any other comments that the panelists want to make, just raise your hand on whatever current question is there. And we can go ahead and just any other comments you have of the show so far, or anything you're hoping to see later on today.
I got to give props to the field crew. I mean, Taylor must have been a ways away because they were walking for what seemed like 10, 15 minutes to get to our first location. Not the most efficient thing, probably.
That's probably true, yeah. It looked like it was 3 suburbs over. You had to go around Disneyland.
That reminds me of being at the old NAB in Las Vegas, and you enter on one street and you realize the next place you have something to do is literally a quarter of a mile away.
So before we speak with Taylor Guitars, let's talk to Daria and find out a little bit more about the company and what they do.
Sure. Hey. Yeah. So I was so happy to be able to tell our friends at Taylor that you guys are out here doing your amazing stuff and like match make this little thing. So I'm very excited. We are both Taylor artists. Ram is their bass guy. They love his playing, as we all do. And I'm a Taylor artist as well. And we've been working with the company for years, just playing their beautiful instruments. I mean, when I first started playing coffee shops, I was saving every little tip and every little bit of money to get my first Taylor. It was my absolute dream. And now when I walk into the studio, we have a bunch, and it's such a joy. It's one of those, like, you can manifest what you want if you just really, really stick with it. Like, we have sprouted 1 million Taylor guitars in the studio. So these guys are the coolest, kindest people I've ever met, you know, along with you guys. But the integrity with which what they do, Bob Taylor and his friend Kurt started the company when they were 19 and 21-year-olds, when they were just hippie kids, and they built one guitar and they sold it. They built another one and they sold it, and they're my environmental heroes. They're my business heroes. And I just think they're the coolest people on the planet. And they have a lot of big news going on with them. They just announced that Bob's protege, Andy Powers, who has been the lead designer for years, is now taking over as CEO and president and lead designer all at the same time. So it's like really putting their money where their mouth is. Like, they are about guitars. They're about musicians, and they have a musician and a player and a guitar builder as the lead guy now. And so I think that's really beautiful. And then they do so many incredible environmental things around the world, reforesting, buying up giant, what's it called? Like groves of wood so that they can protect it and so that they can harvest it sustainably.
And ash stuff.
Yeah, they have a new kind of wood called urban ash that's made all out of trees that are reclaimed from urban areas. And they're also launching these new Koa guitars, their new 700 series, which I'm sure they're going to want to talk to you about. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on with them. And it's just a beautiful group of people. We've been to the factory many times, and everyone there is so happy. They're just a big family.
Anybody can go, by the way. I don't know if they're still doing this.
I don't know if they've started doing the tours again, but they used to, I think every Friday, let anybody come and check out the tour of how they make the guitars. And yeah, this is my latest favorite, by the way. The little antique blonde GT. I just love her. I wrote a song on her this morning. So yeah, they're awesome. But I know, obviously, I'm a major Taylor nerd. So if you guys have any questions, I probably have answers before they get set up.
It looks like they're set up now, so it's excellent timing. Thanks, Daria. So let's cross now back to NAMM 2022 and hear from the guys with Taylor Guitars.
We're back here at NAMM at the actual show in Anaheim, California, and we're switching gears from the noisy halls of pro audio and drums and everything, all the chaos. This one specifically, Taylor Guitars. With me is Mark Seal, a product specialist. How you doing, Mark? How you guys doing? Good show? Yeah, they're telling us right now we're not feeding audience. So this might be a take-two situation. So stand by. Stand by. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You tell us when you got good audio. Okay, from the top. Hi, everybody. It's George the Tech here at NAMM Show in Anaheim, California. And we're in the calm part of the hall now in a dedicated space, which only the best companies get to do. And that company we're seeing today is Taylor. And here to share with us what's going on at Taylor Guitars is product specialist Mark Seal. How you doing, Mark?
Doing awesome. How you guys doing?
Awesome. We're buzzing. Coffee, the energy, everything, but we're good. So tell us what you're showcasing for us today.
So we have a new line of guitars. It's a 700 series Koa guitar, which we've never done before. And what's interesting about Koa is it's a wood that's traditionally been very difficult to get. There's not a ton of it. It's a lot of regulations and challenges to get to it, but people love it. When we do road shows, we go out to the audiences all over the country, play these beautiful guitars called our K series, our Koa series guitars. And they're these incredible, figure tops and flames and all kinds of great stuff. And people look at it visually and it's amazing. They have nice thick finish on them. You can kind of see a mile into them. They're beautiful guitars. But people fell in love with Koa, and there's only a small percentage of the logs that have that level of figure. So Andy found some other parts of the trees, and we've gotten some more trees and access to more trees now through a long story. But, we're good stewards of the forests, and we've been rewarded for being such. So we have more Koa now, so we tried to make it more available, more affordable, and more available for more people because people love it. So the newer trees we found, they grow a little bit straighter, so we have a little bit straighter grain. These aren't quite as figured, but if you look at it, look how beautiful they are. I mean, they're incredibly gorgeous guitars, but it's not that super master grade figuring. But the guitars themselves sound great. So what we decided to do, what Andy decided to do, was make a 700 series guitar that sounds a little different than our traditional Koa guitars, because we didn't want to just make a less expensive Koa guitar. We wanted to actually add another flavor to the menu, so to speak, right? So what he did on this particular guitar, this and the 724, which we'll see in a minute, is he did the back bracing around the edges a little bit stiffer. He made the back a little bit thinner, so it moves a little bit differently, creating a little more snappy sound, a little more vibrant sound. He put an ultra thin matte finish on it, which is great for a variety of reasons. One, because it's so light, it just barely has any kind of filtering on the sound.
It's like really transparent, maybe more crisp top end or something?
Yeah, it's just, very transparent. The finish itself just kind of takes out a couple things we don't want. He uses finishes actually to sonically tune the instruments. It's really interesting stuff. But it's very tactile. You feel it. You can feel the pores in the wood now. It's very light. It's very airy. And typically you don't want to say dry with a guitar, but it has a really, in a good way, a very dry feel to it. And if I play a chord, I'll let's put the mic down in here a little bit. So it's just this very balanced sound, a little bit chimier on the top end than Koa normally would be. Koa sometimes is a little bit on the brooding side, and there's a little bit more, they're snappy like we talked about. So it's just.
So what people like about it isn't just the look, it's the sound of the wood.
Absolutely, yeah. Koa is just a great sounding wood overall. And the thing about Koa that's also neat is as the fibers wear in and you play it for some time, it opens up on the low end a little bit. So you get a little more bass out of it over time. So these guitars want to be played. They don't just want to be on a hook on your wall showing people how cool your Koa guitar is, but they want to be played, So
does Taylor go as far to plant their own forests? This is completely a spitball weird question, but I've just thought of it.
No, yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things Bob Taylor, that's what he does around the world, is they're saving the forest, really trying to, and they're doing a great job, great stewardship, replanting process, putting money towards it. I mean, it's very important for everybody that we do that, but that's one of Bob's huge passion, Bob Taylor. So he's doing an incredible job. And that's one of the reasons we are, I will say, rewarded with more Koas, because we're doing such a good job and being so responsible with it. So it's really cool.
That's incredible. What does it take to get to a position of you? The position that you have at this company as a product specialist, did you start at the very bottom at Taylor and work your way up, or did they recruit you in?
Did I start in the mailroom?
Yeah, exactly.
No, so I went to music college out of high school, and I went to GIT, and then out of there I started doing my own records. I did 5 instrumental guitar rock records, and in that process I got asked to do an internet show early on, like 2000. Did an internet show for a while, kind of got comfortable doing what we're doing here, and then I ultimately turned into a television show. So I did a TV show called The Ultimate Guitar Show. Saw him for a few years on Cox Communications across the country. And then from that, it turned into Taylor started putting guitars on the set. This is back in 2005. 6, I started playing NAMM shows for them, and then we started doing these events called road shows. So they invited me to go out across the North America and do these shows, in-store events, which is where I met Daria years and years ago, I think in like New York or Connecticut or somewhere back east, I remember. And so we're just going all over doing those shows, and then that turned into another show that I do now called Take the Lead, and doing all these events at NAMM. So that's how a guy like me gets in this position. I didn't want to be in a rock band. I was for a while, and I realized pretty early on that I did not want to be yoked to 3 other dudes, that I had to rely on them. I kind of did my own thing, and so.
It's great that Taylor was able to support the kind of thing you do. It's cool when you can partner with a company.
Yeah, and they're an amazing company. They've been really good to me. We've had a great relationship for many years, and I genuinely love the product. I played the guitars before I ever worked for them. You know, some people just take any sponsorship gig, and I want to be very clear, that's not me. If I'm going to endorse something, it's because I love it. You know?
Relationship, probably lifelong. Back in the studio, we're taking questions from the live audience, and it's right on the iPad. I'll go ahead and read it to you. This one's from Chad Lafarge in our panel. Two of my kids are guitar interested. What's the best way to get them started and impress them with the possibilities?
Yeah, well, depending upon the age, you know, the best way to really get them excited about it is to find something or someone that can teach them a very easy melody or a riff that's not that hard to play that they know, right? Something they like. You know, when you have kids and you teach them Mary Had a Little Lamb, a lot of kids don't want to learn Mary Had a Little Lamb. They want to learn, you know, In the End by Linkin Park, you know. Some cool little riff, and it's single note melody. It's relatively simple to play, and once you can get a small riff under their fingers and they know they can do it, it's success, right? And once they know they can do it, they're in. The biggest challenge and the biggest detriment, I think, to teaching newer students is if they fail early on. You can't let them fail. Whatever they do, it's praise. And whatever you just find the easiest thing you can show them and try to show them correctly. Show them how to hold a pick. That's important, obviously. You want to make sure you do it right, because I spent a career teaching people how to really learn how to hold a pick correctly, you know. But, you know, find a skilled teacher, somebody that wants to do nothing but make it fun for that student. If it's fun, they'll grow to love it. If they grow to love it, they'll grow to work at it. Don't make it another class.
Gotcha. Well, we're getting a special request from Daria herself saying, hey, Mark, can you play?
I will.
Give us a little something.
I was down in Cozumel, Mexico a few months ago, and I wrote this cool little riff. I think you'll like it. It goes, That's for Daria Musk.
And I was having fun as an audio engineer geek, moving the mic around a little bit, you know, moving it up the fret, moving it into the hole.
So I heard it get warm, and then it got thin, and yeah, that's the beauty. In fact, that's exactly what we do in the recording studio for a guitar. Is we'll listen to it, we'll record a spot, move it. Oh, it's a little too woofy, a little too bassy. It needs a little less this, that, and you can move it around in real time like you did. That's a great thing if you can do that. You find, oh, right there. You know, and traditionally you're going to find somewhere on the 17th fret, a few inches off, is usually a pretty safe spot. But you never want to put it directly over the hole. You're going to get some of that.
Yeah, when you were doing a little bit of the fingerboard work, it was fun to get the mic right up in there.
Yeah. Almost made me mess up in front of a ton of people. Thank you. No.
Another question from the audience from Jeff Francis. Please ask the price point of these guitars if it hasn't been mentioned. Is that being released?
Yeah, so these guitars for the Alcoa, this brand new 700 series, they're $34.99 is what I believe. Yeah, and they're all American made, V-class bracing, rosewood binding, the bronze tuners. I mean, these are really nice guitars. And yet, if you go to our K-series guitars, those get $5,000-$6,000 for the really figured ones. So it's actually a really good deal to get into Koa. And again, you're buying something that is, somewhat, exclusive.
This is probably one of those questions nobody wants to answer, but we'll throw it to you anyway. You probably have, how are Taylors better than Martins? Okay. Well, let's just say different.
Okay, so the interesting thing, I own probably 7 Martins, and I've got 2 pre-World War II Martins, which were very coveted. My dad, my grandfathers, both of them, and my uncle all play guitar, and all of them have been gone now, so I got a pile of Martins because that's all they played growing up. So I've got some really nice guitars. I probably have 6 or 8 Taylors. I've got probably almost a balance of both.
Martin predates Taylor as a company by a long...
Yeah, by 134 years. Or something. Yeah, it's a big difference. They've been around since the early 1800s, I think, 1830 or something. So what I would tell you honestly is it's like Taylor is very technology focused, meaning they've always pushed the envelope to what can be done better. Martin is very steeped in tradition. They had a slower ability to change much because their fan base loved what they did. Whereas Taylor But one thing everybody expects of Taylor guitars is that every year we're gonna outdo ourselves. And Bob Taylor's, statement has always been, raising tide raises all ships. He wants to make it better, and he wants Martin to make it better. It's a really healthy, competitive relationship. For me, the playability, the intonation, the V-class stuff I love for Taylor, the quality of the look. I'm a little more modern player. I think they're just amazing guitars. But Martin's are great guitars. We have nothing disparaging to say about Martin.
It's like saying that my Toyota is way better than my Ford. It's like.
Well, it probably is. No, I'm just kidding.
Another question from the panel and from back in the studio. This one's from James Fosseline, and it just cleared off the iPad, so maybe they pulled it back.
The question was,
how
since
can you
the show floor is noisy,
there's so much noise on the floor, is I believe what the question was. And the challenge is you really can't. You sit there in a booth and you're like, oh, doesn't that sound great? And you hear some kid playing Enter Sandman right next to you. It's really difficult to do. I think that the real goal is to go find something that you like play. Okay, obviously, I'm sure it sounds good, and then go to your local music store or somewhere when it's quiet. Go back and revisit the guitar once you've kind of settled on some of the ones you really want to check out. But it's very difficult to hear them. We have private rooms here that we'll go back into where you can hear them. We'll showcase the guitars for somebody that really wants to hear the guitar, whereas a lot of times we're out here, we're just talking about the specs, what we have available, that type of thing.
Well, as an acoustic engineer that I am, I take notice that you guys made some special effort to make a space that's nice. You put damping on the side, some Auralex Maxwell things, and then you've got this nice reflective, diffusive wall behind us to reflect the sound forward. So a lot of thought went into this.
Yeah, we do get some a lot of times it's relatively quiet in here. When we're out here, we're plugged in direct. We've got a mic here. We can get some pretty good demos out here at the right time. Every now and again, something crazy will go on next door and you hear people applauding or something. But for the most part, yeah, they take a lot of pride. I don't know if you noticed, but we're even back in the corner. So we're kind of as far away as we can be from all the real noise that's going on.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. And I imagine as a guitar player, you may not be able to really truly hear the guitar, but you can feel the guitar, I guess, huh? You can.
You feel it in your chest, and there's definitely a feel.
You feel the action.
Yeah, so if you say, okay, I like the way this guitar feels, I like the overall comfort, that gets you through the door. And you hit a chord, you can feel the vibration, the resonance of the instrument, and that kind of gets you to say, I'm interested in these guitars. And what I would traditionally do if it were me, before I used to work at these shows, I would come as a kid, and I'd find stuff, and then I'd go to my local Guitar Center or Jim's Music or local stores that might carry these things, and go try them, a couple of months after the show when they actually got them in stock.
How much is the feel of the guitar, the setup of the guitar? Because I know that there's an expert who sets the guitar up before it goes into your hands.
Yeah, so when our guitars leave the factory so we have what we call spec, right? Everything's set to exactly how Andy wants them set, which is traditionally, we take the guitars, when we have new guitars, we pass them around the whole factory for a while before they ever go to market. And there's so many guitar players that work at Taylor that when everybody kind of goes, yeah, that feels right, or that's good, we've done that over the years, we give it to a handful of people to try out. So it's like a focus group. But once we know what our secret sauce is, these guitars stay really, really dialed in from the factory to wherever they get shipped. It's very rare that we have to do setups on them after the fact, because of the way that we do all the wood and give it so much time to cure. It's not twisting and moving. The wood is very, very stable when they hit the market.
So retailers must like that. They know that guitar that comes out of the box and goes into their hands is ready to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there's still great stores. Look at Sweetwater and Music Zoo, and they'll still take our guitars out and they'll double check that everything is to spec when they get them. A lot of the good stores they'll do that. They've got a program where they'll do X amount of point inspection. And it's great, and these pretty much are always there. They're a
piece of cake.
We are the most consistent, I think, from what I've heard from traveling around, talking to other guitar techs around the country. They're like, yeah, these are really consistent when they come in. More so, if there's a way we might be better than Martin, that might be one. Consistency.
Yeah, it's a big thing for pros. Jeff Francis says, is Taylor exploring digital? We love talking about Dante outputs on guitars. Is that, as a forward-thinking company, coming across people's desks?
I have no way I can speak this. I don't know, but what I would tell you is one thing about Andy Powers, our master Lutheran, he's president and CEO now, I think. He got a new title. He's doing great. He's very much a bluegrass.
Oh no! Looks like we lost the connection.
May have just dropped them so if we do get them back, we'll cut back to them. But Dari, do you want to talk about have you have chance to play one of those color guitars yet?
I have not actually touched those two. So that's the two new 700 series, the 724 and the 722 are the ones that he was showing off right there. I think the one he was holding was the 724. Fingers crossed there's a couple headed to the studio, to our studio in the next couple of weeks, but we haven't touched them yet. But we've got, you want to grab the presentation series, the K. I can show you what he was talking about. I think it's so fascinating. The look of the guitar that you get, oh, sure. Yeah, I can show it from this. The look of the guitar is all based on like how you cut the wood, right? So this is the traditional, really fancy flame that you're used to seeing on Koa that he was saying. And that just comes from how they slice the log. And so what he was saying was they discovered here, you can take this, they discovered that there were tons of gorgeous trees that were left by the logging companies, like not being used because they didn't have the super fancy looking, super flamey looking wood, but it was great guitar wood. And so they found a way to slice it in a different way where you get these gorgeous stripes. They're just straight. But sometimes you get these wonderful blonde streaks that are really cool. I hope I get one that looks like that. And apparently they sound even better because the one thing that guitar players know about Koa is that it's kind of like a great pair of Levi's or like a leather jacket. It takes a little time to warm it up, and like a Koa guitar gets better every time you play it, and it just keeps opening for you, keeps sweetening. The sound will keep blooming, and it will get richer over time. And so it's cool for that because if you invest in a Koa, especially in a Taylor, you know it's going to get better the more you play it. But some people want something that's a little less tight, like right out of the box. And so it sounds like, from what I've heard from my friends over there, that these ones are sweet out of the gate, and then they continue to open up from there. So I cannot wait to try that and see what it sounds like. And also, as a total fangirl, I should probably say that the whole Martin Taylor question, this is one of the reasons that I love them as a company and why I love Bob and Kurt for starting the company, because who has the guts to go, oh, this other company's been around for 100 years. Why should we make guitars? They had a different idea. They had a different shape. It was like, why is there Apple? They're very similar to Apple in my mind, like Apple, IBM, whatever, Microsoft. It's that kind of a difference in my mind. I think Taylor's the kind of younger, hipper, cooler version. You got like Billie Eilish and Phineas and people like me, like all the young artists play Taylors. But the big difference as a player, I would say, is the neck. I have pretty small hands. I can barely get around a Martin. Like I can play a D and regular chords, but I'm not playing a wraparound D with like an F sharp around it with my thumb on a Martin. It's not going to happen. It's more like a classical neck to me. Taylor necks are slender and they're slim and they're fast. They're very playable. And the action is the distance between the string and the fretboard. Super, super skinny. So it's really easy to press down. Yeah.
and we just finished doing a video for them on the GT series. And what's interesting is that they actually feel like electric guitars.
They do.
And
yeah.
And when you tune them, the V class locks in on the tuner. It's the craziest thing. It's like you're just tuning and it just goes tuned, right? It doesn't have this kind of wobbly
thing. Yeah.
And they also lined in the GTs, and I imagine the 700 is going to be great. They sound awesome lined in.
They do.
Very, very beautiful to use it just as a straight line it in without using a mic. Or I like to do the center lined in and then pan two microphones either side. But the great recording guitars. So yeah. So I'm excited to try the 700 series because if it feels like the GTs, it's crazy when you pick it up. It's so easy to play. I mean, any chord that you found difficult to finger, no problem. So
yeah.
Oops, Carl, we can't hear you.
It looks like we've got our field team back again. So let's cross live back to our field team with Taylor Guitars.
Sorry we got interrupted there. We're in the middle of a building, in the middle of a room, in the middle of it's a turducken.
No less. By Disneyland, no less.
Exactly. So, but we wanted to wrap it up here before we lose Mark. And there was one last question we were talking about, and that's about Dante, which seems to come up on office hours all the time. Everybody loves talking Dante. Do you see a future where something like Dante, an Ethernet cable plugged into a guitar, could make sense? And do you think Taylor would be the kind of company that would even check that out
Yeah, so the short answer is it absolutely makes sense. I know there's a lot of companies like Fishman doing triple play or rolling with their guitar sense. There's a lot of reason to do that for sure. I think that Taylor as a company typically goes very high tech on building practices to make sure things are just perfect, right? As far as the sound of the guitars and kind of keeping the tradition of an acoustic instrument, I don't see them going digital, at least with any of our main models. Maybe they come up with something else. I don't know about that. I know we have a guitar called...
It could be a Skunk Works.
Yeah, there you go. It's we have a guitar called a T5, which is both acoustic and electric, but they even did that organically. It's electric guitar pickups and acoustic pickups, right? They didn't really go digital on that to, like Fender's got the same thing, but theirs is all digital. So that's an Andy Powers question. I don't see it coming, but I've been surprised more than a handful of times with stuff Taylor comes out with. So,
gotcha. We got to squeeze in one more because we got Dario with are the 700s V class. Can you explain how awesome that is? So I don't even know what that means. So she's asking, is a 700 series guitar a V class guitar?
Yeah, so everything Taylor does, minus the Grand Theaters now and the American guitars, are V-class. And all the V-class is talking about is the bracing pattern on the top of the guitar. Under here, there's a V that comes up like this. And what that does for the guitar is it helps it to be a little bit more insulated sounding. The notes play better together. You have more consistency across the fingerboard as opposed to an X-brace where the quadrants are kind of fighting each other. This is a real linear transition, kind of right to left the way the top rocks, which gives us this really good intonation sounding. Also gives us a little more sustain and a little more volume. And it's proprietary to Taylor guitars. I think we did that back in 2018 now, maybe something like that. And we went all V-class after that because we proved it across all of our guitars that it's superior, we believe, than X-Brace.
I worked in a music store for years. I just learned more about guitars in the last 10 minutes. I'm serious than I ever did. It's been super educational.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate you guys having me on the show. It's good to see Daria out there still doing what she's doing. And I appreciate you guys coming out.
Cheers, man. It's a real pleasure. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks for Taylor Guitars. Thank you, George. So, Daria, just to follow on what we were talking about before, so what are we holding there?
Okay, so this is the guitar that he was just talking about, the T5Z, which is my favorite guitar in the entire universe. And actually, this is a Koa one, so this ties the whole story together, guys. This is my favorite guitar in the whole world. So this is, it's semi-hollow, thin line, so it's got the gorgeous little F-holes in here, and you have a few different tone knobs. You have an exposed humbucker here, a hidden humbucker in there, and then body mics. So when you plug it in, you can, tap and stuff too. And then a 5-way switcher, so you can switch between the mic and the humbuckers and the different things going on and get different sounds. And it's what's cool about the back?
The battery is in.
The battery goes in there. Yeah, cool. And so it's the coolest guitar in the world. It's my favorite electric guitar. To me, it's like, it's sort of a bridge between worlds, between electric and acoustic. And I feel like this guitar is when I started to really find my voice as a guitar player, because I don't shred like, big solo guys. And I love to do things like finger picking, but I love policey sounds, really clean electric sounds, and kind of bridging those two universes of acoustic and electric. And this guitar is really fun to play with when you're plugging into your DAW and adding a lot of effects and stuff too. So she's my favorite. But that was great to see Mark doing his thing. He's such a boss. He's been doing that for years with them. And big shout out to the whole Taylor family. We just love those guys.
Yeah. It was really nice for Taylor to actually come in there and actually give us the time. So that was and to speak about like the new products they've got and to say where they fit in their range as well. So letting us know it's not the most expensive guitar they were showing us, which is nice to see. Sometimes they like to show the flagships.
It's cool actually. I think people think of Taylor as a high-end company, and they are, because everything that they make is beautifully made. And again, like we were saying, if you go to the factory floor and watch how they do it, there's a lot of machines, but there's a lot of human beings, like hand inlaying all the abalone into the necks and, around the sound holes and stuff like that. Actually, they have a big machine that buffs the guitars that you would only see if you go. It's called Buffy the Guitar Slayer. But what's cool about them also is that they've got those big flagship, like $6,000, $7,000 guitars, but then they have the GS Mini, which is, I think the different models range between like $500 and $800. And those, we have a couple of them. They're perfect for flying with, because they can fit in the overhead of a plane, but they're great for campfires and stuff like that. Like, almost anyone can find
And
a
the
tailor
GTs,
that works.
I believe, are 17.
These guys?
Yeah, 1800, 1700.
Yeah, there's a lot of choices.
Yeah.
But I think it's, I was raised obviously in a musical household, and the idea of doing whatever you can to start with a good instrument, I think is really important, because whatever instrument it is, if you start on an instrument that's not well made, you can get the wrong idea and you can think that you suck. And it's not you, and you can feel a little uninspired. And if you start with something that's a little bit better than you are, I find that it really calls you up into that calling. It's inspiring, and you can find yourself reaching for something you might not have before.
Although sometimes it's nice to play a crappy guitar that's got really bad action.
What? And then come back to this and appreciate it.
And then all of a sudden you feel like you're really great because you couldn't do it before. So it happened with me. I think I played really bad guitars for a long time.
So I remember when I was learning guitar, I would have been 12 or 13 years old. I think I was just about to go into high school. And I learned on my brother's acoustic guitar. It had a terrible action, as everyone was saying. So, and I lost a string. I lost an A string, and my brother said, "Well, you're the one replacing it." And I didn't have any money to replace it, so I just learned on a 5-string guitar for about a week or so. Yeah, so I just didn't have any A string there for a while. So, but it made it kind of easy because I could play like a finger picking style, which has the bass line, and so I kind of learned that because I had to. And then I replaced all the strings. So my brother wanted me to replace all the strings, which I did. And then myself, I actually ended up buying an Epiphone, secondhand Epiphone. That was what I had during high school. And then I've graduated now. I own a Hummingbird now, which is sitting just up there. But yeah, so I understand that learning to play on a bad guitar, and then once you get a good guitar, you actually really appreciate the craftsmanship that goes into a good guitar. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars to get a good guitar either. As you said, there are guitars in the $500 to $1,000 range, which are great for beginners, but even for intermediates and travel guitars as well. You're right.
Yeah, for sure. And people forget, I think, that guitar is a physically difficult instrument to learn. It's kind of painful at the beginning. You have to build up your calluses and your hands cramp at the beginning. And especially if you're small-handed or if you're a kid, it's important to get all the help you can to get inspired and believe that you can do it. And then, feel the pride of those calluses. And, as I'm sure a lot of us in here do, I know it, but there's a lot of guitar players in the room. So yeah, it was really fun to see them doing their thing, and to know we're in the company of all the greats who are playing these things now. It's pretty cool.
It is. It's a lot of fun as well to actually see these people who promote the company stuff, but actually really enjoy what they do. And, as Mark was saying there on the floor, that he came in via his own direction where he was working in television, he's doing his own stuff. And then he came across to Taylor Guitars, and you can just see the passion that's still with him in not only just playing, but also telling people how great it is to play, and just having a great instrument makes it a lot of fun as well to actually get these things out there. I've noticed that myself. So I grew up in a family of guitarists. So I have 2 older brothers, and they both play guitar a lot more than I ever have. One of them still is in a band, I believe. And so I grew up with like a couch, the couch in the living room. I had to move like 6 guitars to be able to sit down on the couch, because the couch was our guitar stand, because it was the softest place to put all the guitars. And it was just Washburns, Fenders, Samsons, just all these different kind of guitars my brothers could get their hands on. Eventually they graduated to like a Gibson Explorer and a Flying V, and one of my brothers actually worked in a guitar store. So I actually ended up playing a lot of guitars that generally you wouldn't usually get your hands on, just because of access. But I do understand that it's just so much fun to play different guitars, learn how the action, and learn how to set up different guitars as well. So I play probably equally on acoustic as well as electric, but it is quite a lot of fun to actually learn and actually see the different styles as well that you can get, the different tones you can get out of different styles of guitars. As you said, you've got a hollow body, shallow, semi-hollow body, electric acoustic guitar there, which is a really different kind of tone you'd get from like a big body guitar, like the one you've got behind you over your shoulder.
Yeah. And actually this one's a little deceptive. Wait, do you want to hand it to me? Or I can grab it. Yeah, thanks. You're my little modeling person. This one's actually cool because it looks really big, right? But this is actually, it's a smaller bodied. So it's the same shape that you're thinking of. For them, this would have been the Grand Auditorium shape, which is like the big shape, but it's shrunken down. So this is actually their new shape called the Grand Theater. And I am obsessed. Like usually I only want to play guitars that have a cutaway because I like playing a lot of stuff up here. But this guitar is insanely fun to play. They sent us like 4 of them. They come in all different finishes. We have a cool blacktop one. It's really cool. This is my favorite because it's got the figured maple. I mean, is that not the coolest thing in the world? I know, Todd, right? It looks like crushed velvet under glass. It's just too beautiful for words. That's the blacktop. That one's really, that's cool. That's when you're like in villain mode.
So these are parlor sized guitars, are they, Daria? What you consider a parlor?
They're kind of, would you say they're parlor sized? I don't know if they're officially parlor sized. I mean, they're regular guitars. They're just, they shrunk the shape just a little bit. And for someone like me, again, like not super tall, it's so comfortable to play. And something weird happened with the mechanics of it, where then the action came down even more. And it's just the easiest thing to play in the world. It's so much fun to play. But yeah, and I would say, Carl, you've got to go try the T5, like go to a guitar store and try that. If you like playing both acoustic and electric, you'll have so much fun. Yeah. But yeah, thanks guys so much for talking to our friends and for having us back. As always, we love hanging out with you guys.
It's such a great time to have you here, and especially to have you here when we were actually with the Taylor guitar guys. That was actually quite amazing.
Yeah. Lovely to see you guys. 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 Yeah. And thanks for letting everybody go to NAMM. And thanks for letting everybody go to NAMM. And thanks for letting everybody. And thanks for letting.
Thank you for joining us for the psychedelic section of the show.
That's
God, I love that. I love that.
That's the amount of appreciation we always want. That was great to see. So if anyone here has any other things they want to bring up about guitars or guitars in general, let us know.
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, we could talk on that for hours. Just think of the creativity and that instrument has inspired across the year. I mean, back to Django Reinhardt and then Wes Montgomery with the slides. There's just so many people. Hendrix taking an instrument that was used for one thing and turning the entire industry on its head through a guitar. And that's pretty special.
That is true. That is true. So it looks like we have another video coming up. So we'll go to that 3DI video now.
I was rolling along and I saw these funny little ears, and I knew I needed to know more. And I knew our spiritual leader, Alex, loves 3D audio. Jeff, will you tell us all about what this crazy little mic does and what makes it unique?
Sure. This is a binaural microphone. It captures sound just like you'd hear it in the real world with real human ears, or realistic human ears. It captures sound as if you were in the room. So when you listen on headphones, you're listening to that recorded space as if you were actually there. And so I like to describe it more of as a feeling of being at a different place as opposed to a three-dimensional sound, because it really immerses you and gives you that sense of being in a different location.
Why is it so important that it literally look like human ears? Like, what's going on there?
Well, because that's how we naturally hear three-dimensional sound, and our brains are already well equipped to decode the information from the sound reflections and the head shadowing, and so it's like a natural 3D effect that our brains already understand. And so all of the magic happens with the physical shape and dimensions of the microphone, and the ears themselves provide, a different frequency response for different locations around that allows us to locate it instantly, because we already know how to do that. So it's really just a natural 3D recording microphone.
Do you need any special device? I mean, it looks like you're plugging into a normal multi or portable recorder. Can you plug it into any portable recorder?
Right, yeah. It's just a stereo output. All of the 3D information is embedded in the audio. And so all you need to do is play it back over headphones and pan it left and right, and you're good to go. No processing. You can plug it into a recorder or into an audio interface or into a camera. And this is specifically designed to have a camera mounted on the front, or to have this mounted on top of a DSLR camera or a bigger camera, and give you that first-person perspective where the sound is coming outside the screen and going behind you and above your head, and so it's designed to be portable and allow you to get that really immersive audio with video at the same time, all on one like handy package you can carry around. So
this is available right now?
Yeah, it's been around for 10 years. I've been doing this for 10 years, and it just keeps growing. And we're getting into all kinds of different markets, and a lot of musicians and recording engineers are starting to use it, and filmmakers, and of course, ASMR is a big market as well. But
what would be a good place to go if I want to go hear some audio recorded with something like this? Where could I go check some audio out?
Yeah, we have a bunch of great examples on our website at 3dosound.com. And we have video examples of a lot of the different applications. We try and mix it up and give you a wide variety there. So that's probably the best place to go and see the kind of the best of the best for actual use cases for this. So
it's so cool to see the new technology there to do binaural microphones. Binaural is such a cool thing. And I know that's something actually we want to try to involve into office hours in the future as well. So people can listen in either 5.1 or binaural as they're watching office hours, especially for our second hours where we may have a guest come in like from what we're seeing here at NAMM, and they want to demonstrate something via office hours. And we want to actually see if we can actually give that to all of our producers around the world to actually see and actually hear what the products sound like via office hours. And hopefully we can get 5.1 and binaural out to our listeners very soon from our office hours. So do we have any other comments there from a panel of what we've seen lately or anything else we hope to see?
Well, I think there was something here inspired by the conversation just about guitars in general. Douglas Carmichael asks, how do you get that characteristic shimmering guitar tone and the crying solo tone from Purple Rain specifically? So do our guitar players have thoughts on that?
Well, I know that Prince spent a lot of time crafting his sound. So he was a master. He was a master artist. He went beyond what we could consider a professional guitarist or professional musician. He went to artist level, which is the highest level there is. So he honed his craft. But you can speak to any technicians of his rigs, people who worked on his rigs, and they'll tell you kind of the setup that he had. And you can actually go to Guitar World, and Guitar World sometimes break down those things as well. So you can actually go back to the Guitar World archives and actually break down how these songs were done. They'll speak to the artists themselves or speak to the producers of those albums and find out what equipment and in what order of that chain was done. So this is a pretty cool thing you can actually do. So the internet is your friend, and Guitar World magazine is your friend as well. So as far as getting the shimmering sounds and those kind of things, part of it is the guitar itself and the equipment you use. The other part is the technique that you play. So the musician themselves can get a very different tone out of guitar than maybe a novice would out of the exact same instrument. So this comes down to the technique and playing, and this is kind of where the marriage between the artist, the musician, and the instrument actually meet up together. So another thing that we've also seen in the world is actually getting amp modeling. So we're actually using modeling rather than actually using the real things, and his modeling can get you a bit closer as well. Go ahead, Bill.
I was going to say, if you look on YouTube, surprisingly, for Prince in specific, he used to record, and I think it was Sunset Sound in Los Angeles, and there's a whole series of the guys at Sunset Sound talking to some of the engineers who actually worked with Prince, and they go back and they show you photos and they talk about his mic chain. They talk about his production process there in the studio. And there's 5 or 6 of those videos up there that are pretty long. So if you're a big Prince fan and you want to look into actually how he created what he created, I'd highly recommend looking on YouTube and looking into those Sunset Sound kind of here's what happened back in the studio in the day. They're the current owners looking back at their incredibly storied history.
So one of the producers of Sunset Sound may be an excellent person. We may actually get onto office hours for a second hour. So
that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do that in the future. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, so much of it, and you already said this, is technique. And a brilliant guitarist to look at as well as Prince is Jeff Beck. And Jeff Beck, there's plenty of videos online, by the way. You can look on YouTube. I was just watching some yesterday, for example. What he does with the guitar to get the sounds that he's getting, it's pure technique. It's a lot of right hand turning up and down the volume, the tone controls. I've never seen any other guitar player work those controls more than he does. He plays back on the bridge to get certain effects. He'll use his fingers in different ways. And he is a virtuoso in this. And he deserves all the credit he gets. I mean, he's up there with Jimmy Page and Eric Clapton and all that, and he's doing it very differently. So I highly recommend looking at his stuff. Yes, you need a certain amount of sustain and all that, but if you take his rig and give it to another guitar player with the exact same sounds, it won't be the same. It's for that, and with Purple Rain and all that, it is 90% technique. I'll just say that.
So right now we've actually got the live team out in the field actually ready to go. So we're actually going to go speak to them, and we'll cross now to George, who's at NAMM 2022 with Focusrite.
Hey everybody, it's George the Tech on the show floor at NAMM 2022 in Anaheim, California. And we've made it back to the other end of the hall to see Focusrite and what's new at Focusrite. And to tell us all about it is John D. Nicola. How you doing, John?
I'm doing great. We're really excited to be back here at the NAMM show for sure.
I know we're all getting warmed up again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So Focusrite, always innovating, really some great products that are cost-effective, easy to use. And now you guys have really stepped it up in the streaming podcasting world. Tell us what you got.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a whole new range of audio interfaces, the Vocaster, and for the first time, we've developed this range specifically with the needs of podcasters and voiceover artists and et cetera in mind. And so what we've done is, for example, we have you may be familiar with our Scarlett interfaces, the most popular USB interfaces in the world. And so we've gotten a lot of great feedback from our customers, from podcasters and streamers. And they've told us, and in our research, we've realized that, there's a lot of features that are a little bit different that they need. And so we decided, and since Scarletts were kind of designed with musicians in mind, we thought, why not go create a new interface from the ground up with all that great feedback? And that's where Vocaster comes in. So our idea was to take the barriers, remove barriers, make it easier to use, and provide some of those extra features that these types of people need. So
you guys must have just gotten so much feedback and probably listening to the community of users out there. I set up voiceover studios for a living. That's all I do, right? So Scarletts are pervasive, So you guys, I get a lot of feedback. I know it's helpful. And based on the little teasers I've heard, this seems to scratch a lot of itches. Can you give us some ideas of what's special about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd like to start off talking about the microphone input. The mic input has automatic gain setting. So that's a pain point that a lot of our Scarletts customers told us is just setting the right recording level. And so we take the guesswork out of that. We just go over here, we can press this button, and then we can talk into the microphone for about 10 seconds, and it'll automatically set the gain level for you. Another important part to mention about this mic preamp is it has 70 dB of gain. And so it's,
whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Much more than most interfaces. And that's going to be allowing you to run those professional dynamic broadcast microphones without any kind of other preamp. So that's a big one that big request that we had as well.
So what's some of the unique features that allow it to be fit into a workflow of someone who's live streaming or podcasting?
Perfect timing. So the next button over here is the magic wand or the enhance tool. And what this does is it allows you to pick some presets that apply Focusrite processing. So EQ, compression, all that stuff that you would normally do in post-production. It's going to give you that polished sound right out of the Vocaster. So of course, if you're live streaming, that's critical. But even if you're recording, it's just going to get your recording sounding that much better right into the recording rather than having to fix it after the fact. So you have 4 presets, so you don't have to worry about you don't need to have to use a compressor or EQ. You just pick the preset right there, and then you can turn it on and off from the front of the unit. We've also added a mute button, which sounds really simple, but for a voiceover podcast situation, super helpful to have that feedback right there, and you can quickly mute and unmute as well.
We called it a cough button on the radio.
I was going to say that, but yeah, I've been hearing that throughout the show. So we have that, and then we have some extra connectivity options as well that kind of fit into that workflow. So for example, on Vocaster 2, for the first time, we've included Bluetooth in the interface, and that's a 2-way connection. So you can do a phone interview, and you're going to get that audio into your show, into the Vocaster Hub software, and then Vocaster Hub will send a mix out so that the person you're interviewing can hear the show without hearing their voice, of course. So you're all set for phone interviews. You can also do that with a TRRS connection on the back, because our Vocaster 1 actually does not have Bluetooth, but you can get your phone in that way. And on Vocaster 2, you can do it both ways. So you can actually connect 2 phones. to this guy.
The Vocaster one does have the TRRS mix minus type thingamabob built into it?
Yes, it does. And actually, while we're talking about Vocaster 1, that's the main difference is the Bluetooth. And then, of course, the fact that it has a single microphone input and a single headphone output. Over here on Vocaster 2, not only do we have the two mic inputs, but we also have two headphone outputs. And that's another thing that, podcasters were requesting.
And I can see big dedicated knobs to control, so a guest who's sitting there can easily know what knob to turn and just grab it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's great to have that because, devices that rely too much on one big knob can be a little confounding to use in a live situation. It's fine if you're self-engineering and you're just taking your time, but in a live heat of the moment, you want to be able to grab something and quick. So I'm glad you guys did keep a couple physical controls.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing I'd mention is one more connection on the back is we do have an 1/8" camera audio output too. So if you're doing video along with your show, you can connect that audio directly to the cameras and record it directly to the camera's memory card, so you don't have to worry about that in post as well.
Oh, you don't have to sync audio. You don't have to worry about getting the USB to sync up with the video capture flow.
Yeah, exactly. And you could even use this as a preamp. This doesn't even need a computer to run. So if you just want to use the preamp and the enhanced mode and record right to your camera in the field, you can plug this into a battery pack and do that as well.
It is really well thought out. I mean, sometimes, sometimes I'd say we were maybe fake Focusrite was a little bit late to the party, right? But the advantage of that is you get to look at what everybody else has done and go, I think we can do that better. I think there's another way to do that, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up because we've been researching and developing Vocaster for a number of years. And like you said, we got to get a lot of great feedback and we tried to put as much of it in there as we could.
Well, we've got questions. Look at them queuing up on screen. So let's get to the first one from John Preto in Las Vegas. Does the Vocaster, or you say Vocaster, right?
Vocaster.
Does the Vocaster have enough gain to drive those pesky SM7Bs? Really? Note, I'm on a Claret right now, so he's a Focusrite fan already. That's the rumor.
Yeah, that's a great question. Great question, John. And yeah, absolutely. 70 dB, sure recommends at least 60 dB gain for the SM7B. Just for a reference, the Claret interfaces are in the mid-50s, about 56 dB, so it's close, but for those speech applications, that extra gain will really help. I mean, you can even see right now, we have I'm pretty far off this mic, and here's my level on that SM7B. Of course, I'm maxed all the way out here, but yeah, a pretty good amount of gain available to you there. So
a little silly thing I forgot to ask about the auto gain. That's it checks your level, sets it, and then forgets it. It's not messing with level while recording, right?
Exactly, yeah. So it sets you a level and leaves you a little bit of headroom. So you're going to have unless you get really loud, you should be good to go. But no, it doesn't adjust it on the fly, and for that reason, yeah.
Gotcha. Next question in the queue here comes from Courtney Gooden. Does the Vocaster 2 have the ability to do active noise reduction or anything like that? Anything on the noise side of things?
No, not at this time, but that's an interesting point. And of course, there's always potential to add features later, but no, that's not something we have at this point.
With a device that's driven by firmware, obviously, there's a little bit of leeway, just depending on what's in the box.
Now the engineers are going to yell at me, but
exactly. Next question in the queue. This one is from Jeff Francis, and he's rolled off the bottom of the screen. There we go. In Columbia, South Carolina, when using the Vocaster Magic Wand effects, can you modify the AI effects? So I guess we know that there's some predetermined settings. Are they modifiable yet?
No, not right now. For simplicity, we wanted to make it very simple. So they are not modifiable. But to your point earlier, as we get more and more feedback, that is something we could potentially look into.
It's a very delicate balance because when you're creating a product like this, it has professional capability, but you're building it for an amateur user. That line is such a fine line to walk. You know what I mean? Man, questions keep coming in. This one's from Douglas Carmichael. And have there been discussions about you guys adding Waves sound grid support to your interfaces? I have no idea.
That's a good question. Probably a little more suited to our Focusrite Pro division. We make a lot of our Dante interfaces over there. And of course, they can interface with Wave SoundGrid. So probably on that end, but I can't speak as much to that in this.
Yeah, so it is at the higher level. You guys do all that net stuff, RedNet, right? And that's the stuff that's network connected, Bill, and it talks Dante and all that. So
yeah, totally. So that would probably be where you'd be getting into the SoundGrid stuff. Yeah.
another one this one's from Carl Asmussen, who's actually in Adelaide, Australia, helping us produce this show, believe it or not, in the middle of the night. With desktop real estate for musicians at a premium, would Focusrite entertain the idea of including an 8-channel preamp interface into a Novation keyboard controller? Whoa.
You know, that's why we love coming to the shows, because we get all kinds of amazing ideas. And I can't say that that's on, that's a plan right now, but who knows what may come,
Who knows what may come. If Stevie Wonder wanders in and says, hey, it'd be cool. Jeff Francis says, well, everybody wants to know. Price point. What are the Vocaster 1 and 2 going to retail for?
Most important part, right? Vocaster 1 is $199. It's also a good chance to mention that you can purchase these individually or in the studio bundle packs that we have kind of behind you here. So Vocaster 1 on its own is $199. You can also get it in the studio bundle, which includes the DM1 microphone over there. It also includes our HP60V headphones and a mic cable, and that's $299. Also $299. Oh, did you have a question?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Also $299 is the Vocaster 2. And then we can get a Vocaster 2 Studio bundle, which includes our upgraded DM14V microphone, the headphones and mic cable as well, and then that goes for $499.
$499 with this nice large diaphragm dynamic?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
That's a really and these headphones?
Yep, the headphones, and then, like I mentioned, also the mic cable even.
Excellent. It's a great value. It's a cool package. Well, congratulations on the launch. And this is shipping now?
The individual units should be shipping very soon, and then the studio bundles will follow hopefully shortly after.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, a question's still popping in. Somebody's like, hey, question. Sorry, don't mean to run out, Mickey. Sorry, buddy. Mickey is actually doing the audio mix all virtually, remotely in the Philippines. Oh, wow. This is a multinational live stream.
That's so cool.
He's like, where are my RedNet PCIe cards?
Oh, yeah.
Post sound needs 128 channel in and out. He does really high level stuff.
I know. I wish I knew. We're working on it. That's all I can say for now.
Mickey, we got your question. He literally was on comm. He was like, hey, what about my question? So I think that got us through our queue of questions. So it's been great talking to you, John. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. And let's go back to the studio.
All right.
Thanks for that, George.
That was pretty cool.
So
nice job.
It was nice to hear there from Focusrite and George.
And I'm sorry we didn't have our
So now, audio interfaces is something we actually talk a lot about on office hours. And it is actually something that a lot of us are interested in. I know John Pretto is actually looking for one himself to fit his needs. Myself, I have chosen to sit with the German manufacturer. So,
Can we talk now, or do we have to raise our hand, or what do we do, Carl?
So generally, it says the last question that's actually up on. You'll see it there on deck. You can just put your hand up on the whatever questions, the top question on deck. We can go ahead. So go ahead,
I was
John.
going to make a comment about interfaces.
Go ahead, John. Make your comment.
So I've used a dozen 2i2s, moved up to the Claret line. I'm on a Claret on a Heil, and my gain is all the way up. So they can barely drive. The Scarlett line and the Claret line can barely drive a dynamic that needs a lot of power, which is SM7Bs, the RE20s, and the Heils. And so I'm glad to know that they've got 70 dB on this new unit. It's a little pricey for what it is. It looks like more of a consumer device, but 70 dB on the input gain is pretty darn good.
Yeah, even if it's just 60 of clean gain, that'd be pretty close to get most of the stuff in. That's true. Go ahead, Jeff.
I think as speaking about the gain, cloud lifters and FET heads, there's 3 or 4 different options for that. That'll give you a 20 dB phantom powered boost for those types of things that will make those Clarets and Scarletts handle those mics. I think it's interesting that we've seen both in the Evo from Audinate and this, that we've seen a lot of sort of pseudo AI, sort of quick fix setups for less professional people to do audio. Actually, I saw this first in the gain setting thing on a Yamaha TF series. It doesn't set it automatically, but they have a brilliant input meter where the center where you're aiming for the gain is actually the largest vertical meter, and it goes side to side, and you go, of course, colors, green to yellow to red, but it's a very easy way for novices to set gain. So I think it's great that we're seeing that, because we know that audio is a very important thing, and so that's going to improve audio just to get people to set the gains correctly.
That's definitely true. So on the Flow 8, of course, you've kind of got this thing which is called easy gain. So essentially, I think it's better for like a small band or something that has to have like a continuous sound level, like the way we do our meters here. And if you are, I know there's a lot of interfaces. I don't think the Reds are going to have this. Maybe the Claret do. I know, not the Scarlets definitely won't have this. So you actually press it, and it'll actually set the gain so nothing is clipping. So you just get the band to play their loudest song, press the button, and it'll do it. I'm hoping that kind of stuff comes into the consumer level, into the Scarlet level, and even other brands, but I don't think it would be in that lower level. Go ahead, Courtney.
I didn't ask this question because I didn't want to seem stupid, because I've never used any Focusrite products, but kind of a basic question. In their headset feeds that's in the unit itself, is it just receiving the USB return from the PC you've plugged the interface into?
Yeah.
Or are you hearing local side tone from the microphone directly through a preamp into the
So what it is on your headphone, so where you've actually got your headphone socket, you've actually got a single knob mixer. And on one side, it'll be a USB or play. Sometimes they would call it playback. So playback, which would be the USB. And then on the other side is technically a direct loop out of the preamp. So that's an analog pass-through. So it's just giving a line level back to the headphone amps. And you can actually mix how much of the side tone essentially from your microphone and how much of the playback. So this is quite common on even the entry level ones, like $100 or so. You'll find this kind of a single knob mixer that allows you to mix between the return channel, or playback as they call it, and the mic input. Sometimes it says channel 1.
I assume it's 2 channels in and 2 channels out for the USB interface.
So the USB interfaces, it's usually 2 channels in, 2 channels out, unless you can start going up. But the 2i2 or that particular one is going to be stereo out. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
And that headphone mix knob that you're talking about is how they get around latency of the USB bus. So it's a no latency way to hear your inputs directly into your headphones. And typically, as far as panning on that, you only have the option of stereo, which the input number 1 goes to the left ear, and input number 2 goes to the right ear, or mono, which sums the 2 into a mono feed. But you always have the blend with your return from your USB tracks.
Yeah, that's right. So I own the Behringer version of this, and the Behringer version is exactly the same. So mine just has 4 in, 4 out. But yeah, so even on my 8-channel Behringer interface, it's the same thing. With a little bit different, I can actually choose what goes where. So I can actually choose, as you said, stereo mono, have more mono. I can have the USB coming back to be stereo and my inputs to be mono. So there's a few little things you get when you go up in the 4-channel or 8-channel. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, I just wondered whether that auto lock gain thing takes consideration of the fact that we do our mic checks like this because we want to sound like FM guys. And the first time someone asks the question, we come back and go, here's my answer for you. It's like, this is typical always. I ended up with 4 dB more on the actual performance with nerves than I ever did on a mic check.
So I've always found that if the person knows their levels are being adjusted, they'll speak differently. That's why the person, whoever's doing sound, has to actually do it without telling the person that they're doing sound. So that person just speaks naturally. So generally you do it like with a band, you'll do it during rehearsals. Bands will play a little bit louder during a live performance. So maybe you want to bring it down like 3 dB or something, because it's just the energy, their adrenaline will make them just play a little bit louder, their instruments. Even keyboard instruments, because they're velocity based. So they'll just keep on hitting the top velocity on their keyboard instruments, even though they're digital. But you do find that you can actually get their levels of rehearsal, but have that kind of like a 6 dB, 3 dB ready to go down, because they're just going to have more energy in that form. But you are right, Bill. There is a bit more excitement when they're actually ready to go. Go ahead, Courtney.
And I assume, being a professional device, it does handle a switchable 48-volt phantom on both microphones' inputs, I assume. They had dynamic mics plugged into it there, but is it if it does have 48-volt phantom or 12-volt phantom, is it individually switchable per mic input? Because I find a lot of these smaller mixers, they just have 48 volts on and 48 volts off on everything.
Yeah, so you're right. So generally, if it's you won't have individual on any consumer level products because that's actually quite a lot of circuitry. That means they've actually got to install phantom power twice. Yeah, so even mine, like my 8-channel, I can switch it on per 4 banks, so I can 1 to 4, 5 to 8, that kind of thing. So yeah, so then that's
if
what
somebody on a large diaphragm condenser and somebody else wanted to use their Heil
that's right.
into the 2 inputs, you'd be sending.
It's only when I get up
volts.
to my
you'd have to block the 48 volts to the Heil somehow.
That's right. When I get up to my 16-channel one, that has individual. So it has an individual button per. But sometimes, yeah. So, but I have an 8-channel one that's 2 banks, so I can turn off the first half and the second half. That's right. So, but the other thing that we kind of find as well with the entry level, even from Focusrite, Behringer, there's a few other brands that are maybe, I think Roland are middle of the ground. So Roland's interfaces are actually, I wouldn't call them entry level. They're not definitely under $200. But you have inserts. So my Behringer ones have actually inserts, just like you would have on like a small console, a mixing console. I know the Clarets may actually have the inserts, but I don't think they have them on the Scarlets. So no inserts on the Clarets. You have to go up to the Red to get an insert on a preamp. So it's quite nice to actually have the inserts because you can actually just go out to effects before you go through, or you can use inserts to record analog. So you can actually go out and record analog or record in some other way. Use the inserts as like a direct out of your actual your
so
mic
the
inputs
would
before
be after the mic preamp and before the USB A to D.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's right. So they're after the mic preamp. So just like they are in a console, the inserts will be after the mic preamp, but before everything else. And of course, a lot of these, some interfaces will go mic preamp, and you may actually have an analog version of a low pass filter. A low cut filter or high pass filter. So because of that, sometimes they're digital, and then you go into a digital mixer. So this is the Motus. The Motu is another entry level kind of audio ones, and they actually have their own kind of. Once they convert to digital before they go out to USB, you have the option of going through their DSP channel essentially. So it's usually either a compressor, an EQ. It's all right, but it's It is. I'd say it's not as good as ATEM. So people, the ATEM built-in digital kind of EQ compressor limiter would be better than most. People don't realize that, but yeah, you have to get good quality sound into the ATEM. You can do it via unbalanced. You just got to have a short run, of course, and then you would use your HDMI inputs, of course, if you just kind of ingest that way. But the other thing I noticed that a lot of, as far as the lower end, so let's say the under $300. Down for the 2 and up to the 4 channels. Another thing you kind of sometimes have and you sometimes don't is you may have the ability to actually do ADAT. So actually to add the 8 channel. So this will be getting, when you get closer to your $200 to $300, you may actually have like a 4 channel, but you have the ability to do ADAT and bring in like an ADAT preamp, and that's where you go up to 12 channels. So there's a handful of $200 to $300 4 channel ones that can actually do the ADAT and make it 12 channels for that particular one. So it's pretty good. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Courtney, I checked the Focusrite site, and it is a single phantom power switch for both mic preamps on that. And inserts are fabulous, but I'm happy to give them up on something at this price point because where this thing lands, people are not going to spend, if you're spending $200 to $300 on an interface, you're not going to spend $400 on a decent compressor and plug it in unbalanced to your inserts, because most of those inserts use a single TRS for send and return on the same connector, and so it's an unbalanced, which is fine for a few feet to a device that you're going right next to, but you got to go much higher end before inserts. Analog inserts are something that you really want, and in that case, you're probably moving to an external mic preamp, and then you can come out of that external mic preamp and go into your high-end compressor. But again, you're 10 times the price point of these devices.
Yeah, so that's true. So even though my Behringer one, which is I think about $150 US, $170 US, something like that, that has inserts for all 4 channels, it is a rare feature, and it's because that's the top of the line for Behringer. That is their top of the line 4 channel. That's their highest quality one, and so that's something they put in there. The only other company I know that does that, I believe, is Roland. So maybe Behringer has something that's quite similar to the Roland one, but the 4 channel Roland also has inserts on it. But again, that's probably about $600 to $700 for the Roland one that we kind of notice. All right, Bill, let's go to the next studio panel question.
Absolutely. John Snyder's up next from Reno, Nevada. And John says, can someone on the panel give a brief comparison of the new Focusrite Vocaster and the often recommended Behringer Flow 8? They have similar features, it seems.
So I can talk to the Flow 8 because I have it right here next to me, and I know a few other people in office hours have them as well. I would actually, the Flow 8 it's not so bad as far as, especially if you've got remotes. So if you're doing remotes, the Flow 8's quite good because you have the 10 channels out and you have the 4 channels. Well, technically you can have as many channels as you want coming back in, but it's generally 4 channels from USB coming back in. So I kind of find it's kind of good for remotes because you can actually have people on Zoom. You can do your mix in the Flow 8. You can do 3 separate mix minuses with the Flow 8. So technically that'd be the most you can do with mix minuses. Not a big problem if you've got the other person in the room, but I personally would be pushing up the Tascam. So the Tascams are podcasting, which is their Pod 4, that would be the one I'd be pushing as far as anything else that is a podcast dedicated, because Tascam can bring in 3 people remotely via like telephone. So it's quite amazing. But yeah, the Tascam one I think is at the top of the heap for a dedicated device for podcasting. It can do 4 local and 3 remote, so 7 total. So that's why I'd push the Tascam ahead of anything else, even anything Behringer don't really make a podcasting focused. But the Flow 8 can do it. It can do it with 4 people locally, but the headphones is the problem. So the only other way around that was you could build a mix minus with Behringer's own headphone amplifier. So if you have the Behringer's either 6 or 8 channel headphone amplifier, you can build a mix minus in that, but you'll need extra hardware. You won't do it just by itself in a Flow 8.
I think the Rodecaster Pro 2 actually has the 4, they have the 4 headphone outputs, and I think you can do mix minuses into each of those 4 outputs.
That's right. That's the one thing where the Flow 8. So if you're comparing the Flow 8 to pretty much any other podcast focused one, it's usually they've got the good mix minuses. So Roland has a 5-channel one with all mix minuses and their own, volume knobs is kind of in a circle. That's where I think the Flow 8 can be used for podcasting, but I think it's can be used better for podcasting, for remote podcasting. So the way MacBreak Weekly, for instance, is done, if you're just doing an audio version of that, I think the Flow 8 makes much more sense there because you can bring in 4 separate channels of USB into the Flow 8, mix them into the Flow 8, and then output them via 10 channels. So you can actually send them out via 10 channels back to the computer to record. So I think that makes more sense with the Flow 8. You could have 2 people in the room. Technically, you'd have 3 people in the room because you've got 3 different mix minuses in the room, but you can have more mix minuses going out via the USB. So that's the one thing I would say about the Flow 8. It's a bit more of a small band mixer. That's the way I've always seen it. Well, really good for office house, to be honest. But because I'm right now with my Flow 8 right now, I'm doing comms in one ear. I'm doing what I'm hearing in Zoom in the other ear. So what we're actually hearing here in the panel in the other ear. And I'm able to bring in other audio from my iPhone via the ATEM as well. So anything that I play on my iPhone into the ATEM, which is how I do my slides, if I want to play a YouTube video into the actual panel right now, I would hear that through the Flow 8 as well. So that's kind of where the Flow 8 is a bit more better than a podcasting one. The podcasting one is 4 multiple users going simultaneously with 4 headphones, 4 headphone levels, and mix minuses. A little bit different.
Did you say, excuse me for interrupting, did you say the Flow 8 has multiple Bluetooth connections or just multiple USB channels?
So you can do one USB Bluetooth connection and 4 channels of USB return in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, or two stereo, of course. So 2 stereos or 4 monos, and then out is 10 channels out, which is 2 of those are the mix, and then 8 individual channels back out to the computer.
So if you're bringing in multiple people on a podcast, they're going to be coming into your computer via some VoIP or some type of connection that'll show up on USB then.
That's right. And then if they're coming in, so you can use, that's right. So you can actually bring them in. You can bring them in via Zoom. You can bring them in via Skype. Then if you use something like Loopback, you can put each channel. You say, okay, I want this person to go to channel 1 USB, this person to go to channel 2 USB. So you can remap it that way. There is software you can use, that's right, where you can actually map them anyway. Like a DAW, of course, can do that. I'd say Loopback would probably be the best, where you can actually put each person on a different channel, and then that goes into the Flow 8. And then you can use, and the cool thing about the USB going to the Flow 8, you can actually put in limiters, all those kind of things. So they actually work, and you can put parametric EQs. So they can all be done on the Flow 8 for everyone coming back in via those 4 channels USB and a stereo channel Bluetooth. You can do 6 total channels of digital input. It actually starts to use up your other channels. So if you think about it, but that's actually perfectly okay because you've got 4 channels of XLR and 4 channels of TRS, so line level essentially. Essentially, if you bring in 6 channels of digital, 2 via Bluetooth and 4 via USB. Those 4 via USB will take up channels 5, 6, 7, 8. So essentially they're the line inputs or the instrument inputs. It takes over those inputs and you leave with your 4 XLR at the top. They're just left alone. So they have thought about that quite well as far as getting, how many remotes you can get in. And the cool thing is you can actually get the Bluetooth in at the same time from a Mac. So you can actually send the Mac and say, hey, Mac, join my Flow 8. It looks like headphones. So the way Bluetooth appears to the Mac is just like Bluetooth headphones. So it will just send the stereo Bluetooth headphones to it. You just connect to it. And that's, AirPods is another way of looking at it. And it will just connect to it. So you can actually get 6 channels out quite easily that way.
And does it take the output, the stereo output, and route it over Bluetooth back into the phone?
So no, it's only Bluetooth in. So it doesn't do Bluetooth out of a Flow 8. So it can hear Bluetooth, but it can't send Bluetooth. The only way to get sound out of the Flow 8 is via the USB back to the computer, out of the 2 XLR main outputs, and out of the 2 TRS balanced monitor outputs. So technically there are 4 analog outputs, 2 for the mains and 2 for the monitors, and then the 10 channels going back into the computer.
And of course your headphone outputs.
Headphone outputs are actually the most powerful one, because the headphone output, you can actually plug that back into itself, because you can route different. So you can route the USB to the headphone only, then you can put the USB back into one of the analog inputs, and so you can actually have this kind of interesting patch bay routing, because you can actually send stuff specifically to the headphones, and that won't go to the main mix. And that's how I'm doing my foldback. That's how you guys aren't hearing yourself, is because I'm only the Zoom that's coming back into us from the office hour show is going into the headphones only, because I'm telling it to go into headphones only. That's right. All right, Bill, let's go to the next question.
Well, I think Laura Thompson pushed us up to throw to Audinate. So do we have somebody in the field?
We may have someone in the field. So let's go now to the field for NAMM 2022 on the top floor.
Yeah, you can just say, that's a great one to refer to. Hey, let's get to it. It's George the Tech here in Anaheim, California for NAMM. And the icing on the cake, the way to wrap up the show today, Dante. We know you guys love Dante. And here we are with Luke Heckel to tell us what's new and what's going on at Dante. How's it going, Luke?
I'm doing really well. Thanks for coming. It's a pleasure to be here.
It is. It's a lot of fun.
I'm having a really, really good time. It's great to be in person, to meet people face to face again, and to actually get to have in-depth conversations about specific projects, specific products. I mean, I just love the interaction that we get to have in person. It's not bad talking through a computer screen. I love that as well. But to be here in person has been a real treat.
And you've got a passionate audience here that uses this technology extensively. So there's going to be a lot of questions coming from that iPad. I'll read them to you later, but we'll hit you. So there's a smattering of little gadgets that all have Ethernet cables sticking out of.
Yeah.
What are some of these? These look like problem-solving devices. What do we have going on over here?
They are. So these are the Dante Avio adapters. And so what Dante Avios are, it's the only piece of hardware that Audinate actually makes ourselves. So these are our products as opposed to the 4,000, 5,000 products that are out there that are Dante enabled. But these are, like you said, problem-solving tools, and the quickest way to get audio either off of your Dante network or onto your Dante network. So there are single channel, there are 2-channel varieties available, both analog in or out, AES in or out. There is 2-channel USB as well as USB-C, and then there's also a Bluetooth adapter, which I recently learned is a big hit amongst some of your friends.
Totally. Right, Alex? So the fact that you guys are making these, because you're not a hardware manufacturer, why did you decide to delve into hardware all of a sudden?
I mean, these aren't like new. These have been around for a few years. It was just for us kind of the easiest way to allow people to have access to harness the power of Dante technology. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, they're just tremendous problem solvers. Like, I have a few of these literally in my like hip business bag with my computer and everything at all times, because I use them even as a troubleshooting device. So let's say that somebody thinks that there is an issue with Dante. It's kind of the common denominator. Oh, something's not working. It's Dante. Well, okay, let's put one of these on one end of a couple of switch hops, one of them on the other end, try to connect them. If they can connect, Dante isn't the issue per se. Well, let's start looking at the individual devices that are problematic. Or if we can't connect them, let's start to look at the network itself. Why is there extreme amount of latency between this device and that device? And
anybody who's a Dante engineer or does anything with Dante should absolutely have some of this in their kit for testing and troubleshooting and just quickly getting in and out of the Dante network.
I mean, I can't say yes, you need to have it, but as a time-saving and troubleshooting device, or just in a pinch when you need to route audio somewhere that you don't have audio infrastructure in place. Like right now, we're at the Anaheim Convention Center. Let's say I needed to send overflow audio from my booth, if we were on their network, to the other building, floor 2, room 317. We would be able to do that utilizing their existing network infrastructure instead of running, I don't know, a mile of speaker cable.
That's amazing stuff. I'm going to backpedal because I always like to ask the questions for the audience members who are too afraid to ask. One, what is Dante?
So Dante is, okay, I'm going to get super nerdy for a second here, because you kind of have to remove yourself from your typical point-to-point connections of an audio or video person, where you have, like, even digital audio is different than Dante. You might have a digital stage box and a digital mixer, and there's a piece of Cat5 connecting those. Now, those might be Dante enabled, but that isn't utilizing Dante.
One channel of audio, whether it's digital or analog, goes down that pathway, pops out the other end.
Or it could be 24, but it's still a point-to-point connection. What Dante is doing is allowing you to leverage and harness the capabilities of network infrastructure to route your Dante audio channels from any device to any device that is on that network. So it can be an isolated network that is specifically dedicated just to audio and video, or even just to Dante, or it could be the network infrastructure that's already in place in this facility, because the Dante protocol, if you will, is designed to live alongside your other network traffic, whether that be the internet, whether that be, there's a printer down the hallway and I want to send a document to print. Like, Dante can coexist with that traffic on your network. So it's just a way of packetizing and distributing audio and video with Dante AV, utilizing the network infrastructure that's in place.
How does it handle QoS, quality of service? When there's loads on the network, what falls back? What fails? What happens at that point?
So that's actually a really, really good question, because that's where it dives kind of beyond the standard knowledge set of a typical audio or video engineer. So QoS can be important when you are using a converged network, because what is paramount to the functionality of Dante is the clock synchronization. So you utilize QoS settings to say, I want to prioritize first and foremost the clock, because we want to maintain that across the network and have that be prioritized over the internet traffic, over that print document traffic. And then we're going to look at, okay, now we want to deliver the packets. And so anyway, you utilize QoS to ensure the reliability and the stability of Dante on the network. So that's when it gets into kind of that network engineering side of things, that when you are doing more complex Dante networks, that you want to have some familiarity with actually setting up a managed switch. And we do have, because I understand that not everybody goes into, hey, I want to run Dante audio and video at my house of worship or at my performance venue. Not everybody is a network engineer. I'm not a network engineer. I'm an AV guy. But I understand these concepts because I've been forced to, because I work at Automate.
And you guys pride yourselves on support and being able to get people through some of those hurdles?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, our support team, shame on me, I didn't look up whether or not we won, but we were nominated for a award for best support by AV Nation, what was that, 2 months ago-ish? But yeah, so we have a support portal because we have a dedicated team that is literally just sitting there waiting. It's not like phone support, because so many of the questions have been answered so many times, and because we have written so many technical documents that can walk people through this, that more often than not, we take a look at, hey, here's the support request, here's the document that walks you through this step by step. And our website, Audinate.com, is just a wealth of information. There are so many white papers, so many tech docs, so many frequently asked questions, that chances are, if you are having a problem or you've hit a little roadblock, that question has been asked and answered. So definitely check out your frequently asked questions. But then my role is I'm a sales manager on the solutions team. So the solutions team is also here specifically to help end users and integrators and consultants when it comes to kind of realizing the vision for their Dante network. Maybe we're doing something a little bit more complicated. Do I need Dante Domain Manager to allow me to do this, to group these devices, to make my workflow more simple, to get audio and video across subnets, across VLANs? Like that's where we come into play. So inevitably, if there is a question or somebody that you need to talk to, that's my job.
Don't Google it. Just go to Audinate and go to audinate.com and look there first, right? Let's throw to the questions from our worldwide, literally worldwide audience. From Columbia, South Carolina, we have Jeff Francis asking, any plans for an AVIO mic preamp?
So that is a very good question. So specific plans for an AVIO mic preamp, I have to say not at this time as far as actually being on the roadmap, but with as usable.
It's a slippery slope once you make anything.
With as usable.
Now you got to add a preamp to it.
Well, that's the thing. But with as usable and as convenient as these are, we are, of course, discussing expanding the line, especially because the proliferation of Dante AV products as well there's so many more that will be hitting the market. And no, I'm not allowed to say who's making them or what they're going to be. But we know that there are going to be many more Dante AV products on the market, and inevitably people are going to want a quick way to get Dante video flows on and off the network as well. So we are looking at taking the AVIO line and expanding it, whether that go into a professional line, whether it just be additional models that fall into this. So, of course,
there's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, those discussions are going on every day. Can I say that there's going to be a mic preamp in 6 months? No, I don't know. But yes, it is being discussed, of course.
I think it should be a Grace preamp. That's just my opinion. Courtney Gooden says, does the Dante AVIO, it's AVIO, right?
AVIO, yeah.
The AVIO adapters generate the stable Dante master clock?
So they do. So if you are just utilizing, let's say, Dante Virtual Sound Card, which does not generate a clock, and you just need a Dante device that is providing that clocking, that can be the clock leader, an AVIO is actually the most cost-effective way of doing that. Or running Dante Via, because Dante Via, that's one thing that a lot of people don't know. Dante Via does provide a master clock. So yes, an AVIO will provide a master clock. There are different numbers of devices that can be the leader depending on what type of chipset that you are using as the master. So that's just something you're going to want to take into consideration. And if you're getting that far into the design, that's when talking to somebody like myself about your specific design and what devices you're using, that's when that can be really beneficial.
Well, we're going to wrap.
There's too many options. It's like, oh yeah, for this it would be, you can do 300, for this you can do 200, for this you can do 30, for this you can. We don't want to get into that. It would get super nerdy.
Well, before we wrap it up, there's one more question that came in from John Preto in Las Vegas, and he says, I'm a Dante certified level 3. Do I have to take the new exams?
So do you have to take the new exams? No. I will say no, you don't. But the certification trainings, level 1, 2, and 3, it's not just new exams. They were revamped just this year to include Dante AV and also to get even a little bit more, instead of just looking at the technology and what it does, it's also how it's applied. So I would strongly encourage you, even if you are level 3, if you just want to brush up on level 1, 2, and 3, or because you want to get information about Dante AV, which you haven't previously explored, the feedback on the new courses is tremendous. People absolutely love them. They're about 2 hours each. And I will say that the new information that's in them and the new way that they approach the application of the knowledge has been really, really well received. So no, your level 3 certification is still completely valid. But I encourage you to check it out anyway, because I learned something new the second time I took level 3, and I work here. So, so it's strongly encouraged.
I mean, that's tells you how powerful of a standard it is that you have an actual certification program, so that people, if you're going to hire an engineer to work with you, you know they're going to know that system.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. So we understand that to be able to really fully harness the capabilities of the Dante network using, whether it's an existing network infrastructure or a dedicated isolated network that you put in, to really harness those capabilities fully, you need to understand what you're doing. And that's why we make those certification trainings completely free on our website. It's not something that we're charging for. Level 1, 2, and 3 are available on the website. It's free of charge. And it is very much a respected credential in the industry for showing that, hey, I can do this system. Whether you're an end user or whether you're an integrator or a consultant, it really has value to everyone.
I've learned a ton today. I'm an audio guy, but like you, an AV guy. I've learned a lot, and it's been really interesting. And congratulations on being what seems to be the predominant standard in doing this. Like you guys are the ones that everybody wants to adapt. So congrats.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it doesn't come without hard work, and I will be honest, I'm not the one. I mean, I'm the one out here advocating for it and talking to people and helping them learn how to use Dante in their application, whether it be a house of worship or higher education or K-12 or a performance venue or an athletic facility. I mean, yes, I help them figure out how to use it, but there are people far smarter than me that are developing this technology and making enhancements to it and adding to it with like management capabilities. And really, we finally arrived at a place where it's really interesting. The genesis of Dante, the technology, came from the desire for interoperability across brands, right? And then it became, okay, not just across brands of hardware, but let's make it seamlessly easy to interoperate hardware and software. And that was all audio at the time. Then we added Dante AV. So now we can use hardware and software, audio and video all in one common ecosystem. And then with Dante Domain Manager, you have the ability to have that overarching management layer. So we have a full monitored, managed, controlled, secured ecosystem for your AV workflow. I mean, there's some really, really amazingly intelligent people at this company. It's a privilege to work with them, honestly.
Well, it's been a privilege to talk to you and meet you today, Luke, and congratulations. I think that's it. I think that's us. That's it for the NAMM Show 2022 Day 2. We will be back tomorrow here, 9 a.m. We're in North Hall upper floor right now, upper story. There's a bunch more in here. There's a whole downstairs. We haven't even stepped foot in there yet. So there's so much more we're going to be covering tomorrow. So come back tomorrow and see the rest of NAMM here in Anaheim, California. I'm George the Tech. Back to you guys.
Thanks, George. So as George said there, so we're coming back tomorrow. So make sure you have your questions ready in Mukana. Check out the tags that'll be there. We'll put new tags in there for tomorrow, depending on where we're going to be heading off to. As you said, we haven't even hit the main floor downstairs yet, so that'll be fun. Also, I'd like to thank everyone that's taken part today. So all the panelists that we've seen on screen today, all our tech team and the behind the scenes that have actually been able to get this as a large team behind the scenes that are actually keeping the gears going to make sure this is a smooth broadcast, which it has been, which has been great. And of course, our field team, which have put in a lot of kilometers. It'd be interesting to know how many times they've closed their rings on their watches. Do we have any final last comments from the panel before we go?
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate everybody out in the field. You know, we thought we would put this together and we thought it would work, and darn, it did, and beautifully. I was particularly excited that we were able to get questions from the show directly to the show floor and have two-way conversations with that. That's something we've been working toward for a long way. So for everybody in the back end who has worked so hard to put that together, congratulations, job well done.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I was going to say apparently the iPad with the prompter view on it worked really well for getting those questions to the people on the floor, and that was very important, so I really appreciated that. I had a couple of more questions for Dante video, but since Pareto's a level 3 approved Dante mechanic, I'll have to ask him those in after hours.
Go ahead, Talak.
This was amazing. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about guitars. I wanted to ask many more questions about guitars, but then we had to move on. So this has been really, really fun, and I hope to spend a little time tomorrow and see if we can get into some lighting.
I'd like to see that too. So we'll get over to ADJ and the other manufacturers down there in the staging area. Go ahead, John.
I need Luke's contact info at Audinate. Well, forget about it.
If we talk loud enough, maybe Noah can hear us and he can get that information for us. So that would do it for us for day 1 of our broadcast, which is actually day 2 of NAMM. So we'll be back tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have office hours, which will be not on YouTube. And then when the broadcast will start, which will be 9 p.m. 9 a.m. Pacific time. That's when we'll switch on the YouTube for our Sunday part. So our day 3 coverage, technically our second day of live streaming for the Office Hours NAMM 2022. So make sure you join us tomorrow when we switch on the YouTube portion of this. Our Mukana producers can come in. They can come into the Office Hours, which will start at 7 a.m. as normal Pacific time and run through for the first 2 hours. And then at 9 a.m., we'll switch on Pacific time. We'll switch on the YouTube, and then the people out in the YouTube will be able to join us as well. So I want to thank all the panelists, our field team, and all our team backstage for all the hard work they've done today. And hopefully they get a good sleep, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. See you guys.